О, добре, чакай, синема. Виж къде падат моечетата, брат. О, мага. О, мага.
The elephant in the room all along was, are they going to actually challenge Malibuca's point disparity? And Vika, Veno, Flixie,
Кой ли ще го не оспална?
like they've been preparing for this contest at Lone Wolf Lair. Viko still rumbling around upstairs. Malibuca under some heavy pressure. Veno wants to drop, but he's gonna sit tight, wait it out. Throw out another pulse scanner, just keeping steady tabs on exactly where
Аз мислех, че това 12-та игра ще го направят, ама то до тогава не се знае кой колко точки ще се рискували първа игра, явно. Вокс бива нокнат, 2-3 ситуация за Вино. Вино обаче не са на много и те, 2-3. Или има чек на 100. 6 с 290 точки, Мальбук са 432. Ако тая игра умрат и дропнат десятка, ще ги минат. Не, няма ги минат, ама ще са много клоус. Един на друг. Орлина, да. Прокрафтхул. 3 в 1. Вино печелят Оспална, но не значи, че ще спечелят First Place, защото нека видим кой е close. Ден 1, Second Place са 313 точки, Ваняк, Пикси и Марио Скал, където не са много далеч от Вико, Вино и Фикси, така че свалят първо място между другото. Освен Пинк е жив. Мисля, че това е Пинк. Ако той успее да кошне да вземе картите... О, обаче Вико намира за сканирането. Сканира ли го? Да, успя да го сканира. Намират и Пинк. And he's scrambling, but just getting hunted down from so many different directions. It's hard for him to keep tabs on what comes next. Взимат тол спална, брат. И рискуват first game да им паднат на тях и успяват да взимат тол спална. Damn. Те така бяха направили с Куиз и Вино, паднаха на Сети и Ками на лян евента. Не знам с колко точки бяха, много клоус тогава, ама който беше уинал от пълна печелише Глобалс там. И даже ги дропнаха, обаче не знам Куиз или беше мислил помпа там или Вино и изгубиха Оспална, брат. От камето. От камето да загубиш Оспална 2 в 1. Nice little pickup of their drop spot as we switch on over to more of the southwest side of the map here.
And Moneymaker, they have a player completely shut out from the map, feeling confident to just fully chase all the way towards that southwest corner. They're just biding their time. They know if it comes down to a battle of attrition, 3 versus 1 is always going to be the most
Видно им искал много помпи за FNCS Win. Аз като играх с Капси бях мислил и аз една помпа и после не успяхме да клонем. Когато беше клова топ 200 или топ 300 или нещо сорт. Малибука не клочна ли. Умряха. Пешо Капсто е кутнал много отдавна. А когато играеше, просто играеше за да има. Иначе е кутнал доста отдавна. 70% от демиджа от ден едно е само от AR демидж.
this time around, they have a better shot at it. They are starting off in a rough spot, but you got a whole day to recuperate it. You had a whole day to VOD review, just like iDrop, Sky, and Scroll that had an incredible start to yesterday, but then it started going downhill as time went on. So, you know, if they have another incredible start today, it could put them back up. They are outside of qualifying range currently, so they got to push themselves into that top 7, currently in 9th. So they're not too far, but the job's not done.
This is still the calm before the storm, though, because iDrop, Sky, and Scroll, one of
Еми,
the
не
few
знам,
teams
просто не го
that
кефи
we
играта.
did see consistently keying to establish their search strategy. They weren't
Еми,
content
пешо
with
може
trying
би
to
да.
play out these bloom battles. They wanted to get up close and
Плюс ако
personal
беше играл и Zero
directly
Build,
into the action. Only this time it
защото аз
appears
като
as if
си взех
Sky
първи earnings,
maybe
ние
taking a page
бяхме
out of some of
долу
those other,
тогава,
more
обаче
the
не на
majority of the
Zero Build.
lobbies books. If you can't beat 'em,
Zero Build мода не го кефше, ако бях играл с него.
And
Can't beat him, join him.
Ма той просто искаше да
certainly
ръшка.
a method. And when
На
everyone
Zero
else
Build
is
ти умираш.
doing it, you kind
И не
of
го
have to
кефше,
play your
ман.
own part here.
Chaptini, Skirmishes. A little bit of pressure off their back with Tayson, you know, no longer dropping around this side of the map. But at the same time, you can see it as a con if they're unable to find enough damage. The thing is, with the amount of trios that are kind of around this western part of the map,
Моника
they should
Бел.
have no problems at all.
Гледаме Grand
It's kind of those
Finals
clusters
при
we
тебе
spoke
как.
about where a lot of trios tend to kind of base themselves around and, you know, get damage for Storm Surge. So
Като май на 16 май. Или на 17. Но май на 16. Но не съм сигурен.
And again, they weren't the only team that encountered their fair share of struggles, but Chap distinctly someone that so many teams have just constantly been placing in such high regard. You know that he's a crazy fragger, but in this kind of competitive landscape, Takada, we're seeing things like, you know, Prime Shark, for example, in a surge base, Noah Riley in a surge base. And so these teams, when they're not necessarily able to utilize the full benefit of some of that fighting power that they're capable of, teams like Vanya, Marius, and Pixie
Еми, пешо,
are then able to just
то в
kind
БГ
of stake their way more consistently.
няма никой на 100%
I
дедикейтнан
mean,
за
it's the meta, right?
Fortnite
You want to
компетитив,
minimize
така
those
че.
risks. Queasy Venom,
Anyways.
we're talking about how Cammy, Seti Hari are the ones that always kind of are the first to act on the new season's meta, how to play it out. They were the ones, you know, stacking up on heals, going for those tags, and not taking those fights up close. Now,
Всеки в БГ просто играе един турнир с хикс хора,
the least amount of
примерно
risks they're
трио
able to
взимат
put yourself
двама,
into is
не им се
obviously gonna
получава,
benefit you the
бум,
most in a
сменят
12-game
човека, сменят
competition.
локацията
Consistency is key. You saw
и
kind of
така
the stats
няма
of
как да се
Malibu
получи, брат.
jumping in walks and how
Или трябва да си намериш трио, с което да стигнеш поне няколко турнира на хикс локация, където имаш дроп мап, за да видиш истинския потенциал на това трио. А не смениш триото след турнира и смениш и локацията, братле. Ту локацията, ту хората и няма как да се получи, брат. Така смениш и двете.
The fact that they're currently sitting in that third place position heading into today, despite so many of those zones pulling so far away from where they're landing, just indicates that they've definitely figured out very steady levels for how to rotate. And game one yesterday was really the only match that didn't go their way. Every other match they were able to
За One event е топ 5.
top 10 position.
Предния FNCS не помня кои бяха топ 5.
Is really going to take you the extra mile when you are looking for those opportunities to just stay inside of the leaderboard top 5, top 7.
I'm curious now how well, you know, the trios that were second, third, and fourth maybe are going to perform. The
Бахте
Vanya,
високата сържба
Pablo,
за
the
бат.
Queasy. Now that Malibu
3
is
години
out of the
катери
game
тази
with
база.
0 points, how much of that gap is actually going to be closed? They were over what, like 130 points difference from second place.
Към я не сплитвайте ми. То не е зле да това се старат. Особено за сол. Да падаш на да.
It's going to get
Split.
interesting.
Such a familiar sight though at rolling.
Но обаче сега с тия читари, където да паднеш, си е голямо RNG. Не само RNG за лута, братле, ми дали ще се падне RNG в логото 2 читъра, 1 читър и то читър дали ще е до тебе, като клеташ дали ще е лезър, не е.
Hey,
It
playing
is
for
definitely
stats.
impressive.
Държи
Though.
таки не.
It's impressive how accurate you can
Ти
be.
буквално се
but
страхуваш да кинеш нещо, защото хората
they're
са
willing to
добре,
still
защото
fight
да не
for
кинеш
right
някой
now.
читър, бе.
Pink Hero and Nevs, though, right on that border or line of qualifying to the global championship. 7th place right now, going into
Еми,
this match.
Сашо, за сега не,
283
защото
points.
ако ще правят такива неща, искам да е
I
на
like the way
хубаво
they're
качество,
looking. They
но
either
те
had
не
like really good
на хубаво
games or
качество.
kind of mid games. I mean, Devin was talking about they got like third, second, but then the games they didn't make it far in the late game, 19th, 11th, 14th. So hopefully they can kind of get that consistency going here in day 2, but it looks like so far at Demon's Dojo, it's quite silent.
So many teams still trying to just figure out where exactly they want to actually head first. Seti, Cammy, and Hari. You know, there were definitely
За
some
първия мейджор
expressed
беше топ 2.
frustrations from Seti last
Да,
night on
праси не е било
socials.
топ 5.
And
А
it's
за
always
третия,
going
що
to
е
be
топ
an
3. Не
understandable
трябва
position. You know, us
първия да е
as
най-малко,
spectators,
втория да
we
е
just get to
повече и третия да е
enjoy
най-много.
every element that's involved with competitive play, but I know for the players, it can always be a little bit of a sticky situation at times. Still, this is such a seasoned veteran trio, Takada. It's hard pressed to believe
Заради
that they
N-word.
wouldn't be able to overcome and climb into that threshold of the leaderboard to find their global championship spot.
Жеко бе, да.
Gyros, Franek, and Dinas. This is a trio that
Ами Сашо,
lands
сигурно
quite
да.
south on the map, but
Сигурно другия
despite
сезон
that,
ще се дига
you know, they're
по-лесно
still in
ранкет.
10th place.
Като е
So people are
35
talking
дена,
about,
така
hey, you know,
бяха
so
и на
North
другите
Zones, what are we
сезони.
gonna do? I mean, this is almost as
Къде
south
бяха
as you
по
can
един
get.
месец.
Landing, you know, kind of close to Shoguns, not exactly, but they've done a good job. And, you know, once again, a northeast zone, literally opposite side of the map for this trio. But hey, they made it here once again. We'll see how it's affected them in terms of surge and how much damage they were able to pick up having to rotate so far. But I mean, they still have a good amount of mats. But Vico,
Оу,
I
what?
don't see... wait.
Какво става с Виковина Фликси, what?
I might have read the name wrong, but yeah, okay. Volko, Kiddo, and Cringe might have gotten a little fight against Vico Benoflixi, but I think they're good. They seem to have escaped. No eliminations on the board, so... Scared me for a moment there. I guess one thing is, you know, Malibuca, Ping, and Walks are very familiar
Жест.
with Lone Wolf. Vico has landed there before in the divisional cups, but it wasn't the whole
Орлине,
season,
да.
right? It was like they were trying out these different spots.
Що ще е следващия сезон,
they
един
have
месец?
kinda a bit of a plan, and I'm sure they studied
Ами не знам, ама няма да има FNCS. Демек няма да има трио FNCS, Divisional Cups, Div 2, 3, 2 и 1. Няма да има такива неща.
they were gonna be more
Защото
than ready enough
Star
to get a
Wars
solid
колаборация
match.
ще да има май.
But they still might not have been
Заради
expecting
това.
to get so
И той вече
caught in
мапа е
such
ликнат, в смисъл
congestion
ликнат,
surrounding
то
that
Fortnite го
Ignacio
качи
Zeno trying to
мапа.
just kind of
И на всеки корнер има нова локация. Демек нещо пак за сторилайна, сигурно за този Zero Point, къде беше в центъра.
having been eland by Veno's team,
Нещо от
the start of
сорта
this
сигурно
match,
правят.
they're still going to need a big boon of points
А за
that
къповете
they'll
какви
play
ще има,
catch up.
не се знае.
They want to do it at a super fast rate
Когато
because
е
you know
новия
that
сезон, тогава ще
Element
разберем.
Surprise is gone now. Malibuca is fully on high
За
alert.
новия сезон ще
They're
пусна
aware that
стриме,
they're
да.
going to be conned most
Стрим.
likely
Че
at
той на
home.
2 май ли се пада?
I mean, if you're
Кога
talking
се пада
about
това?
big games, Vico Benoflixi literally had the highest elim match yesterday.
2 май,
They won.
петък.
They had 18
Се пада.
eliminations. It brought them, what, I think they were 14th into like 3rd, something crazy like that.
Ивчо, ти си сега, ако локинеш за 2 дни на PlayStation къпа, 60-40% от earnings са.
Could be a huge
Така е, да.
chance to kind of bring themselves close.
Там няма как да
Play
читват.
spot.
Освен...
Savage Reason and Vadil. Tough
Не
zone
знам,
for them
освен
as well.
то преди ми беше излезнало, ама не знам дали.
Bottom left to the top right of the
Просто
map.
някой беше написал, че е възможно. Дано да не е да
They
се читва от
eliminated Strap
PlayStation.
in the early game, so
А плюс това,
that is the trio that's kind of landing south of them now.
600 човека ще играят соло кеш къпа, така че 600 decent и 5 читера от тези 600, ако не и повече, няма да играят PlayStation Cup. Така че мастера се намеря някаква локация, брат, защото то дръмган е много рискован. Еми Рипър не знам. Ако не си най-добрия, след 2 дена е къпа. Special mercy.
And it's never going to be easy, but Got a lot of catch up to do.
Фридокси с лейзерите играе без помпа с мицик пистолет. Аз бих играл мицик пистолет и помпа, но тук сърджа изобщо не е малко. Над 1000 сърджа винаги ти трябва. На 29, ами когато е Soul Cash къпа, тогава и е PlayStation къпа. Soul Cash къп финалите. Сигурно ще го игра. Ако са от контролер, могат да имат Zen скрипт. Може да не ги разберем аз. Че и той е там.
For Queasy's team, or Stash, actually gonna be the first one to confirm it, but Veno, Flixi, Vico, still at Magic Mosses. It appears as though they really wanted to gather whatever
PC 5 Pro, PlayStation 5 Pro е много добре, да. Аз съм само с петица, нямам Pro. И FPS-а ми ще е 59. А на PlayStation 4 не знам колко е FPS.
Up his teammates heavy, and he'll find two in Twy and Noms, but the damage has been done. Focus still a solo here. Avahala Focus in the ultimate stare down. Only Focus has the HP advantage. Another siphon just to guarantee that he can keep it. And Avahala trying to slow things down, but they can only wait for so long. 2-tick zone, he's got to get a move on out of here.
140 FPS мога да дигнеш. Бах ти чит кода, значи. То щяло да излезе PlayStation 6. 2027 или кога? Не съм сигурен. Кога е щяло да излезе PlayStation 6. И не знам... Там бяха написали някакви неща, ама не знам дали ще е на 120 FPS. Again. Не беше на коса последния кешка на конзола, да. По-скоро ако бях уиннал играта и с 5 кила, аз бях 2 кила топ 17. И бях влезнал на бокса на един и го оставих на 0 буквално. Клау беше 336, аз бях 290 нещо. И то буквално ако клауниш Finals, $750 earnings взимаш. Само трябва да кюапнеш една игра с 0 точки и си гарантирани earnings. А след това топ 50 $1000. За топ 50 имаш 6 игри, така че...
And you gotta take those risks when you're behind, according to first, compared to first place by.
Не знам, първа игра, ако се падна в NPC, NPC лоби, ама... То как да се паднеш, брат?
Potentially in a good position if they go edge here and pull it, but a little bit of back and forths.
Е, то Мерстач ще не ми иска тия шотове, бе, брат. Но Райли Шарк на хай. Мистер Засавич е жив.
Veno's team kind of trailing a little bit behind everybody else, but they were approaching from that dead side. Not so sure it's gonna stay that way, but for the time being, another trio like Thomas's, they're just willing to try and take over what they can.
Yeah, I mean here they're literally just building out into the edge of zone, because if it does pull back towards them, pull back to the snowy mountain, they will be in prime position with this elevation, so they're kind of banking on that happening. And it's also a great position to get those tags now. If it goes far, they'll still have a decent rotate. That's the good part about being elevated, but hopefully, they'll pull towards them. But so far, those teams that are on the water, the kind of staggered ones, Awahala was a solo, obviously, it's just kind of getting picked on by the rest of the lobby.
It's a vicious cycle, but unfortunately for some of these teams, if you just get caught one step too far behind, it's always going to be difficult to actually work your way up that elevation. Teeny reminded that Thomas is above.
Стобело не е добре за тях.
Veno, Vico, Flixi, Marius's team. Just a couple opponents that are located slightly below where Uppel, Thomas, and Panzer currently sit. And
Томас се напреда в класацията, да.
this team is
Не знам кой е то.
clearly feeling pressured to try and get some surge.
Оу, Queasy обаче.
But Queasy's not going to get that opportunity. That is a huge blow from Thomas's team. They want to
Все
try
пак
and get
ще
the
успеят да
finish,
го
but
реснат
Swizzy
битъра.
Mustache just holding their guns, refusing to let Queasy go down just yet.
О, и Панзър ще да го нокнат тук.
Entirely elsewhere. But Queasy surviving through all of that is crazy.
This is a huge zone pull for them too. They can literally go on top of those
Да,
builds.
Queasy surviving, май не е survival нищо. Savage го сплифат.
Swizzy's gone down.
О, и те са и 210 бело, то направо.
But terrible for Mustache now that he's left as a solo. Storm Surge taking him, both teammates gone. He needs to basically get an elimination here with all odds against him.
Way too many factors against him. 210 below the damage threshold as a solo.
Оу, тук е добър пъмп.
Makes it work anyway. Mustache, big elimination.
Не мисля, ще я помпи. 6 точки.
Now has an opportunity to find even more surge. He's still sitting just below, but
Винал са на high ground.
Mustache just fully online.
6 кила.
Vico
Та може би ще уна с 10 плюс и ще са гъс до гъс с Малибука. Пинкси и Вокс.
And they're looking to possibly even make a connection towards the island if the zone permits.
This is interesting. I'm wondering, were they always on height on top of Thomas, or did they end up taking it? But either way, they're in prime position here.
Месач все още живее, пак е белоу, намерил е спрайт.
They can conserve a lot of maps if they choose so.
Мога да кочне доста.
But Mustache on the other hand,
Мистер Савич Ортеца пред него.
he can to tank a bit of storm.
80 билда, все пак има шанс да кочне някой Сторм Сържа не го уби. Ето че кочва Марио Скал, бива бокснат, бива сплифнат. О мага. Мърстач нове да голд, maybe. 200 чак взима, Сторм Сърж няма. Отново се актирва. 39 чека. 28 или 26 да спре Сържа. Все пак не е актив, може да ротейтне. Обаче мисля, че умря Мърстач от някой. Учино умира. Нищо. Пак добри 2 кила взема. Сега Марио Скал, като го няма. Оп, добре, добър крак, взема Сърч. Пинк и Непс. Ще дойде Мистер Савич тук, не успява. О, обаче... Не, Мистер Савич ще ми вадил май. Бива хитнат с помпата. Хайграунда явно никой не го гледа, щом нямаме POV на тях. Може би киват само. Или спамят като ури. Тома се изжи дедсайда и отиват веднага в пърст. 180 в 35 човека. То съм трябва да горе-долу. Сети са над тях. Фул трилсите. Не се бият с никой. Само Сърж тагват. Много пасив тими, обаче Ваняк. Ваняк ноква. Взима 2 сайфана. 2 чага, 90 и 30 чак. Все пак играе зона, просто да коша някакъв. Савич убия Uppel. 16 бива само дърва. До 15. Ризан умира в килфида. Кула в пъмп тауър. Оп, намирай. О, намериха го и него. Вико го лезърват, но все пак са на хайграунд. И това е Сети, който го лезърва. 8 кила са в момента. Чино миска Ерит и Анлоки. Чино мисна Ерит е умря тук. Дърво е Вико. Да някой от тях има хард билдс. Тайсън под тях. Слезнаха. 6 кила, играят лоа. Да. Даже им плува зона. О, Корама е тук жив. Цялото му трило също. Само едно соло има. И 3 трилта. О, навлизат в бокса и 2 в 2 тук. Това е фри уин за Вико. Вино и Фликси може би. 13 кила в момента за тях. Киват като луди. Ако вземат другите 2 кила, даже 4 ако не. 3 са живи в момента. 3 в 2. 13 кила в момента и добър бат тук. Бутна го едня. Найс, 3 в 1. И печелят. Печелят играта, коннаха Малибука 125 точки от тая игра. И в момента са гъс до гъс. Гъс до гъс, обаче не се знае къде ще паднат next game. О, мага. Коннаха ги, уиннаха от тази локация. Митър ще трябва, да. Thank you за битовете. Завинал съм да уинат, обаче ще видим кой. И ето че са гъс до гъс вече. Малибука взеха точно 0 точки от тази игра и това е най-лошата игра, защото ги коннаха на техния олспаун. Докато видно взимат 15 кила уин тук. И са много клоус вече до first place. От топ 6, мисля, че бяха преминават към топ 2 или топ 9 бяха. Може би топ 9 са били нещо от сорта. И в момента са second place. Както виждаме, те имат 3 лоши игри, почти 0 точки, даже една, т.е. 0 точки, те двете почти никакви 8-12 точки. И пак са мега клоус, докато Малибука имат 6 добри, а те имат 3 лоши. Кинг умира. Кой ще спи? Оу, 3-2 са, аз закъм, че тук Малибука умира. Вокс обаче и Малибука добре го изкампиха и го убиват Фликси и Дед. 2 в 2 ситуация. Дали това беше трол? Малибука всеки момент ще дари отзад. Дали ще се за ребут? Ми е интересно.
Maybe third party these trios, is it a option? How long are these fights going to take? It's all about looking at the elimination feed, seeing how it plays out.
Вико е до ребут вана и ги вижда, че са на покрив. Има информация, те нямат за тях. Но ребут вана обаче точно това ще правят. Малибука колова, че отидат. Слиза надолу, няма как. Няма и помпа Малибука, AR патрони няма, слиза тук. Даже и да го нокнат мидиар. Поне трябва да го нокнат мидиар, защото да не лутне нещо. Обаче има някакъв пракс долу, братле. Нокват го Фликси, да успяват. Сега ръшкат вече. Малибука обаче няма патрони за почти нищо. Седем билда. 200 са и на двамата. Вико, добра помпа! 2 в 1 в момента Малибука. Малибука на едно. Бокснаха го. Взе Сайфан Мац. Хитва доста вино. Изчаква, найс, играе време 0 билда. И Вико! Малибука! Малибука с топ пъмп и дъмбът ле игра треза рес мейби. Хитва за лайт. Малибука е на кап. 0 билда. 4 минута. Хитва го за още на 24. Лаунч падва, дали ще го... Не, друг тим. 15 кръв. Твърде се забавиха. Грипе идва, айдроп, глупши. И отзаре... Леле. И двете триота умират, брат. Тука Вико може би тролна. От 200 до 0 с пъмпи гън. Пъмпи дън, бате, това оръжие, не знам как изобщо. Бах ти има напред. Все пак и да бяха дуо, пак може би трудно. Може би ако Ликси не беше умирал в спаун. Trying to do what he can to stay up, but Scroll going right into the box. He's got that gold rush effect, phasing his way in, but no knocks connecting. Малюка е жив? Дали? Аз мисля, че и той умре, защото го видях килфида.
This might have just bailed out Malabuka entirely, though. Didn't actually see him getting cleaned up in the same fashion as Veno there towards the end, so he might have even scurried off elsewhere. Might be able to play for a reboot later on. Definitely worst case scenario for Veno.
Явно е жив, да. Този горе. Не под мапа на Wallfire.
As far as those two teams are concerned, iDrop, Scroll, and Sky, though, they need to just establish Surge the same way that they've been doing. They loved fighting all throughout yesterday. That was how they primarily established their Surge, and seems to maintain their intention here.
There's a few things to think about. One, Malabuka's still up, so there's potential for a reboot later on. The other is that first and second place, so Malabuka and Veno, are, you know, only a difference of 17 points, but second and third is a difference of 64 points. So if Malabuka goes down here, that's a huge opportunity from second or third, sorry, to seventh, eighth, even just the top 10 in general, to close that gap between first and second.
Ще направим предикт. Ще го направя около 10 човека, които са humiliated в момента.
Nearly found himself eating a tag that was going to be a big problem. Fortunately, it didn't go through. I like this though from Sky, just maintaining the high ground position, also making sure to look out, see whether or not teams are trying to join the mix-up that's taking place here at Lone Wolf. But Sky, Scroll, iDrop, they might have gotten the damage that they were after. Whether or not they continue to re-engage is a separate conversation, but Malabuka is still lingering the bottom end of Lone Wolf Lair, and it's probably going to be very difficult for him to actually work his way out of this POI, since he knows that there is a team controlling the high ground. You just get so much view from where Sky and Scroll were last seen. That Malabuka doesn't have any other options but to just hide. Hope that these teams are able to clear out, and then they can try to make a play.
Pink е топ 5 е, бе. I didn't know that. Тия добре се спрят.
While that plays out, though, we'll look over at Prodoxy, Chino, and Pablo. Double chugs, hopeful height battle. Dexy, Artist, and Huddy. This is the trio that I believe originally was going to contest Tayson today. But it looks like they're up against Fred, and it's not quite going their way as Artist gets knocked. Now with 3v2.
Some of these teams just getting so disoriented in mix-ups. But Pablo finds a clean shot onto Dexy. Just another elimination. So many elims, even for Prodoxy's team, already at 6. They are clearly trying to avoid having to deal with any sort of surge woes later on. Surely this is enough damage to carry them through their mid-game rotates.
Surely, right?
Surely.
Пускаме го за 2 минути, аз се съвършвам.
Malabuka decided to do it. Seems like, yeah, Lone Wolf still has 2 trios there, so he's like, you know what? I'm out of here. I'll find another reboot.
Oh no.
But I mean, there are some trios close by. I'm wondering if he even has all the cards, if he's going to go for the gold route. A lot of options, but the issue is, you know, in this meta, the odds of having trios inside of the storm is significantly higher. I mean, even comparing it to last season, there was a 68% increase with the amount of time spent in the storm. So you really do have to be careful when you're rotating through here. You're never safe, but we'll see if Malabuka can make something happen.
Definitely not going to be an easy endeavor. A couple other teams though, Kudo just stuck, nowhere left to run. Misha's team finding that elimination leads me to believe that something has gone horribly wrong for Pink and Nebs, considering that they weren't with him. Sure enough, leaderboard top right going to reveal it. Pink, Nebs, Kiro are currently 5th place team, having been freshly eliminated. Now means that other teams can try to leapfrog their way into that position instead. Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, though, they're just focused on their own methods of success.
Good news is they still have Seaport on con. You know, they don't have a Vico Venoflixi camp in their vault this time around, so a little less pressure in that sense. Can play more what they have been used to playing throughout the season. And hey, looks like Malabuka got, you know, step 1 of 5 complete, right? He brought his teammates back into the match, but now not only do they have to recuperate their shield, their mats, their loot, they're probably gonna have to get a bit of damage. Malabuka already had those eliminations, but even so, having to rotate from Outlaw, you know, the job's not finished.
They're definitely going to have to spend some time looking to build back up from their starting point. And yeah, it's always going to be difficult, but when you play for the reboot, you're also letting everybody else in the area know, including teams that may be struggling for surge along the way. And Malabuka just trying to get out as quickly as possible. Walks looking for whatever whites he can find. They are just so split currently.
What I don't like here is if the opposing trio chooses to take that geyser and find, you know, one of the players caught off guard. If they see walks in the shoreline, all 3 of them land on him. You know, there's quite a risk there, but saw a little bit of what happened to Demon's Dojo. Vanya Maris and Pixie, this could be a big game for them. They're the closest to 2nd place, sitting in 3rd. So Vico's already gone. If Malabuka doesn't make out of zone here, this is the trio that has a big opportunity to make it in. Actually, with the current points, including, you know, this match, 4th place alongside Pablo, Ferdoxy, and Shino there. So they're both really close.
They're not looking to have a repeat of what went down, though, in Major 1. They want to be the ones in control of the leaderboard, Takata. It's definitely about the Global's position, but winning and becoming the Blade of Champions holder yourself is an entirely separate feeling, and that's one that this team is certainly chasing after with all their might.
Looks like Akira, Rex, and Kararma are going to be at the opposing end here. Just kind of taking shots back and forth. I don't think we'll see a fight come out from this. Okay, I only see Malabuka, which is slightly concerning, but his teammates are out. It's just Twice Trio's making it quite difficult for them to get back in. But, you know, on the other hand, it's given them a bit of damage, which they do need. So to be fair, it's not the worst thing that could happen. This is just not looking good, though. To be honest, like...
You're at Canyon's Crossing, and the zone is pulling towards the northern side, where the elevation is at. Even if they make it in, they still have to deal with all the struggles that are involved with scaling up elevation, dealing with their material counts. Veno's strategy has just set them so far back that even the initial survival, if you want to consider that a win, isn't actually proving to be all that much in their favor, because they are just about to hit the range of placement points, and there's not that many, and they're going to need way more. You want to look at consistent top 5 placements.
Yeah, I mean, I'll basically call that a draw, right? We had 1-0 for Vico Venoflixi, and now a 1 for the draw. They both kind of didn't win in this situation. Now, hey, If Malibuca is able to come back, get a decently, solid game, even just make it to Endgame, that actually won't be too bad at all. At least they can continue to kind of increase that gap, but we'll see. For the trios inside a zone, Kami said Haru didn't have that challenge in the early game. They're positioned up quite well to kind of pick off these teams rotating on in. We'll see where this next zone does end up pulling, but I mean, so far pretty chill.
Okay, тук съм.
They can take a few extra ticks of storm if needed. We're also hanging around.
Малко жив ли е още или не?
So teams that are having to deal with maybe rotating over the water with Seti and Kami's position. They've got that leverage of holding down the bridge. Thomas on the island with that mythic drum gun.
That's harder than it looks like. Those tags, when they're running around building that far away in a major finals lobby with the amount of players that are up, those aren't easy shots, but I mean, it's Thomas HD, Malibuca walks though. This is what they need. They need to find a surprise. They need to find a refresh. Malibuca hits the initial shot. Duts get a knock. He doesn't even go down. This could be it, Taco.
This could be huge for Malibuca, but first they've got to close it out for next team though. Completely sabotage from where we're currently looking, and Dinas will be fully wiped. Just camping the launch pad, a bit diabolical.
Останалите за 5 кила, леле, те вино братле, ще са мега... Ще ги е мега яд. Останала брат.
You said diabolical, that's the perfect play. I mean, if you're thinking of odds of where trios are gonna end up,
oh my God,
a launch pad in a location like this for common rotations is the perfect spot. And not only did not a single player get knocked, they were able to get multiple finishes. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see from Malibuca's trio. They are somehow managing to slowly but surely turn this game around. I drop Sky and Scroll on the other hand, still below.
Just trying to make sure that Panaim, Moneymaker, Faded don't actually try to focus in on where they're currently seated. A little bit lower down. They're going to work their way into this next edge of zone though. Costing them a lot of mats though. They're probably hoping for better tags, but Ivcho from out of nowhere, completely out of left field even, just gets knocked. Zara, Zangi, and Peterbor have closed into their current position. Double revive will be enough to get Ivcho back into the action, but they're still 5 below. Time is ticking, and the clock is working against them. Scroll trying to make up for the lost minutes. They want a little bit more damage, but they've got to spend time instead healing. And Sky gonna pay the ultimate price here. He wanted to see if he could get that little bit of extra surge for his teammates, but instead, a 1 versus 3, just too aggressive. And he'll be punished.
Мале, Питър Ботбат е премества в Ю. После съм месте в NA. Двата региона ги играя.
They don't get a chance to think about it. They're going to try to get some shots off. But with the armored van, it's going to be very difficult. And Scroll still has to deal with all the teams ahead of them at Kappa Kappa.
And they have to, rotation, right?
Добър клъч. Добър клъч. Ако уинът си заслужават победата.
Not too bad. Malibuca walks ping in the zone finally. 5 elims on the board now, and despite getting those eliminations, still only 55 above. But this is honestly more than they could even ask for with the amount of materials and loot that they have. Now it's just about keeping it up. They might not get the best zone position. They might not have a bunch of extra loot, but at least they are in the game.
Might have to use that Memmis grenade sooner rather than later, though. But Walks trying to hold on to it.
Oh, lelele!
Peterbor's team.
Vox
We saw them spend a couple of
раздава.
moments taking a look because they needed that surge damage. But Walks now gonna nestle Malibuca's team at just 124 above. They still need to find some form of an elimination refresh. They want the elims, and they are punishing these teams that were just slower to the rotate themselves.
Да, Malibuca го е нокнал.
That's definitely going to build up a little bit of a buffer zone here. Juicy, Andy, and Fincheck, though, look like they want to try and get involved. And consider that they're further ahead than Malibuca's team, they might be able to actually punish them once Malibuca's team leaves this boxed up position.
Yeah, they have a lot of builds in front of them, so, you know, normally if you want to try and go on congested side, sometimes it's not possible. They're going to have to follow through the builds that are already placed and do what they can to make it in, despite there being a lot of trios there already. But for Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy, they are quite low, kind of under the bridge almost, but at least they're safe here.
Depending on how this next zone pulls, it might actually work to their advantage, because then they could just look to layer swap and play on top of the bridge, compared to where other teams might get stuck on the other side of the waterway. Still, so many teams starting to really pile up here. Opal, Panzer, and Thomas making the most of this. They'll face though. But they want to get a move on. A little bit short on that bad rotate, but it gets the job done. Thomas and Panzer, Opal. They've got a little bit of damage above the threshold.
Малибука обаче! Умраха си. Пинк май ще умре и той всеки момент.
91 above. I mean, they were able to get a bit of eliminations, a slight amount of placement. But I mean, they've still got
27 точки от тази игра. Пак е нещо, пак са по-напред. Улвино обаче може би няма да са фърст нито те, нито Вино, ами някой друг. Ако направят направя Big Game. Рома разкава, ако направят Big Game. Queasy се продължаха и Мерстач бива кракнато матч.
Seemingly postured up above the bridge now. They took their opportunity to get that overhead space. And this is very familiar territory for them, considering that they land at Seaport City, Shining Span right next door. Committing a lot of materials here. Making sure that they can just have a
Mr. Sage може би е down.
To peek out from.
This is going to be an impressive rotate if he pulls this one off. I mean, he's got to swim. There's a lot of trios in front of him. If he can catch a player off guard,
два миса и удет.
Thomas able to connect the crucial shots, and Thomas HD with the drum gun is going to be able to take him out.
But Thomas was so split from where Panzer and Uppel are at that Uppel doesn't have the same luck as Thomas. He has been knocked.
Ау, какво правя, брат? Що не си билдна?
This water zone is just so vicious. So many teams having to commit so much material. They just don't have the time to think about where they're headed next. They're just trying to get into the safety of the zone itself. Panzer might be able to build up a couple of placements here.
For the players on the edge here, it's the perfect opportunity to just kind of rain down from above on all the solos.
Вэй, Ками Сети, че? Измат хайграл.
Kami, Seti, and Hari, who successfully have taken that high ground. This is prime position.
Харито, бати. Това е бил Хар.
If it pulled back, it would be honestly perfect with the builds already placed and how difficult it would make it for the trios down below. There's only 9 trios left in this match.
Марско май ги видях живи.
Queasy's team though is still kind of hovering that secondary height position for Doxy, Pablo, Chino. They'll tank a little bit of storm damage if it means getting into more optimal position.
Бяха живи.
Pixie and Vanya though make that just Pixie because Vanya has been knocked. Pixie now watching in horror. Can't do anything.
И как му дропна мац. И нарочно нока не отиде към него, защото да си мисля, че няма никой там. Play inside the storm, hope that this Chug Jug can get him a couple of additional placement spots. But it is a steep rotation, and as a solo, somebody is bound to notice him. Топ 8, само един клъч плейсмент да направя. It would take a lot of guts for him to pull it off, and Height has already noticed. But he sees the knock body. He wants to go for the 1v1, but he won't get that opportunity. Comeback falling directly next to him. Doxy с 10 кила обаче. имат. Оп, 11. Да съм ги от.
Big refresh to allow them to continue on forwards. Cami, Seti, Hari starting to drop down a little bit here. They could be running low on materials.
Queasy low ground,
Looking for a refresh, but
Cami, Seti, Cherry. Май го печелят, maybe ако мат.
It's going to be all out chaos.
Mustache completely ran out of mats. Hari, Cami, Seti, they might have height control, but the zone
Предокси и той вече няма.
slightly.
Мърстач ноква чучо. О, трипал бухалка или влезнаха отдолу и умряха. Леле. А тук нямаме звук от това пилови.
They might be able to steal this one away from Seti, Cami, and Hari. And Fordoxy just narrowly peeking out. Pablo doesn't have any builds left though. They're gonna have to fight their way through this one.
What?
Picks completely cut off from each other, and that's going to be another elimination added on for Pablo, Chino, and Fordoxy.
Предокси е бъгнал играта, няма звук.
Despite not having any mats to build with Takata, they are still clearing out this low front side. And Pablo, Fordoxy, Chino, they know we've just got to stay as close to each other as possible. There aren't that many players remaining. If they can deal with Pix and Demas, it could be the
Oh, knock.
Pix will
Май ще кош на second place, maybe.
having been eliminated now makes it all the easier for Seti, Kami.
Обаче Демос е на по-добра позиция. Това е free win за Ками и Пабло го бяха second place, може би ще вземат. 30 секунди зоната се затвори.
Fordoxy and Pablo surely completely out of materials, just clinging on to whatever HP they have left.
Мале Сети обаче оцелява заради планата. Ками. Въй Сети умира. Въй. Пабло ако клъча. Пабло клъч. Пабло клъч. Пабло на 10 кръвбати. 3-2 взимат файта. Holy fuck. Леле. Какъв клъч от Пабло himself, братле. Holy fuck. Над 15 кил win или точно 15 взимат тази игра. Holy fuck. No way. Е, бах ти коча, бате. Pablo, they got the job done. They take home the win. 17 kill win. To close out this match, going into the game in 4th place, first and second. Ще да видим само реплея пак. Трябва да го покажат. Possibility of taking home this tournament.
It's just Fordoxy at the end there. He just had the singular tag he needed, the damage that he had to apply in that closing moment to make it so that Pablo could fully find that last elimination. But it's always tough when you get tangled up in those kinds of positions for both teams. Kudos though to Fordoxy's for holding on.
Oh, they did not miss a shot. Fred dropped down low, took out Seti. Pablo gets the back-to-back from Cami onto Hari. What a way to finish it off. I mean, I'm lost for words, but...
Ярим. И в момента те са в first place. Бах, ти играта първи с 17 кила, 471 точки в момента. Майлбука са second place и Вико пада до third place в момента. Колко точки им носи тази игра? 133 точки, братле, игра. 17 kill win. 133 точки. Смятай. 471, още 4 игри остават. Ваняк са четвърти. Куизи пети, Тома 6. Ако бяха лунали тук, ще са пети, Крис 8 и Тайсън вдигат се, надигат се. Втори, четвърти. Пинк са 9. Тук много зле тази игра. Пикс, Драм и Демо са 10. Шарк 15. Аварил Савич са умрели Оспаун, да. 32, това е единственият Оспаун. С 18 ред на Moneymaker 22 място. Ден 2 не е по-добре от ден 1. Грип е 24, Чаптин иски 26. Хюти е Dead Last на 32 място.
The third-party exchanges are only going to continue to build up because teams always want to take advantages when presented with them.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they gotta finish that fight so quickly, but it's difficult to do. I mean, it's two of the best trios in the
Много, Вино даже с по-добър дроп от тях.
I'm gonna call it a 101 draw on the most recent match. Veno, Vico, Flixi took the first one. And once again, Veno, Vico, Flixi get the drop on the top of the building. I believe Vico had a shotgun last match, and I didn't see a lot of Malibuca's trio with them, so we'll see how loot goes this time around.
Third time's the charm, though, for Veno, Vico, and Flixi. Malibuca just lurking outside the doorways. Vico and Flixi just clearing out the floors, but it's a close-in. Walks completely caught off guard. Vico immediately jumping into the box with his teammates.
3-2 са.
One pick already exchanged. Vico, Flixi, Veno. They're just going to continue.
Пинк е на малко Малибука кампи тук. Дали ще го видят? О, Пинк, той го сгащи. Малибука. Малибука и него го намери. Взима този спал на бат. То Вино, що метнат 4 подред, бе, знае ли как са мятат? Мистер Савич, Мистер Савич, Мистер Савич.
It's going to be tough to actually break into where Veno, Vico, and Flixi are at.
Perfectly executed engagement there. That's how you got.
The shit down here is uncommon.
Well, there's a team, there's a team, there's a team. We can land on a solo maybe, he's right there.
He's 1 HP, Savage 1 HP.
I'm 1 HP, I'm 1 HP, no mats, bro. And that might not even be the solo, bro.
Well, it's not the solo, but like it's one for the trio.
Land on Shrine, land on Shrine, land on Shrine.
Yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead. There's team on the mountain. They're gonna pad after us. They're keying us. You need to just get away, radio. I'm gonna try and hide somewhere.
Should I get a tower, then I can maybe reboot?
Got a bot?
If I get a car, I can reboot.
Yeah, but they're gonna push you. They're already killing the bot, Alex. They're gonna push you. You need to get away. Take the minis behind you and get away.
Where's the minis?
Left, 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 left. Yeah.
Моля, то ще го
150 seconds on my card.
Two for Doxy, Pablo, and Chino qualified through the last chance qualifier. Only 3 trios make it through that final opportunity, and now they're in first place of the major finals from last chance qualifier to potentially getting the first major FNCS win for Denmark. I mean, this is an
да клониш от това с Chains Qualifier от последната игра и сега си първия Different Breed, бат.
Just a single match, but they are en route for something legendary.
But they might be suffering from success if they're not careful. Have to remember, if Veno, Vico, and Flixi are able to replicate their Game 7 success, find that Victory Royale, I would not be the least bit surprised to see them contest Mass Meadows and shut down Fordoxy's team.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, you know, they have been switching it up so much. Imagine we get to Game 12, first and second is basically between Fordoxy and Veno. They just land Mass Meadows, no, and go for it. Bring on a show. Hey, I don't want to get ahead of myself. We'll see what does end up happening, but that could be insane. For Swizzy, Queasy, and Maristache, looks like they are just kind of doing their standard Seaport base here on this hill that they always tend to go to and take shots where they can.
Ви потетле, ми майне.
Advantages over Thomas's team with the surge bases. Chino, Pablo, and Fordoxy south of Mass Meadows, but on the move. Always get a little bit scared driving when you're the one that's stuck in the back
Мой
of the
бука
armored
съдет.
van. Maybe a little bit afraid if Fordoxy or Chino aren't good drivers that they're gonna send you flying from outside of that vehicle. But they just wanted the safety rotate. There's no one really around
Те винаги са смитки
to
след.
prevent them from playing edge of zone. But they're willing to actually dip back into it because they want to go for the fight at Hopeful Heights. And Fordoxy creeping up, fully aware of the fact that there's still a team.
Как гледаш турнира ми в Twitch, пишеш
It's going to be
Fortnite.
Cheatins. They don't want to allow them to exit Hopeful Heights, at least not without playing a part and looking for some knocks or elims, trying to build up that surge.
Yeah, that was a fight here in the last match. And I believe, you know, they're just trying to find kind of that sneaky 3-2-1 or anything really to catch them off guard. And this could be it.
Trexer. Trexer is the one in the danger zone, and finally, Fordoxy's team gonna light him up. Trexer immediately knocked. Robin can't even reconsider whether or not he wants to try and help out his teammate. He is just fully on the run, cheating, completely separated from the rest of his team. Also, Fordoxy just chasing him out. HP advantage distinctly in Fordoxy's favor, and so much quicker. And Cheatin just nowhere left to run, completely edge of the map now. It just feels inevitable for Fordoxy's team to claim this final elimination out of the trio.
I mean, at this point, if I'm cheating, I'm using all my
Damn.
metal. I'm throwing all my heals. I'm saying,
Don't
I'm giving you
have any of
the
it.
least amount of things I can give you. Because it's going to be very difficult to come out on top. But, you know, this is huge for Fordoxy, Chino, and Pablo. Not only did they take first in the last match, but now they're looking like they're set up for a solid game here. It's only the early game, but this is how you want to start it off.
But when Fordoxy's team has been repeat challenging Hopeful Heights, that's bound to cause for some adjustments for Cheatin's trio later on.
Изглежда добре за Фридокс first place, maybe.
Scroll, I drop Sky though.
Невинно трябва да се
They're not
сегнат.
willing to try and get their surge like everybody else in the base strategy. They are just one more time looking for the box fights outright. Whiffy Wharf. And this is nice for Scroll, iDrop, and Sky because right now there's no third party involvement, and that's exactly how you want to keep it when you are challenging these other teams directly.
Okay. A little bit of explosives being put on top of Rickbor. Rickbor, Zara, and Zangi they've been having some difficult moments in these matches. I feel like they're always getting aggressed on, having to play defensive. And this time around, being iDrop, Sky, and Scroll, they don't really want to give them a break.
It's just the end result of Scroll, iDrop, and Sky landing at Shiny Shafts, Uncon. So they're gonna have to make up for that surge damage eventually. Fordoxy, Chino, and Pablo, once they started to depart though from Hopeful Heights, countered Dexy, and Dexy just trying to get out.
Декси
Chino,
умер.
the huge chunk of his HP, finds the final tag. That's gonna be a knock.
Хюти.
Just running him down entirely. Gotta be wary though. Fordoxy falling incredibly low, but back
Умря.
up with his teammates. It's all said and done.
6 кила.
Another fight going cleanly the way of Fordoxy's team. They are making a statement with each of their lobbies today, Takata.
They really are. I mean, not only were they confident before, but now after that clutch against Kami, Seti, and Hari, they're on another level now. Just pushing trio after trio. You gotta say, okay, you know, now you can stop now, right? You got 6 eliminations, you're good. Go with the rotate, get your mats capped. Like, the job's done for now. This is incredible for them, though. They are so set up in terms of points with the elims to just play as safely as they need to, get the best positioning they can. I'm excited to see how this match plays out for them. Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer had a rough game in the last match. They were looking for a good position, but Thomas ended up getting caught off guard, I believe, by Ping when he was playing as a solo. Kind of split up the trio, and they weren't able to get a lot of points. So
Май са живи, не
see
знам.
if that changes this time around at Seaport. Gotta have your eyes on, you know, where's
Не сме ги
Queasy at.
виждали, ама.
But at the end of the day, all Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer really need to do is maintain that position inside of that top 7 threshold on the leaderboard. They're skirting the line though, in 6th.
Skirting the line.
Lobby.
Bro.
And with so many teams close behind, they probably want to have a pretty standout performance to kind of just separate them from the rest of the pack. Mustache and Sweetie take a detour all the way back into Storm. Hope that they don't attract too much attention for it.
guys.
A pretty big blow to their rotational strategies, and they've been forced out of Seaport entirely.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the amount of trios kind of around Seaport at this point. Normally, Queasy's taking advantage of these trios. You know, he's shooting them now on their base as they're rotating through, even letting them pass in some examples and continuing to take those shots. But after getting eliminated, that's going to, you know, damage a big part of the whole Surge strat. So I'm curious to see how they're going to hold up in terms of damage later on into this match now, with this being the case.
Well, they made it over to Shining Span, so Queasy will be brought back into the action. But yeah, with so many teams inside of Seaport itself, these guys are certainly in for a bit of a doozy. Launchpad will help them out just a little bit, but one positive I think to keep in mind is it's usually Swizzy and Mustache who are on surge damage duties, so they might not have lost as much as what they could have possibly lost in terms of having to play for Queasy's reboot. It is still annoying though when you lose that prime positional advantage. Twy punishing Savage and Vadil. They were looking for a fringe play themselves, trying to get Reason back into the match, and Twy's team, they had to pounce on the opportunity. They've been playing a huge catch-up game for the entire weekend.
Now Demas, Hicks, and Darm have only made it into the top 10 once. And when they did, you know, get 9 eliminations. They had a good game, but they really are having difficulties. Actually, I'm mistaken. They made it to the top 10 a few times. And when they do, they perform well. They've gotten 4th, 3rd. But a lot of games, they're also getting eliminated around 20th. So they're kind of just lacking that, you know, consistency of constantly making top 10s, but it's balanced out enough to put them in 10th going into this match. Issue is, you got to be top 7 if you want to qualify to the Global Championship, so they're going to have to do a little better for these last few matches.
And I know in Major 1, these guys were given that, you know, shock the world conclusion because of their 5th place performance with their first time finals appearance as a team, but even if this major doesn't pan out how they would obviously be hoping for, it's really just the tip of the iceberg. Those guys still have such a high skill ceiling that they can keep trying to push towards. I mean, the coach like Sven behind them, wouldn't be surprised to see them reach that threshold at a pretty rapid rate. But teams like Cammy, Hardy, Seti, they already know what it takes to be in those winning positions. And it's going to come a relatively difficult way for them because every other team has the same strategy in mind. We are looking for our surge bases.
There's a lot of them around this side of the map. It's one of those clusters. I mean, we talked about it, minimizing risk, but at the same time, it would be nice to see a little bit more close quarters combat. This is good though for Vanya, Marius, and Pixie. They can keep themselves safe, looking for damage when they, you know, see the openings, and even beyond the uncongested side if zone continues pulling up north. Vico Venoflixie's still at the same spot. They dropped that. They did have Island spawn close to them as well, which is pretty nice.
They didn't really have a reason to leave Lone Wolf considering how the zone pool, but Queasy, Mustache, Swizzy possibly in a spot of trouble here, dealing with Trulex and Noah Riley. Health advantage in their favor though. Trulex not wanting to get stuck between Swizzy, but Rock at a hard place. There's nowhere left for him to run. Trulex will be eliminated. Noah Riley could be next. Swizzy certainly hunting for it. Mustache gonna take a moment just to replenish his shields. But with Swizzy and Queasy playing backup, Shark is just forced to retreat. Two of the fraggers, though. That's probably who you'd want to be left in a fighting position out of Trulex's team. They could make something big happen here. They could also pose a huge problem if they do find another knocker elimination onto Queasy's team. And Queasy's team, they know better than to stick around for it. They already got what they were after in terms of damage. They want to just start rotating out now because the lobby has started to take notice of what's going down on this mountainside.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. They weren't able to do their normal surge route, so opting to kind of needing to take a fight. It's a good idea to do now before you're in desperation being low on surge. Pablo, Fred, and Chino now in zone. We saw they got those 6 eliminations early on, so they're more than comfortable enough here to not do anything too crazy. 832 above.
It's exactly where they want to be, and they're not caught in the heart of some of the congestion that's actually building inside of Flooded Frogs. So many teams just looking to try and leverage some of the natural landscape. Thomas, Uppel, Panzer, also a little bit on the outskirts. And Thomas, Panzer, Uppel, they're just going to continue trying to find their own position. It's away from most of the commotion. Unfortunately, Thomas realizing that there are teams that have a slightly elevated point of view and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, they don't really mind to kind of stay in zone here. They know it's very likely that people rotate through, especially the Magic Mosses area. You can see with the drone shot, the trios that are going to be choosing to do so as well. It is kind of a waiting game for now, though. They even pulled zone. Not bad at all. See them moving around. They're like, hold on a minute. Wait, we already got a base here. We can just kind of take it over, make it ours. Little surprised with the RNG from that pull, but this is good.
No complaints, though, either. Definitely a nice spot to be in. Just repurposing some of these pre-existing builds, but some really big powerhouse teams off in the distance that could definitely be held here by Thomas's trio. And Queasy, though, everybody always commends his yelling, and for good reason. He knows better. He knows that if they try to just white line into zone, they're only going to be picked off for it. They're going to do a complete wraparound through Magic Mosses. Swizzy does have a couple of med kits on top of the med miss grenade, so the white heals might be enough to sustain them through, and they are just holding out. So waiting things out could end up saving them from being eliminated too soon.
This is the last zone that can kind of do that, though. It goes from 1 tick to 2
Еми, вину уиннаха, обаче third part наха first game, second game вину уиннаха.
inside the storm.
Не по-скоро third game
Kind of want to start making their way closer
First game
and closer to
лузнаха.
the zones to prepare for that 7th zone when it does start doing 5 damage per second. Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer, though, great job holding on to the base. As it looks like Vico Benoflixi opting to a similar strat.
Yeah, just such a tough spot for Queasy's team because of what looked like it was going to be a nice wraparound. They realized too much commotion still coming through Flooded Frogs. We're not going to be able to go that way either. But Veno's team also in the benefit.
Ректилоса. Придокси обаче... Придокси живи ли са? Ого, спамят и те са нокнали някой даже.
No success. No success either for Pink's team. And this could be an outright brawl between these 3 trios. Pixie, Vanya, and Marius, though, they just don't want to be sandwiched. They're not interested in being the middleman for this conversation.
Отново пулат норд зоните, бате.
It's quite unfortunate because they literally pulled zone all the way and flooded their drop spot, so getting the focus on them is not what you want happening. But they aren't going to choose to kind of elevate themselves yet. They're just going to stay in the builds they already had. Surprised Marius is 0 medal at this point, having, you know, to not rotate that much throughout the match, but it is the most scarce resource. Just kind of camp it to see in case someone goes through the porta potty, but for now they're good.
Marius is just waiting for the green light, holding out that splash. He knows they've got to move ahead of the lobby. And Thomas just doing what Thomas does best with that mythic drum gun, spraying and controlling the flow of the teams outside of where they're currently based up. But Panzer, just sliver of HP, somehow manages to finagle his way back to his team. But this is a troublesome spot. Everybody that was shooting this direction bound to know how incredibly hurt Panzer is, and sure enough, they're not letting up the pressure.
Panzer умирал.
Completely dropped now.
Сети са просто за хай. 60 точки назад са. Не видно.
They've got to get out of this spot though. They don't want to get caught waiting just one step too long. They're trying to clear out a path forward. They're trying to force some of the other teams ahead of them to move to a separate spot. But everybody just trapped right now in edge of zone.
Yeah, I mean, not only did they lose a good opportunity
Doxy пуват.
position, but also just the opportunity for those
Взимат и един
guys.
кил още.
For Doxy, Pablo, and Chino, though, luckily enough,
Едни
don't have to worry
кипички
as
имам.
much about that, and even have pulled 8th zone here. This is massive for them as they're going to conserve so many materials and have free shots on the players around them. As you can see, already pre-building out with those hard builds, getting ready for what's to come. Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy, though, are below, getting ticked by Surge. Put them into panic as now.
Едно бело.
All they do is connect one shot. Obviously, they want to be above as much as possible, but come on, one bullet is all it's going to take to stop losing HP here.
A literal single shot. It does seem like they finally managed to find it, but still only 8 above. Glubshy's team now trying to barrel into their builds, but that's the hits that we need.
О, как се стъкна отборито, леле, то мърстач не ми са помпите.
Couldn't have come at a better time. The Siphon also going to make it easy for him to reunite with Queasy and Swizzy, but still a lot of congestion towards this backside of the zone. But with that additional damage, they now
Камил
feel
са на хай.
confident to be able to just kind of scale their way, elevate a little bit from that total low ground, and try to find their next position. Not an easy task though by any means.
О, чапи с кви!
It's going to be...
Отива до буша.
Luckily enough, did not take fall damage. Which is good. Vico, Veno, Flixi, on the other hand, trying to be the first
Пет
one
кила
to
са те.
rotate towards this side. Will they see it as an option to build up, or will they just play it safe?
Doxy,
and keep
къде
on
си?
building
Хоп,
into zone? We've seen them
отиват.
do height takes quite later on in these matches. They're not so focused on doing it early if the zones aren't in their favor.
О,
But Merstash,
този хайган.
Queasy, and Swizzy are going to be the ones that are looking to hold it.
Куизи го взима за сега, ама колко дълго.
Merstash on a bit of a roll now. 4
Мерстач
eliminations.
имаше 130 билда, 127, 12.
In the past couple of minutes, trying to get to this front side, and it's going to
Ah,
cost
Queasy
Queasy
умира.
everything. So he gets knocked along the way. Always a bit of a risky maneuver, but Merstash, he doesn't care. He knows it's just time to frag out.
Lele,
Swizzy
set it down.
finds Seti on the rotate. That's gonna
И
sabotage
Swizzy.
just a bit here, but Swizzy, if he's not careful,
И него може би намериха, или не.
he's just gonna break through the builds.
Върна се при
Tag
Мерстач.
along with Merstash now. He at least has that lawless slap jug, but how much more do they
При
have to
Докси
do
изглежда
so
добре.
other teams
Много
on the
добре,
low
бих
ground?
казал даже.
For Doxy's team, they are based in a pretty set mid layer. Looking down at the front side.
Вино,
Chicho and Tayson, they might have to do it
Вико
for
има
Doxy's
само
team
дърво.
shortly.
Banya, Marius, Pixie with the zone pull were able to claim height. Vico, Veno, Flixi down below, trying to see if they can claim low for now. A lot of full trios that are up and ready to go. Cringe Volko on the side.
Марио Скал, Ваняк, Пикси са на хайграунд обаче.
Right now, just anything possible.
W за тях. Пинк има добра игра за сега.
This is home
Endgame са Вико на S1 тук.
This is where they found success in Major 1 finals. So for it to be
Все пак са един кил назад и много повече точки от тях назад, така че плюс това се конват. Даже да направят добра една игра, не се знае и другите три какво ще направят. Апо с 0 билда. Убива ли го? Непс.
Marius, Pixie, Vanya, though, this is a nice spot to be. They've got the high ground control, but They are low on mats. They're just trying to spray and prevent any teams from
9
challenging the height
триота.
takeover. But they need to be careful. They don't want to overexpose themselves. And with these wood builds, teams
3 кила са
are
на
gonna
хай.
need to chop them out.
Няма значение. Все пак на 11
Doing a
точки.
good job maintaining. The issue is, you got the number one
Фридокси
trio for
ги бах
Dogs,
ти каската наби.
all three players are still up. They are playing this
Отново
perfect
танкват
lead.
зона, за да са хед.
Securing as much placement
Добър
as
страт
possible.
правят.
They have not even had to look for a single refresh for a majority of this endgame, but now's the time. They're starting to run through. Their aggression's onto them. Pink knocking on the door. Is gonna get
Помират.
knocked down. Nebs falls shortly after. Pablo Chino for Doxy now continuing to build on towards zone.
From teammates to enemies.
Вино обаче наваксват.
Then they get that wipe onto Pink as a
Скоро ще се сбият един други.
But Veno,
Maybe.
he's still a part of the conversation. He already found a victory royale in the day in match 7, and you can tell that he's after it yet again.
И двете триота изглеждат добре. Вече се всички са триота. Няма нито сол, нито дол. Last zone, минута да се затвори. При Докси обаче е на малко вече. Пикс. Отново са Endgame тук. С демоската. И тук не успява, бъгва му мантала. Може би аутомантал е било това. Взимат нок. Фликси обаче умира. Павло го взимат. И Павло умира тук. При Докси умира и той от Вико. Леле. Вико тук добър клъч направи и Марио Скал го зазима. Завзе го той. Тайсън обаче на лоуграунд. Даже не знаех, че е жив. Може да уинат от лоуграунд. Не се знае нищо. Вико и Фридокси е добре играл двамата, обаче пак Вино са много назаре. Пикси умира. Обаче Ваняк с мега от хиловете. Дали ще успее? 6 почна 70 чък, медмист. Така отива. Хрис го гони обаче. Тук много добре, че не се използва медмиста и аз бих направил същото, защото Хрис щеше да оцелее. Точно така медмиста за последно тук. Даже отива при някакъв друг лут. Обаче медмиста му се хвърли. Дано да успее да го пикъпне. Найс, успя, има чък, има друг чък. Тайсън обаче идва вече към него. Почва да бяга, медмиства се с неговия медмист. И Тайсън на 3 кръв щеше да убие Ваняк. Ваняк, който става на 5 HP. Един еаршот, един хит от Сторма. Помпата, ако беше набила малко повече, щеше да уине играта, брат. Щеше да уине играта. Много клоуз, верно. Мана то пиксето.
It's just crazy to think though that Vanya nearly missed out on securing
На
the
5
lead
HP
here,
бата.
but respect to Tayson. You've got to put some respect on Tayson's name for trying to run him down at the end there. Still, a lot that took place here in Game 9. So Frankie, what have you got for us?
Нека видим. И first place са стил те. Обаче топ 3 е много клоус. Много клоус е топ 3 вече. Менкът са тук. 514, 519, 543. Редокс е стил ахет. Стил ахет, но вече не с много. Малибука от first place. Четвърти вече. Кои са топ 5? Тейсънката, ако бяха уинали, те ще са топ 5. Close one. Сетито играха хай, но май не пълнали, за какво беше станало. Умер с топ 13. Топ 5 глава това на евента. Мистер Савич, 27 умрели. Само топ 25 правят пари. Топ 25 в момента е 144 точки. Между другото. Всички тези хора може да не направят 1 цент.
There were so many of our top teams in that endgame, so many good teams in that endgame. You know, of course, we're looking at the race for who's actually going to win it all, but even just some of the teams just below fighting for global spots, a lot of those teams were in it at the end there.
Perfect drop for Ivcho. Looks like the same for his teammates once again. Last time they were able to finish this fight up quickly. You were mentioning it, but it's easier said than done. That Sentinel shotgun is going to help. Double shotgun actually alongside shields. This
Само ще не е Sentinel, брато.
All they have to do is start aggressing.
Малебуката.
Vico wants to be
Обаче.
careful though. Infiltrator not necessarily as optimal as the Sentinel can be, but Malabuka, he wants revenge. He's sick and tired of what Veno has been doing to his team's odds for wielding that blade of champions. They want to actually get the ball rolling here at Lone Wolf, but if they don't find a conclusion to this fight, it could also mean a third party. Flixie overhead. Even exchange. So far, Vico trying to use the third
Или има
party
добро
now,
RNG, или
some builds. Both of these
взимат
teams
по-добрия сайт
critical
отгоре.
raw
Да,
materials haven't really had a chance to farm, but Wax, he might be the first one counted out. Ping, Malabuka, they've got to do something to try and play some supportive measures here for Wax.
They're taking too long,
Neck
Taco.
of
They're
their team.
taking too long once again. Not a single knock has been made. You can see the trio's kind of creeping on in. I wonder if they're ever going to make that decision after this fight. You know, is it too late? Once the third parties actually arrive and you can see them beside you, you get to the point where, you know, we might not even be able to take this fight, and both trios have to kind of disengage with not a good amount of loot. And so far it's looking like it's going to be a slow one.
The third party would probably be more of a concern if it wasn't for the fact that Veno, Vico, Flixie, Malabuka's team, there haven't been any knocks from either direction. So you have to be a little bit hesitant if you are that third party, because you don't know the state of affairs for either of these teams currently. So the third party, sure, they're hovering the vicinity, but they don't feel quite confident to strike just yet, and for good reason. But Malabuka just continuing to play the stealth game, continuing to try and gather whatever builds he can. Flixie, heavy duress, he's got to bail out. Malabuka trying to cut him off, but Veno, he'll be the supportive overlook for Flixie. Try to keep Malabuka's team at bay, and Veno also keeping tabs on the surrounding area, fully aware of the fact that this is an open invitation for
Май не е
third
добре
parties
за
to how
двата
drawn out
тима.
it's been so far.
Yeah, I mean, we saw on the minimap, though, there aren't any players incredibly close. You have a really glove shoes trio who's kind of like looking, but they're not fully scouting beside Lone Wolf yet. If this continues taking longer, though, it might get to that point. As so far it is just that back and forth, playing the vault game. Looking to see who can get the bigger trade. Shots come through, nothing connecting.
The problem, though, is that Veno's team has funneled everybody from Malabuka's into that vault, and with the loot differences, Veno, Vico, Flixie probably gonna have to back off temporarily. Malabuka, Ping, Walk still trying to see if there's a clear opening for them to try and find the upper hand at last. It's also, like many mentioned, a matter of pride and confidence. You don't want your confidence to start to waver, and if Malabuka's team can't find some kind of winning conversion factor here, it's always going to be a little bit of a mental game on the players.
They've kind of let them out of the vault now, as they don't want to take that kind of back and forth right on the borderline on the doorway. Both teams just getting as many materials as they can. You can see when you reach this level, these players are constantly doing something. Even if you're waiting for a team, you're constantly farming, you're constantly doing what you can to give yourself that upper hand. Even scouting around the surroundings, you know, is there any other trio creeping up on us? Are we good to take this fight? Are we safe? And I feel like it's coming soon.
The Lone Wolf mansion has been absolutely gutted, though. holes everywhere, floors just messing all over the place. But that's providing some decent angles that Veno was clearly trying to make use of. Malabuka ping walks. They know better than to separate. They know that could be the differentiating factor between being knocked or eliminated.
Няма да те се скъфнаха. Волта дали са отворили изобщо.
Veno clearing out even more floor space. They want as many angles as possible before they make this approach. But this fight has been going on forever, Takata, and neither side really getting enough damage. Other teams, even if they don't third party, they're still handling their search strategy. But these guys are going to be one step behind the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's taken that long. The zone can pull far, or even it can stay here. Either option, they're going to be behind. Veno, Vico, Flixi have decided, okay, we got to, we already farmed up all we can here. We've done what we could. I guess we got to start, moving around, doing more productive things. So we'll see how it plays out overall. The fight isn't finished yet, I'm sure. But for Doxy, Chino, and Pablo, though, they have been kind of leaning towards third partying, hopeful when it gets stuck in zone and finding those fights around there. But this time around, it is going to be a search base.
One of just 3 teams that haven't had to deal with those surge damage ticks. It was a big part of the reason why, too. Their surge-based methods, on top of their challenges at hopeful heights. When they don't feel like they've acquired enough surge from inside the base, they take matters into their own hands. They're willing to go that extra mile and find a more direct fight if necessary. Thomas, Panzer, and Uppel, though, definitely being wary as they make their way around hopeful. And they're also trying to nestle themselves inside of that top 7 of the leaderboard. When you know that Vico and Malabuka's teams are inside of the top 5, obviously it's going to drop an extra couple of spots for the leaderboard, but Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer, they don't want it to be close. They want to confidently be inside of that threshold.
Yeah, and I mean, literally being the cutoff at 7th place. I mean, it's not.
Фридокси може да ги направят, да.
Great, right? Like you said, you want to be a bit more comfortable at this point. All it takes is one good game. Vico, Veno, and Flixi. Vico has been popping off, as always, in terms of eliminations. I mean, he's literally leading the pack in the lobby at 38 elims, and 2nd place has 23. So it's not even close for this trio. I mean, it can consider the fact that they have just been playing around fighting throughout this whole weekend, different drop spots, constantly looking for third parties, and obviously popping off in those end games. But it is impressive. They want to go 4 for 4 this year. They want to not just take home the majors. They want to take home the global championship. They already booked their tickets in Major 1. And to continue that trend, they're going to have to win this major as well.
But any top team would want to assume
точно
that
да.
they're going to be capable of winning out every single event. You have to have that confidence as a player, because there are going to be moments where you can't look to cruise. And this is one of them for sure, because Veno, he wasn't content with how day 1 worked out for them. Obviously, they were able to get some nice upsets, but they weren't willing to just let Malabuka have his way, and looking for those high risk, looking for those immediate challenges. It's something that a lot of these other teams are probably going to start setting up for Takata, because they know if they are outside of that top 7 cutoff, they only have, we are past the halfway point. Only this lobby and a couple more to go, and after that, if you're out, you're out.
Рипе обаче кракът маруската. Това е big.
You don't want to be going out this early.
Big for them.
Pixie Marius instantly gonna box up, take some shots back and forth. Looks like Grippe, Guepchi, and Prax, though, they want more than just a few tags. Said, we don't want to do the AR shots from afar. We want to get up close and personal. Take these fights for Surge. They see the shots come from afar. They see the danger potential. And decide, okay, we got enough for now.
Ако остана с Фридокси живи ли са? Защото не ги показват.
Because Malabuka's team is still in control of that position. And them being forced to reconsider their approach, that's that's
Не
definitely
ризано
a
бе някой.
pretty tough spot to be in. But it's not like they can't circle back through. Swizzy, Merstash, and Queasy on the other hand. It's been a relatively volatile day two. Certainly not the kind of day two that we might have anticipated based off how day one went for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash. But the way that some of these teams have made their adjustments, it's been very difficult for these guys to kind of maintain their position at Seaport.
To be fair, they've played quite similar to yesterday if you just take out the win. If they never won that match, their placements aren't too bad. An 8th, a 5th, a 15th. They're getting to those late games, but they're missing that big game. We know how often they kind of play for those big matches with the height. So I'm sure, you know, we've got this match, another 2 after it. At least one of them, we can hopefully see them take home a VR, which would put them in kind of that range of potentially being able to win. But they're still in qualifying range for the Global Championships, so you got to be happy about that at least.
There's so much pressure on Pink and Nebs, though, especially when they're witnessing their former teammate Chino holding down that first place position on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, they are just outside of that leaderboard range, 8th. And obviously, I'm with Levin. I love to see a little bit of, you know, turmoil between teams because it just makes for a good storyline, and that's something that Pink and Nebs, they don't want to let Chino have the ultimate bragging rights.
They really don't. But hey, it's all about that friendly competition. That's an insane stat from Tayson, Atris, and Ivcho. I mean, yesterday they had some rough matches. 25th, 31st, 23rds. But now that they've switched up their drop spot, you see top 3 in every game. That's no easy task.
Гледа тук интересен файт срещу Moneymaker всъщност.
They found their next targets. Moneymaker faded for 9. Struggling a little bit here.
Те кога успяха да се стакнат, че да я ротейтнат до тук?
Vico, Flixie from overhead, just steadily cornering Moneymaker's trio. Veno now holding down another angle. With Vico and Flixie pressuring the front side, Moneymaker might get a little bit isolated, and that's what Vico is waiting for. He's trying to get the advantageous position, but Flixie actually going to get turned and burned, faded him for 9.
Oh no.
While Moneymaker had them
Мали умират от Moneymaker, брат.
and what once looked like such a promising situation is now completely turning against them. Savage, Vidil, and Reason now
Savage
into
тука.
the fray. Veno and Vico forced to just try and escape here, but Moneymaker faded for 9. What a bite back.
When you thought it couldn't get any worse, a whole other trio after your teammate goes down. I mean, I can see them getting out of this situation, especially as you can see now if Savage takes on the fight with them, but I don't know. They're just going to be in such shambles after this, even if they get out. Another duo, potentially full trio, also rolling in from the sideline. This is just going to be so tough to get out of. But I mean, we saw what Malabuka did in the last match as a solo. Even more shambles than Veno and Vico here. So it's definitely possible, but this is going to be incredibly tough.
Savage's team doesn't really want to allow for that to just play out and both teams to kind of disperse. Walks Malabuka, ping.
Малибука обаче от другата страна живеят. Взимат килове. На камен сети чаре. Моля.
But it's no use. Chased down by Malabuka's trio. So where Veno is struggling, Malabuka certainly on the come up. Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash, they could also be in a spot of trouble, but Foxy Floodgate kind of set and waiting, making sure that they're healthy before they move out of here. I wanted to reference though is the fact that Vico and Veno, as a duo now, sure it's possibly still a fight that they can take, but even if they get a knock onto somebody from Moneymaker's team, they're still going to have to deal with Savage, Vidil, and Reason. That might even be what Reason's trio is waiting for. They're just waiting for this fight to pick up again before they jump in and cause even more chaos.
Hey, Savage finally pulled the zone though. Let's see what they can do with it. Wouldn't be surprised if they get a big game here. It's what they're looking for. They need to push themselves back up the leaderboard. So as Veno and Vico hold on, Moneymaker, the 9, doing what they can to kind of continue with this fight. But yeah, either trio here, if you got the team up at Outlaw kind of looking back at you after this, it's gonna be tough.
Moneymaker's team just crouching around. Veno hasn't been spotted just yet, but Moneymaker's gotta be careful. For 9 gonna be the first one, lose a bit of his shields. Vico and Veno though, they're gonna have to convert some of these shield attempts into full knocks and eliminations. They want to extend things much longer because they are below the surge threshold. That early hiccup at Lone Wolf Lair now coming back to haunt
Малибука са живи, да.
forcing them into such an awkward situation.
Обаче Вино умират отново.
Here up against Moneymaker's team, and they are on the losing end of it. Veno will fall. It's only Vico left standing, and this leaderboard, that's gonna put a big smile onto
Идва друг тим. Отново ризанката и убиват Вико. О май гот. Малибука живее все още. Плюс това мисля, че Фридокс, ако са живи, е много добре за тях. Фридокси живеят 543 точки. Сигурно са изтакнати на гъс. Оп, обаче, докато си говорим, са във файт. Имат 2 кила. 500 на бъф и се бие срещу Томас, които са below once again. Томас се взима и малко fall damage. 166 below, много се. Апа умира. Томас Ейджи и двамата са на по един пъмп. И обаче влиза с дръмгана. Обаче бива нокнат. Фридокси е ли взел кила? Не. Фридокси? О, мага. Фридокси остава на 2 HP. Взимат 3 кила тук. Взимат сърч. Такват се. Това може и да изглежда като на още една добра игра за тях. И да виж какво направят Пикси, Ваняк и Марио Скал.
Being on the borderline of qualifying to the global championship, Thomas HT Panzer and Upple literally 7th place now, getting forced to fight, taken out of the game to the #1 trio. Gotta give props to Prodoxy, Chino, and Pablo though. They have been doing an amazing job getting eliminations leading up to these end games. Not just looking for tags from afar, but actually being able to convert these fights into good amount of damage, full refreshes, and those extra elimination points. This is what they need to do if they want to hold on to first place.
Just wasn't any other options though for Thomas. They were going to fight whoever it was, whether it was Prodoxy or anybody else. It's just what happens when you find yourself underneath Surge. Radius, Venya, Pixie, they're based. They're trying to cut off Chap's team. They recognize the fact Teeny so low. They heard the shields crack, but
Марушката обаче не изглеждат те много добре. Само Мед Мис плува инфар. Малибука обаче са доста добре те. Имат сега бъв 5 кила някакси. След като 5 минути седяха на едно място с Виковино флекси.
Buka walks in paying that. It's a tough start. Not having a huge opportunity to, take the original route, get all the loot they're used to, but you can see from the 6 eliminations they've racked up, that insane refresh that they just picked up now as well. They are more back than ever, and based on the consistency from yesterday, I mean, when they were actually making it to those late games, they were getting top 3 almost every single game, so they need that big game today.
Also have to remember how dominant they looked in the low ground while doing so. Sure, their early game plan was all about surge basing and how accurate they could be with those assault rifles, but the way that they controlled frontside low so consistently throughout yesterday's lobbies is definitely impressive. Pink opened up for a peek.
Пинк умира някакси с 2 белоу. Не бе белоу за тях. Передок си спамят като луди. Мистер Савич, че те са живи.
And with the way that his team's been playing all day, it's got to be a massive momentum swing.
Oh.
After that last fight, and Savage just added to the tally. One more elimination.
Обаче,
Another one possible.
при Докси го остават на едно.
And the deal
Все пак успяват да го изграбчат.
just trying
Обаче умира от зона.
to go next. Pablo, Gina, and
Добре, живе.
Ferdoxi, they've got things completely figured out though. Just hold this control.
7 кила за тях в момента.
Is gonna pull towards the shore as well. You gotta think to yourself, is it gonna, can it even double pull towards the zone or towards the water? Sorry, is it worth it to kind of play on the land side here of the zone? Even starting
Худ скилме
see that
95%.
as a perfect opportunity.
Пинк, който
Malabuka
бе нокнат са на хай. Малебука вече са белоу. Имаха много сържества с 6 белоу. Някак си.
They cannot afford to go down here. It's their shot to put themselves back in qualifying range for the global championship. As Malabuka's forced to drop down, he gets cracked, but he makes it out alive. Just 32 above though. They need to find damage.
Pink following suit though, and Pink is incredibly low, just behind Watts, Malabuka, and Ping. He's not careful.
Пинк може би ще... О, не,
Watts
оцеля.
could be looking for the closing blow, but it won't come to fruition just yet. Malabuka
Фридокси, леле, Ваняк.
now gonna just
Като дуо са останали с Пикси и те нямат никакви хилове, ама те не бяха много стакнати. Топ 16 за тях, ако мрат за Фридокси ще е много лесен. Все едно се една игра напреде. Буквално е тази игра, ако я уинат и следващата трябва да направя добре и уинат граници.
nice position. Just looking back and spraying other teams on low ground. Trying to wait for a pre-edit opportunity.
Вино взеха 0 точки, Ваняк няма да вземат много. Малебука са най-назаре, но все пак са живи. И им пулва зона.
The damage threshold, and the lobby isn't thinning out as quickly as it needs to be for them to stop being threatened by it, but this could be a big opportunity onto Pixstar and Demas. It's not gonna net anything just yet though.
Диам, Куизи отново играят хая. И ето, че Ваняк може би ще умрат всеки момент.
They need to get at least a decent amount of points. They don't need to win this match. They just need to stay up as long as possible. At least use up all their materials. But a refresher is truly what they're looking for.
О, видях ги.
The bush wasn't enough to fully conceal. Vanya pays the price. Pixie forced to separate now.
Леле, Ваняк се движи.
Optimistic for a drop from either Gian or Robin that he might be able to get a straight tag onto someone for a refresh, but as a solo in the low ground, it's always going to get messy. Pablo, Gina, and Ferdoxi, though, they've started to elevate themselves just steadily higher. Still not in control of height, so that's going to belong to Swizzy, Mustache, and Queasy. But if they can work their way through this mid-ground...
Фридокси са много добре, брат. О, брат, приедит, обаче сплитнаха ли не? От толкова добра игра, какво стана? Фридок се умира. Чино е на малко. О, Пабло умира. Имаше сикнес Пабло даже, брат. Много време играе за Сторм. Топ 12 в момента за тях. Един билд. Малюка стила лайф. Дай се номера тук. Оп! Тук взима на есенсен кил. Топ 9 в момента. Тук е много добър ъгъл. Малебука е той като соло. Чино топ 7 хваща. Както и Малебука. О, ноква, найс! Малебука взима кил. Направо го взе и бърто на гръб, братле. Веднага след нок. Найс, тук добър момент, найс на Малебука. Чуно на едно топ 5 все пак. И се сбиха. Малепука бяха Чуно. Добър клоч и от двамата между другото. Куизи на хайграундто. Обаче Демос! Отново топ 3 хваща тази игра. Винаги ги виждам Endgame. Не ги показват, но ето че пак 288 точки ден 2. И продължават. С Уизи умира Мерстач, Куизи го остават като дуо. Има някакво соло някъде. Добър крак от Мерстач. 5 билда тук. Леле. Трио vs дуо. Или Мерстач става на малко. Има 30 секунди, няма как да е заотил. Ето че Кринч идва от зоната. 3 в 1 в 1. Easy win за демоската. Maybe. 2 в 1 вече се случват нещата. Куизи краква тук. Куизи нок. Куизи. No way. Пъмпнаха го от заре. Беше на 9 кръв, взе сайфа, но обаче този пъмп конекна от заре, брат. И ще бъде му пъмп на последния шот на B33 демидж. Ако беше хедшот 3 в 1 ще да ги направи. Все пак взе 4 точки от оня кил. So close. О, тук Пикс като е направил този елит и Дарме е умрял. Той е имал много добър ъгъл. Аз викам, че е бил вдясно, но той е бил зад него. Я да видим. Лидерборда ще е много интересен. Let's Чино Павлов при Докси са първи. Първи с 70 поинта, брат. Пикс, Дарам и Демос 459, брат. Я да им видим тези игри. Как са? Ето, четвърти, трети, четвърти, първи, брат. Остават две игри, те взема да направят топ 2. Само от ден 2, брат. Ако видим ден 2 лидерборда, ще са first place by a lot, сигурно. Нека видим. Това е ден 1. Ден 2. Не. Равни са с Фридокси всъщност. Трето място за ден 2 е Тайсъна. За тях винове конфликси. Но това на нас не бърка, гледаме общото. И топ 5 в момента изглежда 519 точки. Равно с виново. Томаса 8 пада, Пинг 9, Сети Чарикаме 10, Гринч, Волко. Май идват насам. Топ 11. Валил падат с един плейс надолу, топ 19. Те. Moneymaker 22. Хюти отново не са направили никаква игра. Топ 25 в момента е 148 точки за earnings. Damn, bro. Много добри игри имат.
Nice little lead building here. Not a big lead though. 65 points for a win. Each of them is 4. This is not a comfortable lead, but as long as Veno keeps making aggressive plays on Malibuka. But if Veno sets his sights on Mast Meadows, things could shift very quickly. So we've got Ping walks Malibuka second. Vanya, Pixie, Marius. Again, not that far behind in third. Veno still in the running in fourth. Tied with Queasy. Then we have Pix. Oh, Pix jumping up. Nice. Pris, Thomas, Pink, and Seti. Alright, so I'm pretty proud of my Preds then. Outside of Blaha, my Preds are amazing. I got 9 of the top 10. No, 8 of the top 10. Because I didn't pick Taysom, but they switched. I didn't pick Fred, but they were uncon. This is crazy game. It's crazy, bro. Fred won't lose on spawn. Yes, but the issue is he might not have a good game, though. He might win the spawn fight and then go on to do worse in the game, and then Malabuka can overtake, for example, so...
Ако вино не контестна с предокси, няма как да винят. Може така да е, обаче ако са конат, после пък Малибука става анкон. И Малибука може да имат биг геймите. Ще видим какво ще направят. Това е стратегията са. И маджат да го винят в момента, иначе. Те са топ 4.
Same with Veno and Queasy dropping on Cammy and Seti at Globals, man. There's so few pros who in that situation would actually make the decision. Like, it's a ballsy one. Dark in town for Aid. Surprise walks in.
Ано, Том Митре, какво брат? Том Митре, какво правиш, брат? Мале, 900 бита, брат. Едно W за Митре right now в чата, човек. За тези битове. Холи пък. Митре в лудя, брат. Митре, thank you so much за тези битове, брато. Останах без глас заради тебе. Обаче мерси много за тези битове, бро.
Clicks has a lot more to lose, so it's a lot riskier for Clicks to make plays on Pete than Pete onto Clicks. But we'll see. They might, man. Also, I think all the memes of like, oh, don't tell nervous. I think those memes are gonna
на влака нямам идея кой пада.
Self-fulfilling prophecy. Like Higgs will actually get nervous.
Идея какво стана с бърста ми, банната от Twitch.
I know, Oro, this might be Fred and Chino's first ever top 10 in a grands. Well, it's going to be their first ever top 10 in a grands, but they could win their first ever time in the top 10. Crazy.
In the FNCS Europe Major 2 finals.
5 spots for land though, chat. 5 spots for land here.
Bangers, so stay tuned as we discuss what happened in game 10. We've got to look at the leaderboard, boys. Things keep chopping and changing, but for Doxy's trio, I imagine
Troy with Brian.
And there you go. It's crazy to imagine how great a performance we've seen from these guys.
I know. Only was one spot off land, bro. He did well. OC looked crazy, though.
And now they're terrifying everyone in the lobby 11. It's crazy.
Nah, 3 spots for NA, 5
for
E.
Crazy. I talked about how it doesn't feel like anybody can really stop these guys from getting to Endgame. Thomas HD's team tried and failed because these guys just would not.
That's why I didn't say Pablo. Fred, man. But yeah, Pablo and Baby's had a good FNCS performance, but Fred and Chino have never got top 10. I think immediately the for dying.
За какво банаха бърста? Заради N-word. Някой му го е казал.
So hard here, bro.
And they want it bad. They are playing out of their minds right now.
So good. I mean, so confident as well.
Steve's asleep right now, man. It's 3:42 in the morning here, man. So Steve is still asleep.
And they do more often than not.
Hey, Dylan with the time for 8.
So well for them. You mentioned it, the Chino clutch, absolutely fantastic, and that's what you need from your fraggers in the trio. You need them to be making those plays and keeping yourselves afloat at the top of the leaderboard. It's now just about whether they will stay uncontested. That's got to be the question.
Hey, може.
I wonder if Vico, Vanny and Flixie are going to come their way. But I mean, the fact that those two trios that are currently heading to Lone Wolf Lair are constantly contesting each other and kind of getting...
Savage uncon, it's just flip a coin, bro. Some games is con, some games is uncon. I don't even know anymore, man.
It will be interesting to see if Veno decides to change track. We've got to talk about Marius, Pixie and Vanya, though, because this is a trio that really need to kind of, I guess, try and maintain their consistency in their endgame to try and maintain as high a placement as possible. They lasted until the 13th the 13th spot, I should say, 11. Sorry, the pressure is getting to me. I don't know about these guys. Do you think that they can have another great game? Is it in them?
I mean, yeah, for sure. This wasn't their greatest game, though, right? As you know, we've seen them have plenty of better games. They've won so many games this weekend, but this one wasn't their strongest, and it's tough that it wasn't their strongest because their biggest competitors now sort of in Chino's trio. This is the team that we sort of have to look at.
Thank you for the bro.
Appreciate it. To go and win the whole thing, right? Like, you're looking at Vanya, Pixie, and Marius as the ones because, yes, Malibuka's trio is above them, and yes, Vico's trio is right behind, but we know those two teams are fighting against each other.
Hey.
Really and truly, when you're looking at the two teams who, like, you know, have a you know,
Bro,
more
Pix,
clear
Dom, and
path
Damus
to
are pushing a
competing
land
against
spot right
Chino's
now. They're
trio.
doing really
It's gonna
well.
be
This
Vanya,
comeback's
it's
been
gonna be
huge from
Switchy,
Pix.
Museum, Mustache.
As soon as
But
Veno
they're both, you
stopped
know,
contesting them,
you know, near about
they're popping
100
off.
points away, right? Slightly less for Vanya's trio mini. So with 2 games left, it's not impossible to close that gap, but you know, it's starting
Imagine
to
there was a
look
multiplier.
Like,
I
you
know,
another good
yeah.
game for Chino, and they might just wrap this thing up.
Yeah,
It's also
they might.
looking like many miners. Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to discuss Malabuka with you quickly. I just mentioned it's kind of back and forth between him and Veno's trio.
Top
on
7's
the
globals.
leaderboard right now.
If Malabuka
currently,
and Veno both get top
Malabuka's
7 as
looking
well,
like he's
yes, it'll roll
finding
down.
that consistency
You
from
paddle
yesterday,
it, T1, thank you, bro.
particularly these last 2 games.
Yeah, much different complexion to this off spawn as well. We saw a little bit more of a stalemate. We saw
You
both
turned
teams
red with the prime for 6, thank you, dude.
Vico and Flixie disengaged, leaving the drop spot for Wox, Malabuka.
Fred guaranteed win now? No, definitely not, bro. No, 100% not.
They're not going to want those sort of quick fights.
There's a lot that can happen in these 2 games, man. This is very close leaderboard, dude.
We saw it throughout the entire day yesterday, 11. So there's no reason why they can't do it when they get to the end game. Ultimately, though, we've spoken about it all day. It's just making that off spawn work, making it count, and then making it to end game as a trio.
I want to ask a quick question, Levin. If Veno's trio were not contesting Mali's trio at Lone Wolf Lair, would Malabuka still be in the #1 spot?
Oh, I think you'd have to say so, right? With just how well they played yesterday and how they've still been able to get something out of these games where there's been a stalemate or, you know, things haven't quite gone their way and it's still close, right? With everything that they've gone through today, it's still close at the top of the leaderboard there, Mini.
Yeah, I mean, they had a 32nd and a 30th today and a 15th, and they're still not that far away from first place. So, you know, if it wasn't for the consistency of Fred
We are right here on the cusp of determining who's actually going to be the team wielding that Blade of Champions, Takata. And with Game 11 on the horizon, so many of these teams that are just trying to last minute scramble their way up that leaderboard.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer. There's a few things to keep your eyes on, right? It's who's going to end up getting first and who's in that currently top 7, which will qualify you to the Global Championships. Now, I'm also thinking, okay, Vico, Veno, Flixie, they've been landing on Malabuka all
На
day.
тай пише
This place is now for Doxy by a bit. Will they change
на
it up?
Victory Royale
Let's see, 'cause Game 11 is ready to go.
на стола.
And Veno's
She not
trio
winning, bruh.
put in a pretty difficult position because if they want to challenge Mask Meadows and try to shut down what's been going so well for Doxy's team, they leave open Lone Wolf Lair for Malabuka's team to then prosper off of. So for them, they're likely just going to commit to that off-spawn contest, but they know without a shadow of a doubt in their mind now, if they don't confirm those early elims when they do go for that 50-50 contest, it's typically been more so in Malabuka's team's favor.
I mean, that's the main issue. If you end up switching it up now, it's just,
Oh my God.
it's just not where you want to be, but it looks like they're going for an all-out
No.
battle. Vico is going to be the loser in this case. Veno, Flixie now left to play it out as a duo. Could this be the first match that Malabuka and his trio clean this one up quickly?
Veno and Flixie.
No way, брат. Малибука го винва това 100%. Или?
Being doing what he can to prevent this double revive, still it
Що
won't
са
be
двама?
enough. And Vico actually did get some of the goods before he was pickaxed down. Veno, Flixie, Vico.
Ко стана, къде е
Same
Малибука?
trio, but both sides wanting to at least get a little bit of shield going. And Flixie, it's the fact that they had to forfeit the high ground though inside of the mansion. Walk's gonna drop to Flixie's level, but won't be able to find a knock. Veno
Вино
kind of
сниква тук.
lurking on Walks,
Oh!
creeping up the stairs.
100 демидж от вино.
Shot. Infiltrator doesn't bring him.
Леле, Малибука ли? Влезнал в игра.
Walks just hidden inside the bathroom.
No way, брат.
Forced to use Memis grenade. Take advantage of the slip.
Малибука не е успял да влезне в играта.
Very
Ей, това е бахтя науката вече, човек.
Doesn't want to get double teamed.
Да си first place ден едно и после да те конват.
Fall back.
Damn.
Interesting start. To be fair, I mean, it looks quite even now once again, but
Както мога да видим са 98 човека
the
над
match
главата
took
ми,
a
брат.
while to
От
kinda,
33
well, I guess the
има.
battle took a while to conclude.
Единственият човек,
Both
който
trios
не е
were able
влезнал,
to make
е
it close to
Малибука.
the end game. Malabuka's trio actually getting fourth,
О,
so
мага.
they could just try and play it out slow once again. But the difference here, Taco, as you just saw, is that it looks like Veno, Vico, and Flixie might be the ones, will be the ones to actually get the vault this time around.
Vault control is just gonna be a nice swing of resources.
Даже имаха шанс да го уинат като дуо, ма сега сякаш вземат и волта.
Might decide to just hold them inside of the vault. No, they have other intentions. They're just gonna leave. They don't want a part of Lone Wolf any longer. They're gonna
Те кастрите, аз даже не ги чух дали казаха нещо за Малбука.
And try to find success elsewhere. We've seen them do it in the 2 lobbies that they have made it from the off spawn. So can never really count them out. Ivcho, Atris, Tayson probably regretting taking that launch pad just now. They were trying to bail out of Kappa, but now they're just going to be chased down. Ivcho doesn't even have any materials really, so these teams just focusing him.
They started off so strong too. They got 4th place in all 3 of the first matches. Not 4th place, but top 4 at least. And their first match where they didn't get a top 4 was this most recent match. And now if they fall once again, that whole comeback that they started doing might fall. But Ivan, how do you not win those? Ivcho is now left in a 1v2. He's got the chug, he's got a bit of mats. Is it a possibility though, Taco? Can he?
Аз бях митнал, викам, той е по-слабо от мене, брат. Как го губи това?
Now seeing if he can have similar luck up against Cade, but 2 versus 1. Surely this goes the way of Cade and Aryan. Still, Ivcho not making it easy. Working his way around these builds. He's got both of them in his sights, but doesn't find the...
Брат, ти утре той ще да го клошнеш, защото помпата му бе 47 глава, бе.
There might have been a glimmer of hope, but instead, that's going to be a shutdown for Tayson, Ivcho, and Atris. They're going to have to wait out for that Gain 12 battle bus to try and build their position on that leaderboard.
I had faith, to be honest. I had faith. After that first dealing, I was like, okay, I see you. As we go back over to Chino, Pablo, and Fordoxy.
Митре, давай още 9 кай да гледаш бата.
On route to continue with their lead for first place. Savage of a deal and Reason. They were able to pick up a bit of eliminations in the last match, but ended up getting elimed before that late game. So if they get snuck up on this time around, it's going to be tough. Savage is completely alone here.
Oh,
if
he
Pablo
has no
gets a
idea.
beam, yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I hope you make the right decision on where to walk to next here, Savage.
Oh,
Playing
Mr.
safe, though.
Savage. Please. You don't want it. Not like this, right? Not like this. This is not the way that we want to see Savage leave this lobby and still seemingly unaware of the dangers that are directly next to him. Chino, Pablo, creeping. Slight sprint, then back to creeping up onto Savage's current position. You can feel the 3-2-1 building. Savage, he just wanted the mats. Loses a good chunk of his shield instead. Trying to scurry on out of here, but Chino with the cutoff. That Sub-Zero kit doing him a huge favor. Now jumping immediately on top of Savage's head, and Chino, he's just trying to make sure that he can confirm.
Damn, брат.
Sure enough, Savage will fall. Reason and
Отново
Vidil
Savage умират.
are now going to be forced to disengage entirely. Have to play through the reboot too. It's tough scenes.
For Pablo, Fordoxy, and Chino, they've done a great job finding these eliminations early. I mean, they're not opting to just kind of go for that surge-based strategy. They have been playing aggressive and looking for those full-on eliminations. Now they've picked off one. They can, choose. Do they want to hunt the duo, or do they just want to continue with their loot path? Also depends on how these zones pull. But Reason, as you can see, is making a bit of a statement here. And hey, come on up if you want, but I'll be ready.
But he has to spend so much time waiting, and they will get the reboot off almost immediately. But Savage has to start all over. He had just invested a decent amount of the early game towards looting up that armored van, trying to get some materials from Southern Pines area, and right back to square one from that jump scare that Pablo, Chino, and Fordoxy decided to produce.
Yeah, it's tough. That's honestly tough. Ended up being kind of like a loot llama there in the end. Have to do it all over again. But hey, at least, they're back in the game and they can... Could be a lot worse, right? We've seen worse matches been, come back from, especially what we saw from Malabuka and Vico's battles, still being able to make it, so... Vanya, Marius, and Pixie have been uncontested throughout this whole weekend, which has benefited them heavily. Also, you know, their north zones might have helped a little bit, but they're still not in that first place. Not only do they want the qualifying spot, but being in third right now, they want to see what they can do to hold that and potentially even, you know, surpass the Malabuka, the Fredoxy, but they will need a big game if they want to get first. With the amount of points that now Fredoxy Pablo Chino are leading by, it's going to be a lot more difficult to catch up to them.
Take a look at what's building in Magic Mosses, though. Veno's team likely just trying to get control of this black market. It's located nearby. They'll have to deal with Sandguild first, though. It's threatening. A little bit further north of where Veno's team is boxed. And they're not the only ones either. Plenty of traffic surrounding Magic Mosses right now. Vico trying to keep a lookout as best as possible. But if they spend too much time here, they might get caught in congestion that they were not bargaining for. But they love a good fight. They're definitely a scrappy team, and they're a team that knows how to close those fights too.
And over once again at the Pablo Chino Fredoxy versus Savage Video and Reason. They're getting up close and personal once again, trying to get the back-to-back, the 2 times. Sneaky play. Be difficult to be successful again. I mean, hopefully Video, Reason, and Savage are kind of looking out for that.
They've definitely got their surge bases on top of the mountain span, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be completely safe, especially if they have no idea that Pablo Chino Fredoxy are just crouch walking all around this tunnel area.
Буквално Вино имат перфектния скрипт цял. Защото Малибука не успя да влезе в играта. Ако в момента направят win и next game паднат на Чино и спечелят този спална, Малибука според мен няма как да са фърст. И има шанс те да спечелят. Много зависи и Ваня какво ще направят. Тъй, че тази игра, ако я уинат.
Thomas Panzer and Uppel have been having a bit of trouble throughout the day. They've been managing to stay just on the cutoff, but I don't think they've even made top 10 once today. Although Walks now is going to pick up an elimination.
Обаче, като долу пак се справят. Убиват Shark.
It's actually crazy how easy he made that look. Against Shark of all people, it's just...
Oh my god.
Goes to show, no, Riley, True Leg, Shark, they were not anticipating to have company this early on here at Foxy Floodgate. Ping and Walks still lurking, though. It's going to be a tough duo operation, but the 2 versus 2. It's a little bit more evenly cut. Mustache, Swizzy, Queasy, just trying to take advantage of where Thomas's team is currently at, fighting inside of the storm now. They need to get even more points if they want to continue being a threat towards that top side of the leaderboard. And Panzer, good chunk of his HP gone now. I'll have to hope that Uppel and Thomas can buy him even more time. But Thomas is just slow and steady. Might have an opening onto Swizzy, but just short. Turns it around though, and Swizzy will be knocked. Thomas wasting absolutely no time now. Mustache heavily threatened. They've got the numbers advantage. They go from being hunted to hunters, and this is an ideal situation, working their way through Kappa Kappa, because they can continue playing tag with Queasy's team when they go for the reboot. They'll know we've got this trio right behind us. We'll just trail them and continue applying damage to them every step along the way.
I was going to say, not again. Not again. Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer going down early. 23rd in the last match. Like I said, they haven't got top 10 once today, but because they performed so well in day one, they were able to kind of stay in that qualifying range for the global championship. But they do need a good match here. They're now in 8th, so they are not in that range no more. But, you know, there's the start of exactly what they need. They just cannot throw it away.
They're also going to have to find some white somewhere along the way. Thomas HD only has 90 left inside of this current Chug Jug. And it seems like they're still scoping out the vicinity, trying to figure out where Queasy's actually gone off to. Thomas, if he's not careful though, he could be picked off. But Queasy seems a lot more preoccupied with just trying to stay alive. He's not really interested in taking this immediate fight. Thomas wants a faster means of rotation though. And Queasy, unfortunately, can't. Oh, he might have just found Niels right at the last second.
Good for now, but yeah, it's going to be tough to come back from. Noah Trulex trying to see if they can catch Walks and Ping here. Just kind of snuck in the corner, but Noah's going to go down from the 2v2 to now Walks and Ping with 3 elims on the board. This is a amazing way to put themselves in the game. They need this match, Taco, and with odds not in their favor, this is a good way to set themselves up.
It'll just be the two of them, so
Именно реально няма какво направят като цяло.
a rocky road. We've seen them manifest it from similar
Hey, so
positions
some other guys.
before. Even in the last major. Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino, though, they are elevated at Shiny Shafts, just exchanging blows with some teams that are also based up in their Surge Mountains across the way. Looks to be Sky and Marius's teams, all in their separate Surge bases. But things are relatively quiet right now at Shiny Shafts.
All the top 5 trios are still up and running. It's going to make it that much more difficult for the teams trying to push themselves in that cutoff for the top 7. Currently at 446 points going into this match, but with Tace and Chicho and Atris being eliminated, you know, it opens up a chance for the other teams a little below them.
And another one for Pablo Wingu. Hey, you gotta make sure that you're staying up to date with some of your balloon fights here. Okay,
Yeah.
Cringe and Kiruo though, they probably keeping tabs on what Pablo is up to. Pigstorm and Demas, so big surge up leaderboard after that Victor Royale in the last match, Takata. And they are certainly trying to confirm their global championship seat. This is easily going to be one of their best opportunities. They're so close they can taste it.
They really can. I'm excited to see how this one plays out. If you're not familiar with Pix, Darm, and Demas, they played in the first major finals last season, somehow qualifying. And not only that, they got 5th place from being the underdogs to now top tier competitors on EU, going into today and even, you know, these major finals once again. A lot of people kind of have them on their radar and they're in that qualifying range. So seeing them in the global championship would be amazing.
Still a bit ridiculous though to think. We're checking back in with Marius's team, and they've got 3 victory royales in total across this weekend, Takata, and yet they are still in that 3rd place position on the leaderboard heading into this 11th lobby. And you just know that they want the extra 2 spots up ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they were 1 spot off qualifying in Major 1, literally 3rd place when the top 2 qualified. They had a 12% win rate in the Div Cup finals. They know how to win matches. They can win those matches, but they've been lacking in, you know, the constant top 10s, the constant top 5s. But those wins have been helping them, you know, keep themselves and planting themselves in qualifying range to the global championship. But, you know, they want more than that. They want to be able to get that 1st place alongside it, that Blade of Champions. So hopefully with a big game here, it can kind of push themselves up.
But of course, they're not going to be the only ones trying to get a really big performance in these last couple of lobbies. Vico, Veno, Flixie, just rolling around the outskirts of Outlaw Oasis. It's going to be tough for other teams to really stop their current flow, but Veno, he just wants prime positioning. Even it comes at a slight cost, a little bit of damage, but they're rolling through.
You know, this game, they need to put themselves in second because we know what Vico, Veno, and Flixi truly want. They want to win this major like the rest of them. And to do that, going into this, you know, second to last game that we're witnessing right now, they need to put themselves in at least second place so they have a good chance of taking first in that last match. If they put themselves into second here, I would not be surprised if they land on Pablo, Fordoxy, and Chino in the last match. But to do so, they need to get a good amount of points here. Now, they are above. They've gotten an elimination. But that's just the start. Mustache, on the other hand, Grippe gets knocked down. But so does Mustache. Swizzy as well. And it's all up to Queasy. A huge game leading into this match. Put them in 5th place, but now potentially gonna go down early.
And Queasy is just chasing Clubshy. He wants this so badly. Anything to continue their run inside of that top 5 of the leaderboard. But Queasy, he's running out of time. He's running out of HP. The Storm's gonna finish off what Glubshy didn't even need to do. And Glubshy, he'll be the only survivor from that exchange. Trouble's definitely starting to pick up here, though, for Pablo, Fordoxy, and Chino. They don't necessarily have the HP that they'd probably want to right now, but more than enough resources, more than enough heals. They'll be able to build back up, no problem. It's largely just dealing with some of the congestion piling around them, but they'll get some great shots in onto Faded. They can tell that box fight's getting scrappy. They don't have to get up close and personal just yet, though. They'll opt for the free rotate while those teams are preoccupied. Darm, Demas, luckily avoiding the view of Pablo, Fordoxy, and Chino. They might have actually chosen to collapse, but this team is just full-on dead set on getting into the next zone.
Передокси пак изглежда добре. И пак с пистолет някак си.
You know, seeing that and being able to base up quickly. Now they do have that, you know, chance to look back and shoot the trios rotating on in a bit late. Cammy close to them, no shit.
Vino, Vico, Flixi живи ли са? Както и Vox и Pink.
Oh, this is tough for
Варил живеят.
though. They're just smushed between Moneymaker's team and Fordoxy's, and they don't look like they're in a position to fight either of them.
Уби Савич за пистолета. Да, вярно.
Exactly what's going down over there. Kido,
Тези автобуси долу винаги дават пистолета, брат. А това е мега опит. Метър без такива битове, брат. Ще ги върна в арсенал. Така патенка за битовете. Мале вино. Покраква за малко да го убия.
All the while still pressuring onto Noms. Twy might not have shield, but it's a 2 versus 1 that Veno doesn't want to tango with just yet.
24 бил само на тях. Moneymaker умет топ 18. Топ 19.
Come on, pull zone, they pulled it!
They pulled it! Леко, bro, calm down. Не играеш че за 60 бона. Те игра. 28 бело са обаче. И така ме са опозит хай. Thank you. Преслав дано. Брат, кой ще спечели направо, не знам, човек. Вокс е като соло 123 бело, бре. Не мога да мисля.
In comparison to what we're witnessing from Veno's team, and sure, Veno's team just barely above that damage threshold, but they still have all 3 players. Wox as a solo down to his last
Вокс няма, не успяват, само 9 точки, 12 точки взимат. Оп, успя да взема и една точка откъде сме. 3 мисля, че. Вино докато са на хайграунд. Един кил за сега. 260 бъв. Обаче Ауга като почва да слиза, не знам колко ще е добре. С това OG. Ооо, Мистер Савич, Мистер Савич, Мистер Савич, Мистер Савич! Мистер Савич! Най-много оставят.
they've been causing disruption here throughout this
О,
late
Тиди
game.
умира.
Tidy getting knocked down. Quick points for them. Where will this first moving pull towards? Is it gonna pull towards Kami Sedihara? Is it gonna pull towards Vico, Veno, Flixi? And yes, it will. The double pull from this trio. They claimed it. Kind of scared
Отново им
Kami
пула
away, and
зона,
now
брат.
got the zone pullback. So
Пикси, Ваняк и Марио трябва обаче те живеят. Те живеят. Добре за тях.
and we know they like going for wins.
Мерси за битвите, брат.
Sometimes
Знам,
you
че съм
see
слаб.
these solos in the low ground, and you just gotta feel for them because it's like impossible to know which way to actually run. Everybody just trying to look for pickoffs as they make their rotates. But Veno, Vico,
Ива.
Flixi, they definitely
Ива,
have
Ива,
zone
Ива.
RNG on their side. And for Doxy, Pablo,
Вече се
Tito,
сбиха.
they've got to hold down this secondary height position instead. They can't look for a height challenge. Not even sold that they would even want to go that way though. Their builds a little bit low. A refresh.
Не им трябва сърч обаче с Second High, може би, ако им знаят скиновете, ги фокусват. И Чино умира, ето че Чино умира. Вино обаче, като са на хай граунд, ще кочвам доста поинтове. Всичко зависи от последна игра, дали ще паднат на Мас или на Малебука, на Wallfire, Леер. Вико, влиза и умря. Само 10-та зона, обаче сега няма как да уинат. Многоърли влезна, може би. 3 кила са само също така. Не като да са 10. Ваняк! 5 кила и стил муват. Фридокси, Пабло, стил живеят. Топ 11 взимат доста плейсменти, което е добре за тях, лошо за Вино. Ето че Пабло умира, Фридокси е соло. Дали ще направи Чино клъч тук за топ 5. 4 кила в момента, 80 point lead. И тук взе Медмис, топ 11 на 12 кръв. Убива го! Алвахал, бате. Ваняк обаче взимат с хайграунд, какво чудо. Вино, Вико са дал, може би, и Флекси. Ако спечелят тук лидерборда, ще е гъс до гъс. Вино го нокват, Флекси остава жив. Топ 8 умират. Юзър го убива на хайграунд, Пикси слизат за килове. Ако направят 10 кила уин, ще са гъс до гъс до гъс до гъс. Топ 5 лидерборда. Който уин е last game, печели FNCS Grand Finals. В момента е предпоследна игра. Много клоус ще стане лидерборда след тази игра. За Малебука обаче, както и за Куизи, няма да е много клоус. Сейти и Ками са живи тук. Last zone, минута е 20. 8 кила за тях в момента, ако уинър ще са плюс 10 сигурно. Гира се долу. Пикси ноква тук. Гирас. Окей, дета от Пикси, дем! Какви шотове тук, 10 кила са в момента, взимат маса рефреша. Holy moly. 40 билда. Марио Скал едитва обаче. Двамата го наспамяха луки. Ваняк все пак държи улти хай, но няма никакви лайтс. Трябва да грифне тук. Добър пъмп от Пикси отново. Найс, убива тук. 2 в 3 в момента. Каме сети чаре и дали имат лайт хилс. Е, въпросът добър. Пикси демидж, както as usual. Pull up heal даже не. Не бих казал, че pull up heal няма да пулне май. Може да е kinda малко. Така че трябва да ги залости. Ето че качват. Сети играе в Сторма. Пикси няма билдове, 120 помпа все пак. Ваняк, всичко зависи от него, дали ще го и не. Ще е много клоус лидерборда, ето че скача. Хитва Сети. Сети е даун. Чаре на едно, Каме на едно. Уинват. С 16 кила. Holy fuck. Това е носи около 129 поинта, брат. 129 поинта и абсолютно може да овъртейкнат при Докси, брат. Чино и Пабло маняк. Вико умира топ 9 и не са много клоус до first place. Но нека видим сега как е лидерборда. О май гот. О май гот. Нека видим с този рефреш как ще е лидерборда. First place Ваняк, Пикси, Марио Скал, Second Павлов, Редокси и Чино, Third Place, Вико, Вино, Фликси. Тези хора, които са топ 4, всеки от тях има шанс, даже и топ 5, но всичко, всеки трябва да умре буквално. Интересно е къде ще падат Вико, Вино и Фликси. Дали ще са на Павло или отново ще падат на тяхната локация да се конат с Малибука, които са четвърти и са 4 точки зад тях. О май гот. 658, 652. 14 кила уин правят. Многоърли умряха Вико, Вино, Фликси и не знам, май Вико се хвърли на трима. Ако не се беше хвърлял, може би шаха кочнат още точките и бяха и на хай, но може би са нямали нищо и заради това е направил такъв плей. Топ 8 с 3 кила изобщо не е много точки. А пък Пикси, Марио Скал, Ваняк 14 кила уин и Фридокси също умират рано с 11-4 кила. Всичко зависи от last game и кой кога ще умре. О май гот, о май гот, о май гот. Ще видим кой ще уине, гайс. Предикция са.
Void, we'll call it there. Thank you for entering chat. Appreciate y'all.
And they just took it really, really straightforwardly. And from here on out, it only looked like it was going one way right up until the end.
Той предикта никой не е дал точки.
All or nothing. Yeah, that could be. We're dropping on Fred. We'll see. But Fred's on him first now. Do we drop on Vanya? Oh my God, Vico.
I was kind of confident in Vanya, but the way he did it was unreal there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, the clutch shots onto Seti as he ran away.
Yeah.
I mean, Seti's going to regret building up on that ramp and running. Like, he's going to be wishing maybe a bit more.
Чирсто, аз съм на едро. От Митрев, давай в чата, брат. Давай в чата. И от дубликатора битове. Thank you so much за тези битове. Appreciate it. I love
Yo, Zareb, thanks for 5 gift bro chat. We'll check the leaderboard and then we'll guess where we think they're gonna go.
Thank you so much. Double chat.
Oh, your prediction as well?
Double people.
Vanya again for the prediction?
All or nothing, брат. Ето Уитно Вино казаха. Всичко или нищо.
Alright, chat, I gotta see this leaderboard. I'm not waiting. Where are we at?
Вижда лидерборда.
Wait a second. It's a pretty solid jump down. Wait, the Danes looking like they're going to finally break the curse. If you guys don't know, despite some of the greatest Fortnite players of all time being Danish, we have never had a Dane win FNCS. And now we have Marius and 3 Danes poised to potentially do it.
Damn, really?
658, Chino 652, Vico 561, Ping 557, and Swizzy 531. Remember, there's going to be 5 spots for land. Right now, Vico and Malibuka both in that land spot, so it'll go down to 7th. So right now, Seti picks also in the running for land. So, the prediction is going to be, where does Veno drop? Mast? Lone Wolf? Flooded? None of the above. Oh, spicy. Spicy, chat. You got 2 minutes. Where does Veno's team drop? Mast Meadows, Lone Wolf, Flooded, none of the above. Now, also,
Той FNCS е достатъчно интересен да ти кажа.
I've talked about this a bunch, and I don't know if it's going to happen. But this is the first season ever where we've had the ability to buy reboot cards.
Моля дубликатора, thank you so much. За битовете. Не ми ликвайте нищо, ако който ликне, ще има бан. Без лик.
There is very high potential that happens. You have guaranteed gold at Mast Meadows, you have guaranteed gold at Flooded Frogs. Either one of these teams could send shooters to try to drop on them. Not the whole trio, but if you send 1 or 2, enough to try to grief them, and then buy them back at your POI. It's just feeding? No, it's not. What? Bro, 8 points worth of elims or a chance to grief their entire game, bro? What? Are you kidding? We literally saw a team do this and win a tournament this season. What are we saying? What do you mean?
Да, това го видяхме.
Even if you just hold them down and steal the loot and run away. You can do some crazy shit, man. Trust me, we've already seen people do it this season. It's a very valid strategy. It's a ballsy strat, and it's got some risk involved, but definitely not just full feeding. If you play it right, it can be very beneficial. Luckily or unluckily for both the teams, both their POIs, you can definitely see people flying in. You know they're dropping on you, and there's not really like Like the train, for example, I keep saying this with Peterbot. If Pete is in first or second going into the last few games, a team should definitely do this to Pete to try to make them miss the train. Because that would be very smart gameplay. Because you don't have to win the fight. You just have to make them not get the train. But we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Veno might triple drop one of these teams. One of them might hit a little reboot classic. I don't know. Send some shooters, bro. Either way, it's going to be fucking cinema. I'm excited. This will be big, bro. This will be big. So, chat, you got 10 more seconds and you missed it. All right, where do you guys think Veno's dropping? All right, we got the most on Mast, Lone Wolf, then... You guys went down the list.
Брат, Маск не са падали нито една игра този турнир, така че може би те не знаят как играят те. Може и път да продължат в фарма, ще видим. То Endgame даже не се справиха много добре. Прокръв, да. 6 точки, брат.
But the consistency they've showed today, the ability to pick up those victory royales, makes me think they must be confident.
This is gonna be a cook of a game 12, man. This is what you want. You want the close photo finish, mini, and we're gonna get that here because Vanya, Pixie, and Marius have catapulted their way into it. Look, both these teams have been fantastic this weekend.
Един път видях, че Клик си е сложил тапет Ice Spice. Може.
Pixie looking to pick up his first. Marius looking to become the first Danish player to do it, right? So a big weekend for Danish Fortnite. I don't even know who I think is going to do it, to be honest with you, because both of these teams have been so good at making it to these end games consistently, Mini.
Yeah, and I think what I will say is that whoever does end up winning this will definitely deserve it on their performance this weekend. You can see with their elimination stats, their placement points as well, they're so close to each other, and the consistency that we've seen from particularly Fred Oxy's team has been next level this entire weekend. So although they don't have the experience necessarily, they don't have the experience of being in this position, this is going to be coming down to a very, very close finish, and you have to say whoever does take it will fully deserve it.
Yeah, and when you look at this team in particular, it's such an interesting story for them, right? When you look at all three of these players and the trajectories they have been on, it's been so strange almost, right? You look at Pablo Wingu. Pablo Wingu's been around in EU competitive.
То вино, not yet.
Back in 2021, right? Pablo Wingu was
Ще видим.
about. Obviously, he went to the Invitational in 2022, and that was really when I think a lot of people thought this guy is going to be one of the top players for a long time in EU. And it didn't quite pan out from then, right? You know, a lot of people thought Pablo and Bevies had hit their peak. You look at Fredoxy when he burst onto the scene, very talented Danish player. Everyone thought he's going to make that level, make that jump to the tier 1. And even though he's been one of the best off spawn players and everybody respects him there, he never quite, again, put himself in that category. And he just last season didn't even make the major finals, right? And then you look at Chino, the young talent coming in. He's had a great sort of, last year and a half. And he's finally found the formula, playing alongside two people he respects a lot. I know him and Pablo have been friends for a long time and they've always wanted to play with each other. This is the first season they've had that opportunity.
Guys, гледайте без ликове.
If this is what you get for playing with your friends.
Не пишете ликове. Който ликне нещо, следва бан. Мога да казвате, ако някой умре, килфида. Което виждам и аз, но нали не се дебне.
Fredoxy's trio have been showing that they are one of the strongest off-born teams. They have earned Mars Meadows for themselves throughout this season, not just this weekend, Mini Minor. Do you think that actually, even if they did have a team dropping against them, they would still be there?
Yeah, definitely. I think it happened in game number 2, right, of this weekend. They had a team sort of like contesting and rotating in nearby. So they definitely have what it takes. They rolled Vico, Veno, Flixie when they contested them in week 4 divisional finals. They have that confidence. Every single aspect of their game right now is looking really, really good. And yeah, they had a really good POI, uncontested vault, black market, all that sort of stuff. But you have to do what you need to do with that loot. You can't just win an FNCS from just getting good loot. You have to make the most of it. And that's what they're doing.
Well, guys, we're not just talking about number 1 here. We're talking about that top 7. We already know that 2 of the trios inside the top 7 have qualified for the Fortnite Global Championships in September, because where are legends made? On LAN. Every single one of those trios wants to make it to Leon. We're going to find out who will book their spot after this game.
It's so intense. Thomas isn't in the top 7. Tayson isn't in the top 7. Pink isn't in the top 7. There's so many of these trios that are not yet in qualifying range for the global championship. The desk set the scene perfectly. First and second place, head to head. Only one player on both trios has won an FNCS. This could be huge for any of these players, Taco. This last game is going to be similar.
Yeah, the top 10 in general looking really close, and we'll see
Oh, yeah.
who comes down.
Oh, yeah, play pause.
Champions in game 12.
It really all comes down to this. There's a few things we gotta, think. Flooded Frogs, Masked Meadows. This is where our number 1 and number 2 trios have been landing. Vanya's trio in Flooded, Fridoxy's trio in Masked Meadows. They've been uncontested throughout the day going into this last match. Will it stay like that? We had Vico, Veno, and Flixi.
Не са навалят.
Testing. Well, I was making sure we're good. Okay, it seems like they are uncontested. Like I was saying, Vico, Veno, Flixi have been contesting. Malabuka.
Нито един от
Wolf, so it seems for now.
топ 33 тимовете даже не им ледва на тях.
Our top trios are good to continue.
Ма, сменете тази камера, ко гледаме тях, бе.
Undisturbed off spawn.
О, ето, бият се.
Is not the case.
Фликс е умрял.
Veno and Vico
Фликс е даун.
huge here because they've already lost Flixi along the way. They're ready to have their
Damn.
outcome determined so early on. It's
Фридокси обаче го нокват мидер.
Chino under some heavy
Ваджи успява. Или Ризан.
and Reason trying to roll through.
Или Мистер Савич.
After what went south for
Фридокси умира.
Savage in game 11, giving them a taste of their own medicine here. And Pablo,
Holy fuck.
they're going to be forced to just lurk nearby and pray that Vadil doesn't decide to commit any.
Може да е Ваня Куин.
But Vadil, he's after more.
Out the air. Fridoxy gets knocked down. They are going to be forced to fight this out. Has Vadil seen him? He has not. Pablo in a very sneaky situation. He could be able to pick one off here.
Пабло дали ще успее. Ризан е на помпа.
Thing comes down to this. If they get eliminated here,
Не.
they are most likely out of that contention for first place. They cannot afford to go down.
Actually really respect that reservation from Pablo not to fire. He was waiting until he had eyes on all 3 members.
О, Чино обаче. Ноква Апъл.
On the other hand, he manages to find Apple. He
Той
was sat hiding
по-минал
in
е през
the
туалетната ли?
And that could be a huge benefit for his escape methods here.
Damn.
Apple was trying to chase Chino, it appears.
Damn, брат.
He was in
Е, бах ти.
a contentious situation. But that is going to allow for Chino and Pablo to get out.
That was insane, by the way. I mean, he thought that, okay, Thomas HD, Panzer Apple, they're in their surrounding range. If they see me fighting off spawn,
Вико са стил алайк, обаче явно още се грифат. Обаче са 90 точки назад зад first place. Не, стига, че Фридокс трахмурата ми е ваняк. О, ресат го обаче на планината. Сменят спотовете, maybe. Но обаче Чино е много далеч от тях. Не знам как ще се върне. Snap, thank you за битвата, абсолютно cinema. Реал.
This will at least give them the opportunity to farm up a bit and then try to see if they can establish their dominance elsewhere on the map.
Това е убива мистер Савич.
Pablo, Chino, and Fridoxy from Vanya, Pixie, and Marius. Vanya, Pixie, Marius had a cleaner start without getting knocked off the start. It's a full Danish trio. I mean, Denmark has made 243 FNCS finals, but they are yet to take home a championship.
Вино, Вико са живи, Фликси обаче е стил даун. Е в Magic Moses има цяло трио.
Are in third place still, but it's going to be tough to take home the second or first.
And that top 3 position is also a little bit too close for
Всички
comfort.
топ 5 са живи.
One of our 2 leading teams, you've got a little bit more of a point gap between second and third, but third through 7th, all of that is within striking range of each other. And there's definitely some prize pool differences. involved. When you are Vico, Veno, and Flixie, though, you know that you've got your guaranteed seat to the Global Championship. You did that in Major 1 finals, but they obviously still want to be as high up on that leaderboard as possible.
And for the trios that haven't yet qualified,
Damn, както Валил и Ризън бяха стакнати сега.
they just want to make
Savage
their way
down.
on in, right? Being so close right now, you have to put on a performance in this match. I'm trying to think even if it's possible for... No, I don't think Malabuka can boop out of the top 7, so it will still be that to qualify, but it is incredibly close in that top 10 in general. A lot of big names still not in qualifying range for the Global Championship, but although Pablo, Fordoxy, and Chino had a bit of a hiccup to start this one off, they're looking better.
Pablo,
will be savage,
the
though.
biggest issue is they lost control of Mass Meadows after taking that early spill. So they're going to have to try and fight their
Thank you
way
за битвата на
back into that
дубликатора ми трефи с
POI.
нас.
Other teams taking full advantage, though, of what's been left over, what was never gathered in the first place since they didn't have the time to do so because of reasons team.
Ми сега гледаш кои дропат 25 бомба, брат.
Coming out of Seaport, can never count these guys out either. They are nestled into that 5th place spot, heading into this final lobby Takata, but they could still come up with a crazy game in the final hour.
I mean, in last major, they didn't qualify to the Global Championship by 2 spots. They were just 2 spots away, right under Vanya, Marius, and Pixie to qualify to the Global Championship. Although they were looking like favorites, ended up getting contested, and now uncontested. They're in qualifying range, but, you know, they're getting close to that borderline, so they still have to have quite a performance. And I mean, if you're Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, you're in first place here, but you want to get that Blade of Champions. You want to win that FNCS. Vanya has already claimed a few, but Pixie and Marius, they have yet to win one.
But see, Vanya knows what kind of nerves start to factor in when you are this close to winning. And for Marius and Pixie, it is so easy to just start feeling that little bit of hesitation. You second guess every single one of
What's
your
he
moves.
doing
And
there?
so this is where Vanya can really
Get
step
up.
up to the plate, really
Get
be a huge leader and control the nerves of his trio, because Fordoxy, Chino, Pablo, they're also experiencing probably a similar sensation. This is something that would just really change the narrative surrounding all of these players.
It's almost worse for Fordoxy, Pablo, and Chino, though, because they're kind of...
Ми изглежда, че някой или Фредокси или Ваняк ще спечелят, да. Изглежда, че и двата тима са стакнати и са Фредокси не толкова, но... Може би ще стигнат и Endgame и Ivcho. Ноква Мистер Савич. Вино и Вико с сила лайф, но без фликси. Няма къде да ги рестат, maybe.
If you are going to have a team pursuing you for that long, you want to make sure it's as isolated as possible so you don't risk the third-party endeavor. Definitely seemed to be the intent for Fordoxy's team, but for sure an uphill battle that they're still trying to scale. Hari, Seti, Cammy, inside of brutal boxcars, looking for their surge damage wherever applicable. This is still a 180 performance in comparison to how Major 1 finals ended up for this trio. They're here to remind all of EU that they are still top dogs of the region.
It's good to see them. It's good to see them in that top 7
Yeah,
in qualifying
but
range, like you
no.
mentioned. Their major finals performances haven't been looking too hot recently. But, you know, they got uncontested, and now once again, they're part of those top teams. What I'm seeing here, it was Vanya, Marius, and Pixie, and the players that were potentially looking like aggressors was Vico and Veno, so that is not a team you kind of want to fight against. Fordoxy, Pablo, and Chino now, though, kind of just getting bullied from above. Their truck's about to explode. They're forced to take low elevation, and now just 2 builds is all that Pablo has. They are quite literally playing this match in shambles.
They have to take this fight now with Chap, but Chap, he might have been a little bit overzealous.
О, Чап, може би като фрикил ще дойде. Не. Чуно остава на едно. Скви, обаче не можеше да билне тук или не билда просто. Толкова клоус помпа, брат, за да го нокне.
The nerves have got to be at an all-time high here at Takata, but Pablo, Fredoxy, Chino, they're still holding.
Fredoxy умира от планата от Ху.
Trio is coming in for the third party and they knock down Fredoxy. This is the worst outcome from this fight. They did the damage, but they weren't able to close it out. Fredoxy's been fully eliminated. Pablo, Chino now left as a duo. The good news is it looks like those third-partying players have disengaged. They're happy with that one elimination. And now Pablo and Chino have to decide. They don't really have materials to run away. They have to play it slow. They already lost one of their teammates, but they know they did a good amount of damage.
Мисля, се залагаме на Ваняк.
Pablo will manage to pick up some leftover body loot. Those mats go a long way for him right now. But they definitely do not want to overexpose themselves. They're willing to wait it out. He has 2 med miss grenades. They can definitely tank a little bit of storm. All they need is for these 2 other teams to leave the area, and then they can begin trying to recoup what they've lost. It's certainly a big blow. It's got to be something that Vanya, Medius, and Pixie are keeping eyes out for in that elimination feed. But Chino and Pablo, they just have to focus on their own game. They don't have time to think about anything else. And Yanis is going to be the one who actually takes out Fredoxy. Strokey still trying to completely cut off Pablo and Chino from leaving.
You know Vanya's trio was licking their lips when they saw on the elim feed that Fredoxy went down.
Have to be.
But the good news is, hey, Pablo, Chino are still up. They're not in a good situation at all, but hey, they're on their feet, so still possible. They're in the zone too. It's not pulling incredibly far, but it's definitely gonna have to be a turnaround if they want to get a big game from this. Meanwhile, we look at Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, and they are just going with the flow, same as the previous matches.
But they're alive and well. They're not just alive, like what we saw from Pablo. And even with Canyon Crossing having cleared out a little bit, they still have to invest so much time just refarming mats, refarming heals. Pixie, Vanya, and Marius, on the other hand, though, max material, optimal loadouts for the most part to carry them through these mid-game rotates, and wasting no time whatsoever at Foxy Floodgate. They're taking over. A little bit of elevation on the mountain range. They've got Cammy in their sights, but not fully committing one way or the other. They're gonna sit around and wait, see who actually comes their way.
Thomas HD, from not qualifying to the finals to now being in that contention, the fight for top 7 and a spot at the Global Championship, currently being in 9th place, so they are not in qualifying range, meaning they need a solid match here, and kind of got to hope that the trios above them don't perform too well.
Всеки са боли за различно, брат. Едните за първо място, другите за парите, другите за голен евента.
Take a chance on each other and Thomas and see, is this going to be a winning trio? Are we going to be the Blade of Champions caliber that individually
23 тима.
yeah, they've got the potential, but to find themselves just outside of that global championship qualifying range even, it would be devastating if they can't outperform where they were last season.
Дарм Демос, Пикси, много добър ден 2 имат.
Yesterday, they only made top 15 in 2 out of the 6 matches. And today, they're looking almost as consistent as Malibuca was in day 1. They've made top 6 every single game today. I mean, talk about a comeback. They weren't even very close to qualifying range of the Global Championship, and now they're sat comfortably in 6th place. So all they have to do is have a decent performance here, and they can go from qualifying to their first ever major finals in Major 1 to now in Major 2 qualifying themselves to the Global Championship.
И Фликси умира отново. И не изглежда добре за тях.
Crime City, it's got company that they're not looking for. The iDrops team
Вико с много добра помпа. На едно го оставя. И на едно си остана. Айде, скрол 8 кила обаче. Айде. Малибука ли е това? He just has to worry about the team approaching from behind, and it's Malabuka's team of all trios that they're now trying to contend with. And what looked like a promising collapse has now completely been turned on their heads. Malabuka's trio, they are out for iDrop's team here, and they've already got iDrop. Just waiting to see if they can get the other two. Probably aware of the fact that the double revive's going off. Уау, вино обаче от Малибука умира и това е край за тях. За жалост. Няма как вече да съм first place, каквото и да направят. Те ще са мега скъсани. Победа с 15 кила вече е малко трудно да направят. Почти невъзможно.
Gotta be a smile on their face. The trio that turned their tournament upside down. Now eliminating them in the last match. They are the trio that's directly above them on the leaderboard as well. After those eliminations, they've taken the spot from them, pushed themselves into third place. And with Vico left alone, he has to pray that they don't find him here. Vico has one bandage, and he is running on fumes. Even with surviving all of that mayhem,
Парадоксите живеят.
it doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be able to convert that.
Всичко е между Предокси и Ваня. Плюс Малибука, обаче зависи кой кога умре, брат. Обаче те са 90 точки назад Малибука, мисля, че така че малко трудно за first place. Освен ако и двамата номерите са топ 20, едно топ 20. Но няма да ни изглежда така. Савич отново тук. Pablo Wingu, sorry. Long-time competitor in the Fortnite space alongside that kind of young talent Chino. Fordoxy has been around for a good amount of time as well, but they haven't kind of had the respect to win a whole major. You know, they'll be on these lists, but they're not going to be the clear winners. So seeing them ahead now даже и някакви...
last game, it would be amazing for them to clutch it out. As it looks like Vico's gone down, but he's brought Flixie back into the game, so you know they're doing what they can to stay up. The reasons onto Veno and Flixie, sure, but they are so far out in Storm. Even if they somehow manage to get into the next zone, Takada, they are going to be threatened by that Storm sickness, I would imagine. And damn. I think the only thing that they're worried about right now, though, is just trying to get as many placement points as possible. I'm not sold that they're going to be able to bring back Vico anytime soon.
Предоксите се движат в зоната. Са 50 бъв. Може би Ваняк изглеждат потенциалните уинари. Те имат един кил, така че са 2 точки зад. Точно така, 2 точки зад Мариус. And that could definitely impact the way that they rotate in the late game. That med mist has been a lifesaver though. They will be making it back in, but that's just the start here. They're not in the best position. I mean, they are on a good uncongested side, but there is that trio right directly above them. They have done enough damage, but now they are incredibly low on spare shields. Only a couple minis for Chino. I think it was for Doxy, didn't even have any in his loadout. They're just trying to avoid all fights. They have zero interest in an engagement just yet. Maybe they can turn around and spray a team that might be potentially more chalk than them, but... Ваняк обаче се бият. Is the last thing you want to see when you are only 6 points ahead on the leaderboard. But Vanya just barely going to be able to reunite with this trio. Хубава им зона, обаче топ 19. Скоро идва плейсмента. При Докси тук не са зона.
make sure that Vanya is healthy enough to fight if need be. But scary scenes.
Малибука са 565. Всичко приключи за винови комплекси. 5-6-1. Малибука къде са? Топ 18.
Trying to cut off teams that are looking to make their approach to their current building.
You know they got to be hoping for that RNG. They've set themselves up for the chance of getting a good pull. They have vision on the whole lobby.
Добър крак взимат сърч.
Marius and Pixie look.
Чино обаче се спамят тук, още не са ин. 962 бело и изглежда, че те няма да са FNCS унари. И това е Savage и Reason до тях. 230 бело. Малибука и Вокса умират. Мисля, че имаме победител. Мисля, че вече имаме победител. Това долу няма как, според мен, да кошне с 230 бело. 119 бело. Ваняк са на хайграунд. Чино умира, Павло трябва да направи изключителния коч на живота си. 120 бело. Ноква Ризан. Взима друг и от 150 ба вече няма търч. Освен ако Ваняк не умрат сега, Павло няма да има абсолютно никакъв шанс за победа. И остана 58. Бива чейсван от някой. 0 билда. Шарк умира в килфида. Но няма какво. 2 точки напред са, обаче 2 тима назад. Отново взимат хайграунд. Това е. Уизи, ако са живи, имат шанс за топ 3. Не знам къде са Уизи, дали са живи още. Да, Пабло с 2 точки воли, ама няма как. Няма какво да направи повече. Обаче 2 солта. Янската умира. Видяха, спотнаха го. Тази помпа, ако беше конектнала, на едно го оставя. Не. Умрял зона GG. Марио Скал, Ваняк и Пикси печелят FNCS. В момента всеки се бори за one спот. Или за пари. $1000 в момента. Moneymaker са под тях. Камисите са живи. Кои са живи и те? Дали ще направят топ 3 този грантс? Напълно възможно. Малибука, Вокс умряха, Винофликси умряха. Ваняк са и на хайграунд. Potential win също така и за конкретната игра. 12 има 34 човека оставят. Тесънката е той е жив. But the lead for qualifying to the global championships is incredibly close. Pix and Darm just one spot away from being on that qualifying threshold. Pix и Darm и те още много добра игра, браво. Те луди са ден 2. Обаче, добър период тук. Успяха да избягат, хая ги видя. Тук направо се грифнаха. Грифнаха ги яката. Изпълва им деца. Трябва да се фърста отвърде. Цялото лоби ротетва. Мерстач, Куизи, Суизи от зоната идват. Маля. Каква last game? Томас гледа за хайграунда. Не успява да сплифнат обаче. Суизи. Куизи живеят още. Но обаче не са на много кръв. Сети взима кил. Още държат хайграунда. Обаче Томас не се отказва. 24 билда дърво сплифат отново. Не им плува. Не също им плува Том Едрон. Стилс на хайграунд. 6 има едно соло. О, Томас за малко да го дропне тук. Куизи умира в килфида. Мариуска убива нокнато тъпъл. И довършен. Пикси остават като дуо. Ваняк като соло. Той не знае, че в момента FNC е сунер и се пробва каквото може да направи. Даже може би ще играе зона, maybe. Не. Бокса се тук. Вече няма никакви билдове, ако претърчи зоната с... Не. Топ 4 или топ 3 умряне, не съм много сигурен. Томас HD вече имат шанс за топ 5 за Global One евента. Не знам дали. 3 в 3, добре! 200 помп, 2 в 1. GG. 10 кила вин за Томас HG. Но не са FNC свинарите. Мариуската прибират 60 бона, брат. 60 бона за тях. Нека видим лидерборда как е. Няма да чакаме от Fortnite лидерборда. Ще видим ние и нека рефрешнем всеки момент. Да видим кой е спечелил. Ще скролнем леко надолу. Да знаем кой е first place. Но ето Ваняк, Пикси и Мариускал с 706 точки. И second place отива при Чино, Пабло и Фридокси. Задържат second place. Third place отива Пикс, Дарм и Демос, бате. Holy fuck. Форт, Пинк, Вокс, Малибука. Петите може би са Куизи. Суизи, Куизи, Мерстач. Вико, Мино, Пликси, Хрис, Тайсън и Чичо. Томас HG печеля с 10 кила. 546 точки, обаче не съм сигурен дали това е достатъчно. Защото не знам от предният FNCS кои бяха топ 3 на Cloud. Това. Нека видим. Този. Тейсън Cloud. А Томас? Говоря топ 3 от първия FNCS. Защото сега е топ 5.
This spot rolls down to Veno, he already has it, so it rolls down again. Chat, what? It's 2 in the top 7. Like, what are we saying, chat? What is 7 minus 5? What is 2 minus 7? Like, chat, one? No? What? Wait, why wouldn't it? Wait. Why wouldn't it? What do you mean? Wait, am I dumb? So, wait, okay, maybe I have to do the math. Maybe I'm fucking stupid. Now I'm going to question it. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 5 is Tayson. What? What are we saying, chat? It does roll down. What are we doing? Why are you making me question simple math? What? Of course, like what? He's always had the hype around him, Maris.
Значи Томаската...
Why am I being made to question 7 minus 2?
Томас не успява да клауне, брат. За 2 кила. За 2 кила. Топ 3 не си спомням кои бяха преди FNCS, сама за 3 точки не успяват. Томас HG за един плейс не успява да клони на One Event.
Good ass finish, man. W, Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, man. The Danish curse is broken. It's by Marius. What a goat, bro.
4 победи, 69 кила.
I don't think they're gonna do an interview, but I wish they would.
69 кила и за Фридокси, брат. Holy fuck. Видно имат най-много килове.
Marius streams with a face cam, chat. We've seen Marius' face, man. He literally streams with a face cam.
Pixie started playing with Queasy and Veno.
Да, Марио Скал не знам, защото не съм му сложили лице, като е стримал с Миска.
What a tourney, man. What a tourney, bro.
And he deserved it. He had earned that spot. And when that trio split up and Queasy and Veno decided we don't want to play with each other, it sort of left
Chat.
Pixie.
Hasten.
Мале, Снавс, thank you so much,
I
брат.
don't know what to tell you, chat. There's 5 spots.
Thank you so much. Чакайте да върна
Take the 5th spot,
пелърците.
but rolls past him.
And Marius, they did well last season, but for
Alright, we'll call the Marius giveaway there, chat. Thank you for entering. Thank you.
Next to his name, I am over the moon for him, overjoyed for him. Marius and Pixie, two of the best young stars we've seen in Fortnite over the past year, and to see them
Мале, бах ти е пенсиеса.
is just a sign of this new era of EU competitive that we are in right now.
За тези, които не са гледали NA, ей ви лидерборда за NA.
Chat, I gotta do it. Just because there's that many people freaking out.
NA в момента са Питър Бот first place, защото кинаха Кликс, както виждате, Кликс, матч хисторията му е 7, 8, 1, 2, 1 и последна игра отиват и умират от Питър Бот, защото Питър Бот ги ръшна. А Питър Бот същата игра направиха 6 с 13 кила и са 462 с още по-добро матч хистория от Кликс, защото, както казах, Питър Бот ги уби. Тук четвърто място са Рид, Купър и Кърли, което не съм го очаквал да са топ 4 с брилянтно матч история отново. И Visuals, Брайс и Аминщ. Не знам кой е това, не съм го чувал, но и те са с бахти матч историята. Мъс, Джабко и Райс, Рапид Бугатрец. Точките са живи.
It's crazy you make the same money as well. You just don't make land. That's crazy. Thomas makes the same money but no land. No Cammy, no Thomas in land is wild.
By a devastatingly small number of points, but the consistency won out in the end.
Yo, 2000 subs today.
Дали ще конат лан? Не знам. Те мисля, че не са много точки, защото зоните винаги нагоре отиват, брат. Защото щяло да има някакъв евент, този Антикс, днеска му кликнах на видеото, не съм го гледал отдавна. И там по някое време говореше, че от 3 региона, 18 игри общо, 14 от зоните плуват Норд. Заради това не е случайно Малибука, както и Кликс бяха first place ден едно, защото те парат на One Fire, а то като са на Норд зоните, те са буквално на 300 метра от зоната, всяка една от тях. И не е случайно Мистер Савич не се получаваше, защото те парат на планата на Маск.
That means Canada has a chance. Hey, it does. It does.
He has proved every single one of us wrong because this team clicked and it worked.
Yeah, I mean, going into this weekend, they did a prediction. Prodoxy did a grand finals prediction. They predicted themselves to place between 16th and 25th. So not only
they did.
И аз върнах, брат, аз леле, луца. Ма той Томас HD плесна фърст, а на него никой не беше гласувал, така че.
Absolute menace to the lobby as well. The ability to take these fights, have that confidence, then carry that confidence into Endgame as well. The consistency was unmatched all weekend.
Не, Ригол, не се играе.
To do well, they needed that consistency, and they found it so often.
Back in 15th as well. Coincidence? My top 10, I think, is looking pretty good. We'll do that in a second, chat. We'll do my top 10 in a second.
Бъки 15. Канада не е толкова зле, бе. Деветия. Значи има шанс, бе. Ама той топ 3 ли е? Значи почти няма шанс, бе. Питър Бот, ако имат спот Питър Бот, той топ 4 е 363 точки. Колкото топ 3. Age Сейкорн и Пойл са 302. Ами за Канада да мекне Иван е малко тегаво. Зависи какво направят. Last Game втори 12 кила имат. А Кликс много добре играха между тази игра. После пък като Ду, Хикс и Йонзо. Тук топ 2. Не бахте играта. Бък и топ 15. Да. Първата игра беше Win. 11 Win.
Just went nuclear.
The global
So good.
championships, and I really cannot wait to
In their
see what these
second
guys
ever
do on
grands
I can't
is
wait
just
because
absurd
every
to
single
me.
time there's been questions asked of them, getting into their first major finals last season, placing fifth, setting that record. Whenever the lights are brightest, whenever these guys are put on that pedestal of right, let's see what these guys can do. How can they?
Виж на Европа, кои взимат пари. Добре. Топ 25 взимат, но кои са успели да вземат? Чаптин изкви. On the dot. Damn, 12 игри и то да си 3 кила отзаре, брат, да не вземеш 2к лева. 199 точки. То буквално мейкваш гранс за $0.
Back wasn't even the strat, man. Why did the back become the cool spot? It was like the worst spot, and you were the last to get off.
Като цяло тия измамници, братле,
You basic?
бах ти шибаняците, верно.
This is it, Monster, the first game of day 2, and this is where I would like to say the tournament.
Какво значи определено време, ми не знам.
Oh shit, you guys are cool. Alright, Chad, let's get it. Game 7, baby. Oh, gotta go live on YouTube. Do that again. Let's go, first game, baby. YouTube definitely didn't miss out on the first 30 seconds. Go, baby. Alright, is Clicks getting conned? Is Clicks getting surprise conned?
Не еди това видео, брат.
Circulating, but that's usually
Еди
impression
това
farm,
видео.
so I don't think he is, but...
Ще има спад в играчите. Може би да.
Game 7's here. It looks like Bryce, G Monster, and Osid are continuing the action from yesterday. Once again here at the drop spot as we start to highlight who's changing what. Seems like this team is sticking to the old trusty.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the way Surge has been playing and controlling a lot of the lobbies, they kind of started off game number 1 yesterday at a contested fight, back and forth, 1-1. Game 3 happened. That's when they started to disengage. But as you know,
направи TikTok Short. Да питам за колко време биха искали да го сварят.
In their self after being able to VOD review after day number 1 was over, and now they're coming out with a huge vengeance and getting some early surge right out of the gates. But another contested fight, Kappa Factory, Dash, Seek, and Deer.
Това е едитвах, брат, какво не разбра.
On the other side, Silik, Jargu, and King. And Silik, Jargu, and King, that was a team that we watched through the group stages, qualified through consistent...
Ей, всичко затворих, бе. Млъкните малко, ко ми пишете, бе, брат.
I love how all the things Seek could have did yesterday to prepare for today, one of the few was change his name to Barbecue Chicken. This will never...
Бани се това, ще трябва да...
I don't get it. But here they are, contested at the Kappa Factory. And think about it. Before they even touched down, a team was already eliminated. It really shows you the influence of the battle bus and how quickly the landscape is starting to take form here. Jumping on over to the other side, we get the Peterbot Ritual cold update, and it seems like they're continuing the action.
Сега пускам prediction, брат, споко.
The team in first place is going to be hearing them here shortly, but first, it's action at the Crime City right now. We all know this is one of the better drop spots, of course. Peterbot has seemed to continue to fight for the best for years now, and rightfully so. He's earned it.
Yeah, one of the better mechanically skilled players in 1v1s, and that was...
Иначе, благодаря на всеки брат. Благодаря на всеки брат, който играе нов едното и ще го играе след изключението на вълшата.
Instead of taking a 3v1 or a 3v2, they chose to try to disengage. They didn't have the full setup that they wanted. We're trying to cause them to lose the fight and play the rest of that game out on the back foot. But no real changes this time around, sticking to their strategy, building multiple surge bases outside of
Всички продължават с surge базата.
Is going to have his eyes peeled for that porta potty, so no sneaky plays can happen.
Nothing just yet. But you know what? I think that game 6 yesterday was actually a wake-up call for this team, right? Not to let their guard down, and they're going to remain on high alert now moving forwards. And they really have to, right? Kind of just shows them that, hey, that quickly, your entire tournament can be...
Oh no.
It almost makes you wonder, because one of the things a lot of players notice, if you have that signature outfit on, whether if it's with a black bling or not, the pickaxe, that's one thing I want to see. Maybe you have to switch it up every single game so nobody can kind of target and download which outfit you actually are. You can have a little bit more escape plans going at it, if that's the case, especially with third parties starting to come in. As you jump on board Fuse, Maniac, and the Tick. Just outside of Magic Mosses already. There's a lot of teams now, I feel like, thinking this is where we need to position early due to at least 5 zones yesterday going to the north side.
Definitely, those zones playing a huge factor. No one in the community is letting it down. As we've seen all the theories start to float about, but you know the truth is, I did come across that one post where folks ran the simulations. It's so unlikely.
Светофара пише тагва Пенев X и пише аз си имама га. Това ако не го пише 9 годишен брат, не знам кой друг може да напише такова съобщение. Не знам.
Usually the first game of the day is going to be the slowest one, the most surge heavy, right? The one where teams are being the arguably the most passive.
For the most part, 90 players still left alive, 31 teams, even with a couple eliminations going down in the moments. You see it going right back up to 90. Reboots are going off, and that's what I would expect. Even with Peterbot taking down a Minish there, not too long ago, expect him with the uncontested drop of Foxy Flood.
Doom трябва с Doom прави на Cold, който е дул с скорост JD на Pro AMA. Даже не са играли една игра заедно, мисля, че. Cold го отрязва в Twitter. Reed, Cooper and Curly placed in the top 10 of every game on day one. We do not care, bro. Like, Peterbot did the same thing, kinda. You know that? You know that, no?
Really showcasing the preparation and the team cohesion that's come together for this trio.
Не, няма да се оформи. Ние сме над нищо не сме. Коставят.
Yeah, a lot of extra loot they can kind of relay outside of shiny shafts. You kind of see the mountain that they already built their surge base on top of, so they got natural elevation plus their built elevation. They get a wide not only for the surge that they were trying to accumulate monster, but now you see the zone pulling further and further away towards the eastern side. So at least they're going to be able to get a lay of the land, the information of where teams are currently at, boxed up and possibly rotating too, so that way they can try to have a smoother rotation and not running to too many players early on.
You're gonna boxing people up. Let's see what's gonna happen here. King's making the push in to catch one off guard. However, no big openers just yet.
Кога ще гледаш аудито? I don't know, bro.
They have the advantage now. Let's see how King's trio ends up utilizing it from Seek's perspective. Trusting to keep the distance here. Both sides on gold splash effect. Scratch that.
Ooh, I like that decision right there. You see Seek making sure to destroy.
Като спечелим солото на PlayStation Cup, maybe.
That would have been a good tool in their arsenal, being able to know where they're at. Dash being forced down to the low ground.
Ми Иванко просто никой 12 клас не ходи. Последния месец.
It could be a chance to go if you guys got the opportunity. But he backtracked into Silic, who's trying to hold defensive position and maybe even inside of the cone to sneak up onto Veer if he doesn't expect him. And now he has a chance and he boxes up Chicken back-to-back shots.
101 по-добре да не ставам. Ще може да не ме видите на компетитив Fortnite вече. You know.
Make the call a little early. They clearly have the disadvantage with the overall loop, but when you are the man up now, talk about a game changer here. However, Dash not looking to let it up just yet. He's going to trade one off as well. 2v2 fight going on here. Both sides, all sides hurt.
Еми на Европа има повече прота. Тъй че EU като цяло. Вие силно гледате и викате: "Оооо, какви са тя, брат, какъв е то? Какви са тя рономери, брат? Къде е Питър Бот?" Какъв той Аргуе, брат?
well, and that's a full wipe right there. That was one that I thought was going to
Нито
go
пък и
the
аз ги
other
знам.
way, but you
Така че.
gotta give Silic the credit for getting that opened up elimination.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where you look back, you say, man, we shouldn't have won that fight.
Тупна клавиатурата, бум! И каквото им изкара, брат. С такова е на Fortnite никнема.
Silic with the one big play turns the entire momentum right back around. Well, look, now they have all the time in the world to go ahead and work to refarm their way back into
А за тък каса за...
they can do that huge performance.
Кай на топ никнем, брат. Всеки ще запомни, ще
Seeing a
знае.
lot of this team here continuing the fight at the Magic Mosses.
Калала съп.
Plays trio.
101 коняка има.
Right now, it seems like if you look at the bubble for global spots, almost 100 or so points down. Noah Plays is already down as well. Taki, he's trying to get distracted down below. Ivcho uses that to his advantage, able to jump onto Chaos Game and get another elimination. Now Kaz is left by himself, but at least for now, Monster, there's a little bit of distance between him and those two opponents still looking around to figure out where he's at.
Всяки Ivcho, guys,
They
хаштаг
don't know exactly where he is just yet, and there's another trio moving in extremely quickly. Could that be Peterbot's team? Could that be... Oh, okay, it's Reet, Curly on the way alongside Cooper there. Taki and Ivchou now looking to kind of double back, pair up with one another. Shots come in.
Млади людей кът
Here
не се
wasting no
вижда.
time, letting their presence be known.
Uh-oh.
Бранчо имаме.
Fourth team now enters into the mix, probably an additional team coming from Whiffy. And we see it,
Ого,
it's
дес
just
как е, бе.
outside of Magic Mosses. So a lot of these teams that do land up here, instead of kind of cutting towards the side, beelining it to zone, they could go all the way towards the north.
Лекивират се, бат.
One tick zone damage isn't going to be much, and then they could try to get into where it isn't as congested, maybe above Demon's Dojo, maybe above Pump Power.
никъде
Those
няма да
could be
идвам.
some of the pivotal spots for any of these teams rotating early. And for Taki, Vert, and Ivcho, the longer you stay here in this position, you're closing off opportunities, you're closing off options, all for a singular elimination, which might not necessarily mean much. It's only 4 points.
It was Amplify and Shiny Cat there. Take a look at the replay here.
Oh no.
Clicks. A little bit of fall damage. Just giving you guys the full picture here. Off to a rocky game 7.
Учене на сокешка, you know.
Seems like they're just rolling up to the Flutter Frogs here shortly.
Това няма как да съм аз на солото, брат. Няма как да съм аз.
There's also 3 trios in the vicinity here. They cut this.
Мане, чай, че си видях сикспака, брат. Чакай, че си видях
Cut
сикспака.
him off. They get a knock. So far away from the rest of his team.
Oh, Hicks with one kill.
Yes, the zone plays a huge role as it's going away from the north side overall. But now clicks the Yamzo and Higgs. If there's anything...
Бяношки ме. Дай са, брат, не сте го виждали. Кляка и пада, вика Ивчо в помощ. Ми праща едно видео, вика не го споделя, брат. Само на Дим ще съм го праща. Не. Вика, паднах, не мога да стана, брат, от това клек. Първа игра, да. Флекс бицепс.
Makes you wonder why was this team sitting around this saw that there was a trio nearby. Didn't even take the time to cap off, but neither here nor there. It's going to bring Clix's trio up to 3 eliminations. These elims extremely important in allowing them to start closing that point gap for elim so early in the game. Is a massive come up.
Солетка, ма я легнете за 50 лица и тогава ми говорите, бе. Вие лицева не знаете как са пре.
It was about 41 points. Peterbot called the ritual did have a lead. Those 4 eliminations, just like you said, is doing a good job.
Сега ще направя в Discord физик чанел, брат. Лей, им постате физиките. Брат, Уоу, тихо, бе.
That's where you saw a lot of those Western North teams begin to rotate into. So if it continues in this trend, it could end up being one of the stacked parts of the zone. Even more so the fact that it continues to a lot of these teams are hoping to stay a little bit more south.
Къде? Къде да хапна малко?
Oh no.
Брат, ти си солетата.
On our third place, big visuals, Braids here. Visuals already taken down right now. Okius traded off as well, but the chop cut
Маля Бъки обаче, където е топ 15, сега какво ще стане?
Yeah, even though Okus is down, with that elimination, it's only going to be Braids and Cam still left alive on the other side, so a 2v2. They just got to be very, very careful. And I think that's why. Aminish, Braids, visuals, they land over towards Foxy. Floodgates, they can disengage out of this position, run towards the back. It's relatively early in the game, so not too chaotic of Storm's damage is going to go off. Plus, you see some extra heals there. But Braids is hiding towards the top. So you got to wonder if you're Bucky and Cam, do you think they disengaged all together? Land some free damage onto Cam. You got to hope he has HP now because he could go down in the zone.
Oh yeah, the med mist starts to come out. They're actually forced now to kind of double up here, and this is going to buy time for the reboot.
Ние сме sleepy, but... Sleep,
Successful reboot and just a small play that's going to make the difference here at the floodgates, allowing visuals to get right back to his loot pile here. And it's little things like that that all of a sudden help you kind of bounce back into the game. And just think about this. Braids, Aminish, and Visuals didn't finish less than 11th place yesterday. The difference maker between them and the teams up in first and second was the fact that the eliminations that Peterbot's trio, Clix's trio, were able to accumulate far outweigh the placement points overall. Solo pushing right now. What?
Oh, Aminish is feeling a little confident right now. He takes a big shot, but Cam is now running his way in. He's smoothly running through those builds like a hot knife through butter. That's a good amount of confidence as well. Aminish forced to use the splashes. There goes the HP. 91 damage above the threshold. You could see with Aminish getting knocked down early, taken down by Peterbot. Another elimination on the Visuals. They need the surge.
Yeah, and they need it bad. Coming from the other angle right
now.
They slam Cam here right in the mix, and then they get the down body as well. So a perfect amount of damage swinging in their favor here. Bucky just left wondering what went wrong. How did his teammate get left behind right there, caught out of position?
Yeah, and this is just turning into a nightmare.
Ма дай си кому лапиш, бе, брат. Ти дигаш бенча за 20 и викаш затиснах се Ивак. Вика две линейки, защото едната не мога побере. Няма, бе, дай си споко.
I feel bad for Polus and his trio. Not the most experienced, make it into a grand finals, and then in game 1 to start day 2, you're running into Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
Yeah, but they hold their own, pushing off Cold and Ritual here for a moment's time. And it makes you wonder if Peterbot plays any better. If we see that game 6 Peterbot come out yesterday, with how good Ritual and Cold were performing all throughout the 6 games, they could really find a breakaway moment. But so far, this completely eastern pull here for the zone is still going to end up veering slightly towards the north, but again, a little different than the games that we saw yesterday for the most part.
Yeah, and they're just using this to their advantage, not even going towards the zone or where it was. They're just beelining straight towards the zone. They know not too many players are going to be on top of that mountain on the outside. If they have enough heals, maybe even get eliminations to utilize that siphon, this could be the play that wins them or puts them in the best position here for game number 1. Couple knocks going down. Bucky actually going down to the Storm overall. Storm Surge and him being a solo just didn't work out for him as Aminish still down, stuck between 2 different teams. One of them being Cold and Peterbot, who are quickly moving on over.
Yeah, after that knock right there, look at how quickly they're trying to come in for the refresh here potentially. And if you're Visuals, Aminish, and Braids, you got to put up a front right now. You got to put up a defensive hold here. Not only for the damage, but because you got Peterbot's trio inching up on your positioning right now for this prime real estate here. Oh, look, Braids takes off. They're going towards the mountain.
It's a bit of a risky play. You see there's just chunks, big chunks of HP missing. They don't have any resources to kind of make that up, and they're just pushing straight in. This might be a blessing though. Jochi's already down. Aoxy's there. They get the elimination onto 1. Even if it's not the points, they're still able to get the loot that they need. Damage for Storm Surge, 51 above, feeling a little bit more comfortable, and that's an understatement because Aminish just goes in and bulldozes that trio back to the lobby.
I'm trying to figure out, like, how did they know? Like, they catch Aminish with extremely Again, low HP out in the open, but he keys up the mountain and found an even weaker team. They must have been taking a small fight there just before that.
Еми 40-70 от тя е супер, в момента сме с него.
But either way, phenomenal play to keep them in the game right there. Meanwhile, complete other side of the zone here. Click Signals and the Ivcho got to be happy that they're rotating kind of the dead side northern area here, because they're on the opposite side of Peterbot, right? Just staying away from the juggernauts that toppled them over, right? Kind of threw off their entire mid game yesterday in game number 6.
You see, they were the only team, though, to get 2 victory royales yesterday. And honestly, I like this positioning on the zone. If it pulls anywhere but south, they are in one of the best spots in the zone so far, getting ready for these next moving zones. But if it does pull south, not just them, but everybody else on this side of the zone is going to have some trouble trying to make it up over that mountain on the other side. You see so many teams already positioned with that elevation, looking down at the side, not just the Ivcho, but he does land a shot on the Creon, who seems like he might be by himself. I don't see his teammates anywhere. That might be one of the few solos left in this lobby.
I wouldn't put it past the Ivcho's team to get this refresh right here, given how weak that team below them is. Dabco, Muzz, and Rise. You talk about the double VRs yesterday. You have to put this team in the conversation. They were the squad fighting for first and second in those back-to-back games. Just incredible performance, particularly from Dabco. But hold up. Back to Minish, Braids, and Visuals. That elimination, not enough, but it buys them a little bit of time. Now, they have to fight for damage here. Only 2 minis here. We knew that they didn't have much to work with before. Visuals kind of caught out of position there. Unfortunately, taking way too much damage here. And the water sprite picked up, and then the elimination on the tail end. They are fighting for their placement right now on the standings, but no, the lobby starts to focus in. Even with the big 5 eliminations, they can't catch a break.
Yeah, slow to rotate. Max pull all the way towards the western side of this mountain. Everything's stacked against them now because they don't have any material either. At least the Minish does not. No extra shields. And there's a team waiting right next to him. And you really just at their mercy. It doesn't even know about the full trio right behind him. So as soon as he begins this rotation, if he doesn't watch out, that could be his demise. But he's trying to land some shots because he knows Monster, even though Storm Surge did deactivate, he knows once it turns on yet again, they are going to be below that threshold. They are going to be a duo, and they're going to have to figure it out quick.
Oh, I was just about to say, no way. Braze sets up the target fire with Acorn Trio from up top. Nearly had a full elimination set up for him, but opts to go ahead and heal a little bit more passively instead here. Very limited material. Notice that Braids had to split his mats with Visuals here. Sorry, with the Menace, just to keep them in the game right now. And they are desperately holding on. But look, we're already at a 13 trios remaining in the lobby. Just ahead of Braids here. You have Peterbot's trio on high ground. Acorn, Boyo, and Agers trying to make a comeback. Kanata showing life in this last game as well here to kind of kick things off. Meanwhile, Clicks the Ivcho and Higgs on a low ground rotate 7.
Clicks still има 8 кила вече.
As they catch Yusuf on the rotate here.
It's a big pickup for them because they even
Не е лоша игра за тях.
Something that we do see Ivcho, Clicks, and Higgs go for time and time again, but now they get another foreign pull with the rest of the lobby, and there's nobody down there but that one
Питърбот с 3 кила.
everybody else
Или Питърбот отново нямат никакви хилове, както е момент няма.
And Cold Ritual, Peterbot using that to their advantage with everybody trying to rotate too early, forced to box up because of damage. They're using that as an opportunity to smoothly move through the zone as Peterbot lands a good shot onto a full trio up above, and now they're the ones getting focused.
And Peterbot sets that up for G-Monster to jump in and actually take down Dabco. So that's going to be a difference maker for Muzz's trio, but Muzz fighting back up top, and then Peterbot's team turns around, catches a whiff of the chaos, and finishes up the job here. Look at the upgrades coming through for the loadout now, but still very little heals here on Peterbot's team. Cole taken out, Ritual taken out by a Minish's trio from down low, and Agers from up top. They sandwich down the fire here and clean them up, but it's all up to Peterbot. Peterbot claps back on back to the lobby now.
Clicks май ще са first place след тази игра.
And a glimmer of hope breaks open in the sky here. The sun is shining through for Higgs, Clicks, and the Ivcho, who now have a chance to earn more placement points and close the gap.
Yeah, there's at least 30
Cool
plus
mountain
points
pack.
left into the top 8 if they can secure that victory royale. They have 8 eliminations as well. This is a recipe for success, especially since they're now taking the front side of the zone. There is nobody down there, even next to them. As
Nobody down there.
Majors, Poyo, Acorn feeling just as safe, if not safer, up in the clouds. There's only one team close to them, and they're immediately going to drop down low to a different layer.
So impressive. We're watching two sides of a coin here. Ivchou Higgs opting to play ultimate low this entire endgame, and then you see the opposite teams trying to stay to the mid, stay to the high ground, trusting that the zone was going to bounce back up. However, it doesn't matter. All they've done is allow them to put the pressure on. Braids is holding on a top 5 for him. Well done, son, but look at what's happening here.
Ликс умира тук.
Finally now, pressure starting to
Няма значение, те са 10 кила. Може би ще са първи след тази игра. Може би кликс first win след тези 5 игри.
Quick to take a big shot with the shields. He has to figure out a way to stagger back, get the HP up. The medallion proving to be useful in this situation.
И няма топ 4. Acorn дали ще спечелят от хая. Agers 4 кила имат. Канада! Канада отново. Канада го нокват.
Trio close this one out as the real question. Shadow's team starting to turn online here. Curve, Tyler staying at the front side of zone here. Oyo halfway through the maps here. There's that one wild card factor. Finally they find him in the mix here now. Jacob, we're looking at a clean 3v3.
О, добра помпа от Poyo. Добър нок от Poyo. Найс. 8 кила win за тях, обаче те не са много близо до first place, мисля, че.
It's crazy because yesterday we called it Acorn. Typically that day 2 Acorn comes out and he doesn't look back and
Не бе, как един 5 кафа на пълни сметка.
victory royale's gotta feel nice for them to put them right back in the conversation.
Черим. И first place взимат. Still са first place? О май гад. Acorn и те идват пътят им към победата. Вижу 4-2-3 точки. О май гад, о май гад, о май гад. Канада са 9 бе, как бе 9 бе? Те не мръднаха бе. То всеки е направил добра игра. И те са рид пак добри игри. Ева. Питър Бот трябва да включат према. Питър Бот. Или първо съп. Вечерната част не мина ли вече?
Well, someone cared. Muzz cared, but then he got punished for it. So
Yeah.
it's a little bit
Yeah, he did.
when the rest of the lobby kind of understands what happens when you try and focus on height instead
We'll
of
call it
Kid
there.
Rush trio.
Thank you, chat. Thank you for answering.
And Poyo did an
Now
incredible
we're doing these
job.
after every game of NA.
Остана има ли лайв в TikTok, те скоми
I'm doing a 38-hour stream today, so.
написаха ми някакъв warning, бате. Midstream.
You said top 5 quality globals? Well, like if Acorn gets top 5, but they're already in globals. I think you like got a bit confused there.
In game number 1
Are you Neon? Are you Coakley?
Started yesterday, right? A lot of people would be like, "Oh wow, they might have been cooking something up."
Yeah, good game for Shadow out of Demon Dojo for sure.
Games 5, game 6 yesterday, right? They were teetering around, going for higher ground. They were trying it out. A couple games they actually got it, and that's when I was like, you know what? I think day 2 we're going to be seeing a lot of high ground from this trio, and we're going to see a big comeback from them. First game of the day, it has started.
I am liking what I'm seeing. 5
Are you
more
furious?
games
Oh,
now.
I'm so excited for this leaderboard, bro. We'll check it once they go on break.
I just want to shout out Courage, JD, and the Courageous. I really hope that you have an amazing party, man. When we return after this short break,
W party.
more action from the FNCS. So,
W. All right. Leaderboard time. Let's see what we got. Is my cumulative? I'm not on cumulative. We have. Oh, damn. 6 point. Wait, I thought for sure Clicks would overtake. Never mind. Okay. Difference. 1.5 eliminations separating first from second. Peterbot holds on, but Clicks closes the gap that was built up yesterday in game 6. Then we have Visuals team still in third, so the leaderboard hasn't changed at all as far as the order. And then Ages, Acorn, and Boyo jump up to 4th from 7th. W. Hell yeah. Then we have Reet, Rapid, Muzz, Shadow, Kanata, and Taki. If Acorn ends up if Acorn ends up in top 3, I'm not going to be at all that I missed out 100 gifted from that. I'm not going to be mad. Definitely not. Definitely not mad at all. Let's get key every game now. Towards the end, bro. Towards the end, that's where it'll get a bit spicy, man.
Ще има пента кешка по топ.
We talked about, I was talking about it earlier, man. If it comes down to it and like Pete's in first, Clicks is in second, and like third is like, you know, bit down the leaderboard. I don't think there's any world where Clicks drops on Pete or Pete drops on Clicks, but I do think there's a world where one of them gets their loot and then tries to key them straight away. I think both of them know that they can't. Both the spawn fights are ugly as shit, where if you need to win, it depends. If Pete needs to, no, I don't think they do. I think Pete backs himself to get his loot and then key Clicks more than he does just straight 50-50. And I think Clicks backs himself more in the same way. I don't think Clicks wants to take a straight 50-50 against Pete either. So we'll see. I don't think we see either of them drop on each other today, but if it comes down to it and they're first versus second going the last game, I think they try to key each other though. Which I love so much more, bro. When they get the loot and then key, like a proper 3v3, oh, so good. Unfortunately, we can't see like the cool, like, sending 2 shooters reboot play because they're right next to each other, so.
Пале сме щупи. Как успях, бе?
How do you keep yourself motivated being a streamer, bro? What do you mean, bro? It's the best job in the world, man. I got between both social. I have 50,000 people watching right now. Watch Fortnite, man. Living the fucking dream, dude. In saying that, though, I'm excited for my few days off to go spend time with the family, though. Definitely a bit of like a recharge, but this has been a very fun season, man. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Smoke, Duke. I think I missed this. Zesty, Nick, Nate. I've read those ones. Ashman, Ollie.
Reed's not winning shit, bro.
Nick, Alexander, Jace, LeBron, Keegaza, Chippy, Enhanced, Savix, Hype, and then Highlight. Thank you. If I missed your sub chat, I'm really sorry. So many freaking subs. It's actually hard for me to keep up with. I appreciate you guys, though. Thank you. Thank you. We got LeBron. LeBron's here. Thank you, Smoke, with the Town 42. Thank you, bro.
welcome back everyone to the FNCS game.
Забуга. Той спечели first game ден едно, ама.
Hoyo decides we're going to go ahead and get ourselves
you Ben with the prime?
Royale. The standings, as you know it, Zeke, will be shaken just like you to your very core. And let's start talking about some of the things we saw from this last game.
Chabs, another 10. Thank you, Chabs. Appreciate you, bro.
There have definitely been some developments.
Thanks, man. Chabs, that's 20 today, dude. Really appreciate you, man.
Maybe at the end of the competition, we could see maybe top 5 being enough to qualify through the globals. Well, with Poyo suddenly jumping into 4th place and tying Reed, Kelly, it's looking like that might be the case.
We have a tie for 4th and 5th place, and then it's only a 6-point difference between
the land spots are very, very close right now.
That game 7 for Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo
was
a bit of a question mark, as we like to see here. We saw Clicks go down a little early, had a little bit of a misstep, but then the recovery that they made, going for that team in Storm, getting that little bit of help.
You make your
прогнозата.
This is from Nike, bro.
Какво е на прогнозата, брато? Не кажи ми, чакам отговора, брат. Чакам.
No, I definitely have that ability.
Necessarily staying to the front of zone like what we've seen
in clips,
playing just a little bit more back to go more for those eliminations, and we saw that kind of pan out. Look at the elims they're able to grab.
Yeah, I love the adjustment from the trip. I mean, they're just playing so good right now. As soon as Peter brought Core and Ritual, misstep just a little bit, right? Go down a little
I make
bit
my own
early
pants
there,
from
but
time to
they're
time.
playing
What?
so consistent
That's
when they
sick.
don't go down in the early game. To
What
go
the hell?
ahead
Ами Рипър, това не ми звучи
that
като
sick
мой
Bobby
проблем,
fans.
брат.
He's screaming right now, right here, Peter Bob.
Аре, те с TikTok направо да закриват цирка с този лайф, брат. Не стига, че няма хора, ни плащат, ами няма... Ма банва, брате. Бах ти тъпия лайф. Е, сега идвам, че ме изнервиха.
I promise they're going to start doing well. The chase is on. Oh man, the chase is on. 5 more games of this.
Love Zeke so funny, bro.
Also
Zeke
talk
is
about
hilarious,
Peter Bob,
man.
right? I mean, again, 6 points really isn't anything, right? We can see either of these trios make a mistake, fall early, or Peter Bob deciding to run and clicks again. And we could see him dethroned here on day number 2. But I like from this game, like, yeah, they only placed 9th with 3 eliminations, but clearly this trio has such an impact on the lobby.
Hey, Tabs, another good thing, bro.
It's less about what they offer themselves and more so what they take away
Yeah,
from
Kazi?
everyone else. And we saw Muzz's trio going to kind of.
We might do clothing merch in the future, Chad, but
catch them out, grab a few eliminations.
Zeke
there,
casting
but
Pro-Am, I'd be
honestly,
very surprised if
3
Zeke's not
eliminations,
hosting.
Even going down this early is a bit of a.
Thinking
a
Mox?
showstopper for
I'm
them.
so excited to see
And
Zeke, man.
It'll be interesting to see kind of how they respond
Think
to
F5
this.
with a tier
We know
1?
that anytime something kind of negative or aggressive towards Peterbot happens, he tends to reverse it on that person tenfold. So I believe it was Adri's trio that actually took down Peterbot. So let's see if he pulls a Vino and lands on them.
Yeah, the crazy thing
Hey,
for me
lethal?
right there is they usually do so good at getting to the end games in a pretty healthy position, right? But as we saw right there, when they went down 0 materials, it kind of worked with trying to sneak away with a little bit of a kneecap or rotate through the air. Way too good of aimers on the high ground to kind of allow that to happen. 9th place, 3 eliminations.
Monster,
for the trio.
people.
That's
I worked
actually
with Monster a bunch when I was
the worst
casting, man.
team yet in this final, so we'll have to kind of keep an eye on how they're doing. I'm a little mad looking at these standings. I'm not gonna lie, Zeke. Canada, right, in the mix, in the end game right there. 3rd place, 4 eliminations.
Doesn't move.
Doesn't move on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
How in the heck is that? Right after,
Yeah, that is weird.
Yesterday's day, right? A little bit of a rough one.
That is weird. That's a good
Finally
point.
missing
How do you
the
get a 4 elim
Doesn't
3rd and
up
not
at all. I
move?
mean, still holding on, still close to the rest of the competition, but I was like, they're gonna jump up, and they just didn't. Man, it happens because Shadow, Curve, and Tyler decided to place.
Three spots for Lance, Swaggy.
Right, 2nd place, and I think it's interesting because, like, to some degree,
See you,
you
Millsy.
kind of want them to move up the standings, right? What you
Who's
definitely
the broadcaster
don't want
after
is
you?
them moving down.
Reese, which made me really happy.
At least kept
Тук
them
съм.
where they
I think
were.
Reese got called
But of
in
course, again, coming back to
to
this
do
trio,
NA
the fact that they won,
after me for a little bit, which made me a lot happy with how the whole situation went down as well.
Close for comfort. I'm excited, but I'm also nervous.
Well, speaking of shaking things up, we've seen Shadow's trio shake things up. And again, another one of those dark horse trios that we've watched all the way back from
Няма викам.
year one.
Абе.
About this trio was that incredible 20 elimination game we got from one of the more recent performance evaluations. A majority of that coming from Shadow. So to see this kind of early aggression from this team, it may have taken a day for them to really lock in, but now I'm excited to see if we can get more of that ultra aggression that we saw from Shadow before.
Yeah, it feels like so few teams make it to land now because it's trios versus duos, but it's still the same amount of people, just less spots. Yeah,
in the mix right
it
now,
feels
but
weird.
100 points separating 4th and 9th place. Anything can happen, Zeke. I'm a little nervous. That's fine. We have 5 more games. Just think, if this was game 11, I would definitely be.
Точно ще си вайвам, бре, да. На тази песен.
Everyone calm down. I'll be nervous for us. Let's jump back into the action, though, with Monster D-Face Jacob PR. Take us back in the game.
No way, Zeke. There is no time to calm down. Game number 7 was absolutely fantastic, and I expect 5 more games. Monster's been back and forth,
Yo, Zuda, thanks for telling 14, bro.
You know what? When the Major 1 final champions are in the mix as well, getting points, this is great for the rest of the lobby. Let's not forget, the better they do, the more they accumulate, the more likely other teams have a chance for those global spots. What you don't want is for
И виж ми клипа за тебе, Милучо. Тагни ма Лучо. Lucho and Lupa. Those who know.
Shut up. Thank you, FCat with the prime for 11. Thank you, dude.
Та музика въртле се едно. Аз игра. Аз игра сега на това.
Thank you, Jado with the prime for 7.
coming into play, and it looks like, you know, for our lone wolf layer team, Clicks and company, them being able to deploy those other strategies that didn't get to really test out yesterday seem to work in their favor.
Yeah, that rotating towards the north side, they were able to pick up more and more surge on the teams trying to rotate deep into the zone. But again, more switch ups going
Не. Проблем кътването е много бързо, когато трябва да се го правят. Трябва музиката постепенно по-бавно. А не бум и ми спират музиката, брат. Не са правите.
This is something that we saw go down throughout the course of the day yesterday, and they're just trying to make sure that they don't risk their entire game on that off spawn fight.
Yeah, off spawn, always the tricky one, especially when you're going 50-50. We saw a little bit of that yesterday from those teams as well.
By the way, Samurai.
To split it up. One thing was for certain though, when G-Monster's team got away successfully,
Не надясно ми райд, брат.
any contestation, they seem to have had really good games come out of it. So a lot of promising hope for a trio like that, but King Silicon Jargu have not let up just yet. They're looking to continue the pace.
Марито Кинг 3-1. No way, брат. Кавето е.
Yeah, this is
Това е
how
новия
I
Питер
find
Бот.
this team. Silic making the plays in game number 1 to kind of lead them to the rest of the game off spawn, and then now it's King's turn. I talked about the aggression, we both did. We saw it through group stages. It's finally great to see it here in back-to-back games for them. Over towards the bridge, though, a fight that we were watching yesterday, another 50-50 for that floor. I think both teams kind of switching it up just a little bit. Once again, where you're at on the leaderboard means so much. Not just the first place FNCS championship, not just the global spots, but there's still a great...
Братари, да ме върнат до Zero Build, а? Да ме върнат до Zero Build без читъри, обаче. И ще видят какво ще става. И ще видят какво става, брат. Нико хейра тръгвай, брат.
Just given the circumstances, but they turned things into an 11th place game for them, really popping off. And not only that, that jumps them up to 16th place overall on the standings. So a top 10 could be in the conversation here, but they gotta make it past the drop first. And Donnie, Craze, and Joji seems to have kind of taken control of the Shining Span this time around.
Yeah, they even got that elimination on Eulogy before he was able to get over that mountain. So they just got to figure out how to get that reboot card. As we turn on over Crime City, business as usual for our first place team. Just unfortunate going down in 9th place, which left a good amount of placement points still on the board, and obviously elimination. So Clixiamzo Higgs able to close the gap to 6. But landing over towards the server room, getting the train. Peterbot immediately building up and looking over towards Foxy Floodgates. That's where you have visual braids and a minish.
Още един шот и беше пътен даун. И щяха да го кинат. I don't blame him. Ме какво да направи, бе? Ме какво да направи? Като на две кръв, бе?
Full secure, time to head out, start looking for that damage. Higgs, no upgraded rifle. We'll see if he can kind of fish for something new here shortly. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo have pulled off 7 pickups, most of any team so far in the game. Those revives being absolutely clutch.
7 revives, the most.
Was accumulated yesterday, we saw in those fights.
Rebooted, brutal. They're building a surge base. What's up?
Kind of play the low ground, getting the front side of the zone. At times even taking storm damage just to get deep into the zone with their builds before they backtrack. They found a lot of success in that game. If they can keep this momentum going, we can cap this race.
Забравих, брат. То за това ме вълнаме. От 2 дена се чуя какво забравям. Аз се чудя, брат.
They got a tying spot on
Пак ще забравя.
winning the tiebreaker due to that victory royale in that last game over Reed Cooper and Curly. And they're sticking to the strategies.
Spawn.
They got access
То
to
няма
mass
битки,
medals
брат.
uncontested, the vault with
Няма битки all spawn. Никой не са all spawn тук в най-ни. Тук е рандом срещу рандом. И те, къде са all spawn, са dead last.
Really setting them up big time to be in the conversation and then to of course initiate the tournament day 2.
Тук показват О, спаун рандом срещу рандом, после показват сърж тагове, брат. Това е. Не.
It's about a five-way tie between third down to eighth, right? They're all just within a couple of means points away from each other. Really is overall a super close competition, but one thing I wanted to also highlight was this trio right here.
Или не знам, брат.
My gosh, have they been playing some excellent Fortnite? Really just a sleeper team. And this is one that's
Sleeper team.
Right? This is not a trio that's just new by any means.
А sleeper build ли са обаче? Е въпросът.
Yeah, whether you're, doing the watch parties, Fortnite comp report, or Ozzy himself, this is always a team when I'm looking at their predictions, Monster. They're a dark horse. They're always in the conversation. Even when Visual and Braids were a duo landing at a split drop that they made themselves, they always command that respect. And with the early game that we saw, with a Minish going down, eliminated by Peterbot, we saw...
защото няма как да баннат всеки, просто го приеха. Приеха го вече. Не знам това.
And last game, I mean, just play from a Minish. Incredible stuff to make that push and keep his tournament run alive, keep him in the game to even have a little piece of an endgame there. It's definitely the difference maker. Ritual Cold and Peterbot, though, just kind of setting up here. You can see they've already done what they had to do over at the drop. Now they're looking to kind of disperse out. Meanwhile, Kanata Bolts back on the hunt here, continuing to take these Eastern fights, and most importantly, take them with no fear of sitting in the zone for a while. I mean, look at the head count here. They found Yusuf and it boxed him up. Oh no.
Canada.
Better than that. Yusuf somehow didn't even have his walls under control before this all kicked off, and then Bolt's getting right to it. Wonderful tags there. That's some big damage for them right now.
Yeah, even though they're able to get Eulogy back, they're not really able to do anything with it. And I like the way Bolts played it, even though they didn't need it, because as you said, they boxed him up. You saw how he went across the entire left side, let Sphinx cut out and push directly towards his opponent. He was prepared just in case he was trying to disengage, run out. He would have ran into Bolts. But they were just too quick. Bolts didn't really get to do anything. Maybe the next fight, buddy, as he's looking towards the backside of zone. Sees a full trio back there. And right now, it's essentially up to them how long they want to stay here at this spot on the map, how long they want to try to hold that team out, and how much surge they think is okay for them to rotate out.
Back on over to the Seaport City. Zone still kind of hovering around this general area, so a lot of time bought here. But you notice the markers are out. They're going to be looking to focus on the Eastern teams. Teams like Kanata, potentially, that are out there.
He blocks it off. No. No free damage for you over there, but they're still able to sneak some through. Thresh just looking at that armored vehicle, trying to rotate in towards definitely hard to land shots, but if that third player, your trio, is in the back and he falls out, you leave him behind, it's almost open season, so you got to be careful for that one as you're rotating through. As Muzz, Rise, Yapco, you can see they're already beginning that rotation out of shiny shafts, slowly but surely, since the zone is rather close. And you can kind of see where the zone is at this time around, just inside of Lone Wolf Slaver, maybe a little bit of brutal boxcars on the side.
Дали бе, не разбрах. Мерси, че го написа. Пак. Мерси, бре.
Right now for the team. Rise positioned up at the surge base right now, but zone's already starting to pop here. Looks like another Eastern draw so far.
Ивчо, кажи брат, тука съм.
Just looking around, see how many teams are still getting left behind. They have the time and the luxury to do it, but on the other side, they might not. Broken, Liam 20.
Говори брат, да, кажи.
So you can see the possibility of how long this fight has actually been going on, but there is going to be one knock on the other side.
Мале, пресича се задава, брат.
But at least Broken was able to grab a lot of that extra loot. The siphon mats could be the difference maker as the cleanup finally goes through onto
Питър работи първи, Питър работи зад него кликс. Някак си кликс е зад него. Неочаквано, нали? Питър Бот жив ли? Това е някакъв кай на Джоп ли или... Grass is green.
So they can clean up the extra elims that start to scatter away. And one thing's for certain, they're picking up a lot of damage with the Oxy on the run now. In comes Skims and crew.
Къде си? В НА коментираме в момента. Оттам мачувате. Не съм сменил сцените просто.
This game, right? They had a couple great moments where they were kind of breaking out of the early game, but things just not really trending in their direction right now.
Yeah, they thought it, since the zone had pulled so far away, maybe they had an isolated fight with Skittles, Chimp, and Vive. Kind of part of their strategy, staggering themselves this far back in the zone. They get a lot of the extra loot. They do a little bit what some of these other teams do, whether they're fighting off spawn or just trying to take shots on any teams rotating.
Коментираме, не съм казал тапаци.
This time around it does work out for them. And one of the big reasons why they feel so comfortable staying so deep into zone on this side of the map is because there's geysers, launch pads, then obviously if they have the kneecappers, there's a lot of different mobility tools they can use to close the distance quick.
Къде си, бе? Къде си?
And I was just looking at the standings. That's going to put them up in 13th place right now. A couple eliminations away from 12th right now for Vive, Skittles, and Chimp. We're keeping tabs on them, seeing if they can fight their way.
Ако става, ние гледаме от 10 минути, той е трета зона едва, бе. Какво се случва? Времето върви ли?
So far, so good for them as far as the overall damage. Zone's gonna land relatively close here.
That last game for them, with a little bit of a different zone pull, not have magic mosses like yesterday. That was their worst game of the tournament so far. They were still able to get a 10th place with 3 eliminations, but we're kind of seeing them
той не може да е по-скучен. Еми няма много профа и повечето са сърч трейдват. Аз ако бях в НА, брате, направо кеша е мое от всякъде.
And they have the luxury to go back in his zone over towards Mass Meadows to get the reboot back onto Pollo. So it should be not too much hard work for them to be alive as a trio once more. The biggest thing that I'm really watching out for is with Pollo going down, getting rebooted, how much surge did they actually lose off of that?
Yeah, it's the setback that really makes the difference. Take a look at it. It's against Xanda, Evan, and Sandalit. Get deleted from behind. It's the small things, right? The small regrets that end up sending you right back.
I feel like it's happening more and more where you think you have an isolated fight that deep in the zone and then out of nowhere, a third team comes out of nowhere. Visuals, braids, and diminished. They were able to quickly move north from Foxy Floodgates. They're trying to get the Brutal Boxcars Mountain.
Лека ме пресечара.
And we have some of the same zones game after game hovering over each other. We're going to see a lot of proactivity come out of some of these teams.
Абе, гайс, ако бягате, по колко километра бягате вие?
I was just going to say, this is where they positioned up last game, right? They seem to be comfortable coming here, taking the fights on this mountain, but this time around they wanted to get here early so they didn't have to really box out, you know, a team while getting third party.
78 за 2 часа. Не. This is not possible game.
Read my mind right there, and this is, I feel like, one of the first times we're seeing
5 или 6 километра.
actually fight for this black market. They're realizing how close the tournament is, and they're pulling out every single strategy, going back to what they know has worked in some of those past divisional cup tournaments. 341 damage above the threshold. The zone is moving over towards this direction, so they may be learning, adapting here as the games go on.
Don't call it too early now. We might jinx it. We get another Magic Moss's Endgame. Little update from Agers though.
Ивчо ме тревда.
Pollo picked up. Little damage given that he's playing the zone right now. Agers is making super sure there's no one kind of lurking about right here. Not trusting a bush, not trusting the builds. This tower is obviously still in the zone right now.
Най-много съм бягал 5 метра за 3 часа. Аз спам for real, бе.
At least he reunites with Higgs where he knows he has a little bit of extra help, so that way he can finally pop those heals. It's Yamzo the one that has a little bit of worry. I say that lightly though, because he already has elimination onto Tony. That's going to help with the siphon, the extra materials as to continue to push forward.
Actually caught the second elimination there as well, so look at this. Last game they kicked it off with 4 elims in the early game. This time they're finding some mid-game critical fights here. And then they get to secure the market and everything in between right now. This is actually perfect. And now you look in the outskirts, there are other options as well, right? You have to think about how those teams are likely thinking that they need to get into a surge fight as well. But if you're Higgs, Yamzo, and Clicks, they got a brief glimpse of how
Те по новините ли къде беше са оплаквали, че 600 метра е много на учениците и трябвало да го свалят. Или не знам дали беше 6 метра или колко е било.
Pulls further and further towards brutal boxcars. Again, that mountain range that some have invested into early on might have been the fruitful play that works out. But with 845 damage above the threshold, they really don't have to worry about anything other than making it to zone. And it sounds easier than it actually is.
Не, TikTok ми беше излязъл. Или някой ми го беше казал, не помня.
Miracles are true. They weren't spotted out. They could see Ritual and Cold moving their heels out of the base.
Оле, ба мой писа, брат. Даже си влезна. Получи та помпа ни наби хубавия демидж. Че Agers ще умре.
And it's G-Monster and Osid who fall now to the hands of Agers, Acorn, and Boyo. So big set of eliminations here. We talked about them being out of damage. They're only 181 above.
И ученето не е малко.
So it shows you they could have been 5 or 600.
И какво свалят само уфава за времето, брат.
Oh. You know where it's going, right, Monster? You know where we're headed, right? Maybe they could take the train because we're going to brutal boxcars is what it looks like. That mountain range that some invested into might be worth it as Jojo Fishy trying to pass Peter Bot.
Peter Bot.
From one player to the next.
2 kills for them.
Same pain, and they felt it twice in the same game because remember, they were trying to disengage as a solo. At least he got the reboot attempt onto some of his teammates, but these are the things you really just have to watch out for. And that's only their second elimination so far, and they're almost 600 above the damage threshold.
You guys see why Muzz and team were like, wait a second, we're not going to get by this base. That's exactly what happens. They were looking to dive on to the next team they saw for sure. Sphinx Bolts and Kanata though, 113 damage below the threshold. This is obviously one of the worst positions you could be in here. And they have a decision to make. And then into the box here. So Aviv, Skittles, and Chimp are an option. And then you have Cooper's team down low. Ooh, Rhea and Cooper Curly have to be counting their lucky stars because Bolt, Sphinx, and Kanata are on the way, and they're hungry for an elimination here. They need damage. Nothing just yet.
This is not good. Sphinx goes down. Eliminated. Active storm.
350 below, 300 below, как така толкова много?
Falling further and further below from a little bit over 100 to now 321 damage below the threshold. That's close to 2 full eliminations on the players. And it's something that you got to be careful for because they don't have any extra heals, no shields, no HP. Luckily for them, they're able to look to the backside of the zone and trying to land some shots, but it bites them in the end. Aviv, Skittles, Chimp, they might have forgot about him, but they didn't forget about you. They turn on to Kanata, get that elimination, and force Bolts into a mad scramble.
Tough spot to be in here now. And although he has to play defensive, you kind of can't, right? Like, you don't have the luxury, you don't have the time. There it is, things are active, sees the base, goes into it, Amplify cleans him up. That's going to be the end. Team Kanata there. Cooper, Rhea, and Curly take full advantage of the fight that they hear break off next door. Meanwhile, Muzz, Rise, and Jabco, no troubles in the world right now as they go for an early rotate to try to get to this zone. And I'm a little curious if this was the best way to go. There's a huge body of water. Team's already set up on this side.
Марион фара, брат. Чуваме се. Good night, дано да заспиш веднага, защото да не чакаш 5 часа в леглото. Че аз съм така, ако не ми се спи и легна, не заспивам. Не знам как се.
And they got to be careful here because like you said, they have to go over that open body of water. Now they're one of the last teams to rotate on over. And if anybody is going to be below surge, they're definitely going to be looking back. And on the other side of that bridge, they're going to run into Clicks. They're going to run into Yamzo and Higgs. And they're just putting pressure on every team that has to rotate through that water.
2 часа няма. Така е. Ти и твоите мисли, братле. Мислиш се за някакви неща. Пробваше да заспиш. Всичко пробваш и не може. Кликс тук са на топ спота.
You can see Clicks just kind of staying on his toes right now. Replay coming in for Coldridge when Peterbot those. They're finding eliminations right now. Mind, those are points, right? Starting to rack up there.
Trying to close that gap. 6 points. It's not much now, but you definitely cannot let Peterbot, Cold, and Rich will continue to get more and more eliminations as each game passes. It's almost been the trend. 69 above though for the Major 1 champions. They've had a few struggles in this game, but they're always figuring out a way to make it work. The zone cuts back just a little bit in their favor, and that gives them the option to look across 2-3 teams over there. That's going to be their target. I was literally just saying you cannot let them pick up these eliminations, and there goes Peterbot getting another knock onto Cynics.
The end game is just starting right now, and they're at 5 elims, so talk about really hitting up what it matters. Zone's gonna pull far east though, giving up all that water straight into the landmass.
Ето тук виждаме Питърбот има 101 билдера. Те успеят да печелят тази игра. 14 имат 40 живи. 1030 бър. До тях ротейтват по-away Cornagers. Предишни FNCS winners.
Some damage able to sneak through, but not much. But this is the zone. Kelly really broke this down to start the day. They pulled it on the front side.
Оле, какви новини буга на хайграунд. Буга на хайграунд. Има ас с очи се е кръстил, братле. Аз с очи. Леле. Ейджърс бива нокнат. Пойо. Пойо става сам умира отзадзе. Отзадзе умира, брат. Кликс 4 кила има в момента 115 точки. Повече точки от Питърбот right now, защото нямат никакви килове. Те 9 флаша взимат ли Black Market. Мале. Мале. The perfect frontside low. Да, много си добре, брат, на тяхната локация, като им плува пак, къде плува Норд зоната. Pump Power плува, естествено. Естествено. Там ще плувне, защото защо? Fortnite така са решили да има само Норд зонове, защото ще се случва някакъв лайв евент на Magic Moses и винаги трябва да се случва на North Zones. Буга все пак държи хайграунд, но Питърбот са 6 кила са в момента. Кликс ротейтват, Питърбот ротейтва, дали ще се срещнат при ротейта? Буга изстреля Питърбот, Кликс държат фронт лоу. И двата тима са абъв. Оп, тук правят приета, не, Кликс не успява 3 пъти да вземе с една, това не е очаквано за 3-0 пинг тима. Не знам как не се случи това. Пулва им зон. 900 на бъв за Буга на хайграунд. Нимат 2 кила в момента са взели. 20 билда за Буга. Буга е трети на трапите са добре. На този хайграунд обаче Питърбот, Колд, Ричо и идват. Идват, чакат точен момент. Питърбот да бути някой. И тук миска помп хитват го за 40. И 9. Дигат от фронт. Буга скача. Никой не ги стреля. Убийствен. 9 на 3, 7 кила в момента. Питърбот и Клик са живи. Топ 1 и топ 2. В момента Питърбот са топ 1 с техните точки. Още не са овъртейкнати. Взимат хайграунд. Ако уин с 10 кила, Клик ще са 30 точки назад. Виждаме ли Кликс някъде? Кликс от зоната ротейтът, взимат доста в Stormtick. Обаче виждаме и един тим в зоната. Дали ще спробва за хайграунд? 11-та зона, 50 секунди да се затвори, пува и апхил за Кликс. Тук не е много добре. Не е много добре. Ричо е кракнат, обаче трябва да хилне. Буга е стил в зоната. Трет сумена, но те са в зоната. 3 тима в зоната. Това пува апхил. Ето че Ричо умира докато беше на White. Питърбот. Бокс дед. 200 за TikTok, за TikTok, бате. Леле. Трил на хайграунд, дали ще ги бутне? Питърбот е хим. Има билдовете, има бухалка, който умира. Питър Бот, 3 в 1 на хайграунд, дет един, остава още един. Омага колнат. Чака за перфектнат пъмпшот. О, тук не му стрелна. Чил има 20 билда, топ 7 в момента, почти всеки е соло. Почти всеки е соло. 6 човека, май единственото трио е на Кликс. Кликс е единственото трио, те ще спечелят тази игра, но Питър Бот има 10 кила, колко имат Кликс? И те имат 11 кила, което значи, че те ще са повече точки от Питър Бот himself, даже ако не са и наравно. Остават още 4 игри след тази, няма как да го лузнат. Питър Бот дали ще почне second place, тези точки са много важни за него. За парите, както за Кликс. Му трябва глава обаче, тук добри килове, 13 кила. Освен ако направи някакъв световен клъч, където ще го запомнят навсякъде! Навсякъде ще го запомнят! Този легендарен клъч. 2 в 1 в момента. Добри помпи. 18 билда този Питър Бот, ако направи уин, но не! Няма какво да се случи. 14 кила секунд. Кликс взимат first place. Once again. О май гот. Този лидерборд ще е close. Този лидерборд ще е close. И това е с 3 точки. Close. Отново са first place. 3 точки. Преди малко бяха с 6. Преди малко са 6. Сега са с 3. Damn. Damn. Нека видим Кликс. Нека видим Кликс. Добре, той го гледа.
Alright, chat, we'll make the V-Buck give away Ivcho. Ivcho with the clutch pump, bro. Put Pete down right when I thought maybe he could pull off a miracle clutch. Yo, great game too, though, man. Holy, Fortnite is delivering today. The script is cooking.
I'm reloading. Talk, Higgs. Talk. It's one. Straight.
Yo, this shot from Ivcho actually looked clean. I gotta try and see if we see it from Clix's POV.
No mats. Nice. Let's go!
Damn. Well played by Ivcho.
Good shit, Higgs! We fucking like that!
Good shit.
Fucking like that shit!
200 points, let's go. They definitely asked, was that Pete? Was that Pete? Yeah, wasn't it?
Where you thought,
Yes.
oh no, are we about to get 1v3? It's okay, Clicks! Look, it's me and you! It's me and you. They got
I was like, why is Zeke rubbing his titties? Oh, it's the X-Set logo. I was
Oh,
like,
what a
what is
big
it?
serious.
Kills that I got? Oh my, it was fucking disgusting. Higgs, next time though, in a 3v1, tell me if you're going up. We could have helped you by spraying. It was like, it was pure silent and I had zero clue. No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. But we won still, but it could have been a 3v1. I'm fucking lying. It's Yam's own clicks. Nobody's fucking doing that.
Damn, много клоус, брат. Кликс. Още една такава игра ще е секюрно за Global, мисля, че. Защото топ, мисля, че е много очаква по-скоро. Прямо спота, където пада, наистина падат на много добър спот. Плюс това, което казах с зоните е напълно вярно. Има лайф евент, който ще се случва на близо до тяхната локация и не случайно 8 от тези игри те са се справили по този начин. Освен тази, където Питър Бот ги ръчнаха.
Yeah, Ritual's house. My bad. Did you use that Tommy gun, by the way? Bro, watch my stream right here. I almost got fucked. Oh my gosh. Oh no, this is fine. Because after this. We were too late because I needed to drop my Tommy gun. That's why it's out. Wait, is it?
Вери пари 0. Да се свърши. Питър Бот може и да ръшне, да, те са гъс до гъс, дупе до дупе, гащи до гащи, първо и второ. Така че ще видим. Чая малко да вайнем, мър.
I just fucking blue balled this kid and ran at him.
Не, пари не такива, не ги пускам.
This is a great call.
Брат, Fortnite Competitive обаче е дет. Много е дет. Кликс има само 40 000. И сега хората ще кажат, как само 40 000, бе? Той има 40 000, мен. Явно не помните времената, когато имаше 140 000 на FNSS, брат. Явно не помните Savage и Mongrel, когато имаха и двамата по 100 000, брат. Fortnite Competitive is fucking dead, man. It is. It is, bro.
That's what happens when you got the best IGL and coach.
Или може би да.
$325. Thank you, Lucas, as well with the $5. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Shimmy, with the private 21. I would say put me in, coach, but he is the coach. Yeah, I'll put myself in. 1K is crazy work. Hey, BloodX is older than me, chat. I'm gonna let you guys make fun of me for being old relentlessly. And BloodX is older than me.
Mental bolts move, bе.
Thank you, Must. Thank you, Arctic. Richard's doing really well, right? Richie's doing well, man. Richie's doing the same sort of stuff. Bro. He's surviving. He's supporting.
I believe it. But Clicks, Ivchou, and Higgs got themselves yet another victory.
We're not sure what happened there on high ground. That might have been a sell. I don't know, but.
Какво става с Fortnite, бе?
Yo, Rian, nice to see you, man.
I was gonna 1v3 them. Guys, I'm gonna say it. I'm so sorry. The mental game, Peterbot's in my head, okay? Mentally, I thought, oh no.
Thank you, East.
Peterbot might just 1v3 Clicks, Ivchou, and Higgs here because they were just on a tear. And like, you know, Kelly, once Peterbot gets going, it's so unbelievably difficult to stop him.
It's really funny. Anytime Peterbot.
Oh, that is a Clicks win for the bingo board. True.
You can almost expect.
No double win yet though. Okay, alright, only 5 gifted then. I got you. Good luck, non-subs.
I love that. It's
hey,
something
Snowball?
we've seen from Peterbot now for the last year, where he needs to prove himself if he doesn't have the perfect game, and this was very close to being the perfect game.
Виждате ли? Виждате, браво. Ма тя са мега умена, бе. Даже не знам как го видях. Сега всичко се вижда найс. И тук виждате ли е това, брат? Заради това ви говорех. Това ми бъгва всичко, човек. Точно е това тук, маняк.
He's on subs chat. I'm in chat. If you got a free prime, click subscribe or the link in chat. Could have a free prime. Cost you nothing, you get no ads.
Я са rage bait, не те, маняк. Я са rage bait.
Oh yeah, Van, you did win twice on EU. 5 gifted for NA, courtesy of EU, you're right. Good point, good point, good point. I finessed EU. Saved the gifted subs for the NA crowd.
Shout out to Jacob was right? Because we're like watching this, and as soon as the Elim comes in on Higgs, Jacob goes, oh no.
Oh no.
He's like fully prepared for the 1v3 to happen. But that being said, that Peterbot solo clutch right there somehow holds on to first place by just.
You panned with the prime before, thank you, dude.
Just
congrats on 14K subs, thank you, man. It's crazy, dude.
Right? I mean, again, this was Peterbot as a solo. That's almost more dangerous when he's by himself. Like, I can't even believe those words are coming out of my mouth.
Oh, I do.
And yet it happened. Kelly, I mean, he's just crazy.
I mean, you look to the global championships and you have game 11 there where Peterbot eliminated like 8 players in 2 minutes. And I think actually in Major 1 he did the same thing potentially in game 11 as well. Peterbot is known as this insane player going for these solo clutches in the end game. And Zeke, you keep saying, oh, I thought he was going to go for the 1v3.
So should I just fucking die at Pro-Am?
Went for the 1v5 and eliminated
so what we're saying
players.
is I should just fucking die. Just get to endgame, drop all my loot, and then fucking die.
Like Peterbot. So even if he's not winning, who cares? Because he's
it might actually be more sustainable. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, genuinely, I mean, Pete having to slow down for me might actually make us do worse. Realistically.
For the rest of the day, we could just
no. All jokes aside, there is a very real potential that happens where I need to just fucking die for the betterment of the team.
Very, very well. We got raids, visuals,
or just try and play solo. Like you fucking get him, take everything. I'll just try and do what I can as a solo.
You know, another good game, still continuing that trend. Zeke only having 1 game outside of the
We'll see.
This game, they're gonna pick up 7th place with 5 eliminations.
We'll see.
Staying
thank you, Rob. Thank you, Plaz.
In terms of
Kane, Dingle, Milan, Vivo, subs chat. So many subs. Thank you.
Very, very close. It's like
Don't go to die. Yeah, it might just be that. Like, just top up his mats, top up his material, like top up his mobility, and then whatever's left is what I just try and clutch up by myself with. Just try and survive by myself.
Players consider
amazing. I'm so excited.
But if you replace visuals,
It's gonna be great.
with Kanata, Bolts, and Sphinx, however, they're not stopping yet either. They are still in our top 10. And Zeke, we have
thinking mobile with the prime for 11.
It already feels
Go
like
out there, go get him, son. You got this.
Липинг стрим, какво ще гледате, брат? Виж да спите. Аре, стига.
Yeah, pretty much, Aaron. Just try and take some people down with me, maybe.
Those players haven't moved. And how many of
Think
them
he
are
smalls
going
with the prime?
1 point up or down? This competition is so close. Like, yeah, of course. Obviously, we're trying to tell this nice
How many land spots? Three land spots, man.
Over here just like blowing stuff up. We're like, okay, I guess we have to look at that too. Like, the competition is close with 4 more games left to go. Let's jump back on that battle.
Няма да сме
Let's go.
Дулт. 0,7 PR съм назавил. Антарктида. Нищо не радваха този коментар. А някой за сме долу. Не ди да ни ви разправям на светофар с клавовете, брат. Ивчо клавнах. Викам, браве, от 500 хора, които плават, топ 300 играят, вика клона, брат. Клона, скок.
The surge and reload is weird. Yo, the Archie with the 2-pound dono. Happy birthday, bro.
We're here to find out. Let's jump on this battle bus one more time.
You stressed? I'm stressed. I'm not stressed yet. I'll be stressed game 11.
Направо се стресирал, бе. Аз тям на лане, бе.
You know what I mean? Like, that's when it gets a bit stressful. A4?
3 games left, not enough time to make up a point deficit. So I'm thinking there might be a potential. We saw Peterbot land on clicks. What about the other way around? If the point lead over everybody
Дали ще се лина, да.
That's exactly what I was starting to allude to.
Nah.
How clicks, Higgs, and Ivcho.
I don't think so.
Светофар ще див 2 само защото си къше степен, иначе не може. Тру.
Lone Wolf and then pushes them. I don't think Clicks tries to fight them. The train's too scrappy.
Гайс, казвайте, ако искате кири до Div 2, плащайте. Давам MyBan и PayPal и ще договорим. Да го изкараме от дивте.
I'm guessing. I could be wrong. But I've been right about a lot of these like off spawns, kind of like who cons who type vibes. And people keep saying, oh, last time Pete didn't drop an acorn, he regretted it. But that's when they were like across the map from each other.
It is absolutely incredible Fortnite at play here. High action, high caliber Fortnite underway, and it just doesn't get any better.
No, it does not, and you're seeing why every team.
You got Venom wrong though. Which one? No, I didn't. I didn't say what Venom was going to do game 6. Or game 12.
Most of the game we saw him kind of going all out.
Which Venom one did I get wrong?
Drop on one of them floor loots and quickly go
JC with the prime. Oh, when I thought Venom wouldn't keep going against Malabuka. But it ended up being right. It ended up griefing both of them. What do you mean?
Off of their spawn, but at least they got a shot to try to get more points, move up the leaderboard, try to get in that top 25 where you can actually make some money.
I respect it. You know, like last game they did something similar.
There's time.
I mean, exactly what I said was going to happen happened. Malibuka started drawing the fight out, and they both dropped down leaderboard.
And they kind of play things out. They were just working their way up, chipping their way up. They jumped up to 14
now. I got wrong on the call, but right on the outcome. That's why I assumed they'd stop doing it. But they didn't really have too many options after that, I guess. Like, I kind of want to ask Veno now, like, with the result, would have you done it again? You know what I mean? Like,
on the side, 2 different bases already built. That's the trio of Visual, Braids, and a Minish. This is how they get a lot
of their QX, the Prime.
Surge, and obviously after Peterbot secures the loot that
train's kind of far away. Ah, the train did go further than usual. They did let the train go further than usual. That is a good point.
Usually there's a lot of shots like
I think Pete's trying to get further away from Visual's team tagging them.
It seems like they were getting a little too close for comfort there. I thought for a moment.
Yeah, I think Pete is letting the train go further to get further away from Braids.
Seems like they know better than to take that risk. What is happening here from coned up to fighting back? Jaxie
closer to clicks? No, closer to clicks I don't think helps them.
Absolutely unwinnable situation.
Oh, did he talk it? What did he say?
He's looking at 1v3 right now. Siphon kicks in here. And he's right back in it.
Thank you, Poix, for the prime. That was slick. That was nice.
Smooth. But Noah plays chaos.
I don't play much. Does the medallion do? Gives you a speed boost, and then when you run into people, you like headbutt them.
I'm gonna build the surge base on main. smoking. I'm staring. I'm fucking high up. No, they're not. If they're close, then that's on me.
Тата, какво си мисли в момента, брат? Фокус, 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 фокус. Floppy gang. Walk in.
There's a llama right here.
A llama spotted.
I've been, I don't see you.
Though they were fine key for a sec.
Like around ammo.
Focus, win this shit, my boys,
Not
let's
yet,
go.
Nothing so far. Yep. 400. It's a different team. There's no way it's them.
I like this out of you.
I saw one. I saw one. He's running.
I'm scared.
To market. Wait, then I need to watch my 6. Hold up.
They coming.
Type shit. I'm staring. I'm not seeing bush. One went market 100%. I'm trading. 20, 47 crack, 70 crack. Fuck you. I'm at 250. Oh, I am. Wait, going up to the right. Higgs to the right. Marking 24. Yep. My loot, where the 2 barrels are. Above the 2 barrels.
Ево, 81 човека, преди малко бяха 97, какво стана? Да, всичко нули. И аз така.
The best, Higgs, you're the fucking best. I'm breaking tree. Wait. $23, 47. The fucking best, bro. I like 450. Right. $23, 47. I think they're the King RV. The King RV.
Ива.
23. I mean, why are they doing this? They're gonna key us after, no? He already is, brother. He already is. Wait, I see one. Bottom right, going down. 24. Wait, that's a kill. It's just too sauce, bro. No, we can't. Yeah.
Ето как успях да стана. Шарила се.
I don't have mats though. They're going down water. Marking.
Мале, Пепчето, thank you, брат, и на тебе така. Брат, познал си...
I think this is a play. Someone's under us.
0-6 си познал.
Trust me. I don't know.
Покажи си тела. Ето го телчето, брат. Чисто
I
много.
haven't got tagged yet. Yeah, I know.
Гайс, ето във вас памет W. Оле, чупиме клавиатура, всичко падна тук на този телефон. Така. Пишете нещо, брат, пишете нещо да се видите. Мада, гайс, тук сте врат, леле! Дай чат, дай чат! Дай брос! Дай брос! Дай брос, бро! Тихо, че тук сте питват. Питфайт става. Малко по-сериозно. First place срещу second.
27. Yep, you got it. Talk me. 100. Big seal. Flash. I have 100 wood. We could. Come down a little bit. They're going up. Or they jump. They batted off. Batted off. Wait, do we tag? Fuck it. Okay. Not smart. Just abuse for search. 45 50. Keep on shooting. It's fine. It doesn't matter. This is great. NRV, in storm, fellas. We're good. So relax. Yeah, it's fine. We're fucking insane. I did some crazy shit on that kid. I should have killed him. High big, sorry.
Старбъл просто решиха да ни го направят.
We just go back market, no? We have over 1,000 surge. I mean, if you guys have shot your guns, I have so much. I have like 700, 800 minimum.
Чубалчо малко.
Well, that was ice. Yep. Don't get big above your head. No, I threw it to him. Wait, guys, this could be a reverse strat and they come back when we're not surprised.
Reverse strat.
Well, it fucked them even more. Okay, do I keep on looking? Yeah, I've searched.
Ще използваме дори 2025-та. Реал. Те са бетър обаче.
Yep. Yeah, I have 6 minis. I'm 1-1-1, bro. I need a farm. I'm done looking. Did you get my men miss though?
На здраве, брат.
Okay,
Само вода, брат. Само вода, знаете.
Pump right here.
Ама това вода ле.
I'm getting my men miss. I have a men miss. Wait, I need to get the metal that he has, I guess. I'm going.
Още 3 часа да сме будни, брат. 3 години даже.
Solo, no? That's good shit, you fucking go. I'm king. Who is it? I'll carry. I got it, I got Memphis. Yep. He's gotta be in the bush, no? Okay. No, I'm at 20 seconds. I'm up on Medi soon. I need to pop Medi soon, just so you know. I'm popping one now. I'm scared. Pop one. No, I got too scared. I don't want to get beamed. Yep. I have 1 minute. I'm 2-2-2. I need to farm. Can I farm in here or no? On me! Help! Go for me. I'm good. We're the best. Chill on them. They popped the men miss. Go fuck off. Thank God I saw that. Holy fuck, we drop left. We're good. Okay, we're the best. We're good. Yep. Make more space? Yeah. Coming. Help! Bro,
Пас кой се бе, добре.
Fine, I'm missing. We're gonna get in. Well, I have 8 builds, 5 builds, 4 builds. I might rush one with a bet. I might rush one with a bet. Okay. I'm gonna rush. You have heals? Heals? Can we rush this kid? Rush this kid! 100! Help! I'm boss! Can we key? No. Help, help, help. Help! Oh, what is going on, dude? My bad, I'm 2-0-2. Nice, nice, nice! I'm batting in! Batting in! Behind! No! I'm dead. Reset, reset! Nice! I mean, he's finishing! I'm 1 second! I'm dead. Tell you. Nice! Good shit, guys. Good shit, guys. My bad. I fucking batted in. Yep, you're right. Remember, all my surges.
На мен ми хареса, че Кликс го приема на твърде сирет, брат, и иска да това FNC сега. Тъч.
Makes me love this game so much at a competitive level. And look, they are back like they never left. They are just not looking to make any mistakes. This is incredible stuff.
Those little differences really mean much because now they don't have to use a med mist, they don't have to use a med kit, no bandages, no worries there, at least not for now. And again, I always say this, they're looting their POI yet again. They don't even necessarily drop there and loot the whole thing. That's from time to time. You see extra teams come in, try to grab the scraps. As he dips his toes into the water. The gold splash water that runs through Crime City. Get the extra speed boost, faster farming speed, and that's where he's going to be maxed up on materials in no time. And not too far away from where the zone is pulling now. And this is where you're seeing a lot of teams utilize that gold splash water, just dipping their feet in. They get the speed boost, they get this pickaxe speed boost. And then if they do have that kneecapper, then they're definitely going to close the distance with these.
I mean, at this point, I'm more concerned if like storm sickness is going to kick in. Like they are playing deep in the storm right now. We still got a lot of, Fortnite to go. The North is still kind of playing the zone right now, so very favorable short rotate for them. Might force them to tank a little bit more than usual. I'm just trying to keep all the options, open at the moment. But Shadow, Tyler, and Curve right now on the move here, playing this kind of high ground, trying to see if they can have a position here. But Noah's already set up. Visuals and Minish are there. Take a look.
Guys, TikTok има ли някоя?
On the eastern side of the map.
Ooh, boy, kill.
What happened last game that set them back this time? They don't lose Boyo, so they're going to be able to maintain their damage, kind of carry this momentum into this endgame right now. Another mountain in play here as well, so seems to be a repeating pattern.
От TikTok няма никой.
Their fingers right now saying, please come to us on the eastern side. Don't pull up that mountain. Don't give us a max pull. Well, guess what? Fortnite doesn't really care how your fingers are crossed or what you're wanting. We're just going to give a max pull anyway. Agers, Poyo, and Acorn. This is something they've been feeling almost all weekend long. And the difference is exactly what you said. They were able to pick up those eliminations. They didn't go down, not rebooted. So this time around, with a similar rotation as last game, I expect them to be very, very much higher when it comes to that storm surge.
Sitting in the storm right now, tanking for position here. Jacomas and Rise could be setting themselves up for another victory royale here. We've seen when they kind of get these types of zones and they get this high ground positioning early, they've turned them into top 3s, second places, and victory royales. Do keep in mind, this is a 2-tick zone right now, so again, a lot of tanking right now. Ritual, Pewterbot, and Cole still tanking as well. If they just look over that way, they might actually be able to take them out the sky for a moment there. Seems like a fight's breaking out.
And as of this game starting, they're only 69 points away from that top 4, which would be a qualifier spot because of Ritual, Cold, and Pewterbot in first place. So they know these last 4 games are going to be some of the most important Fortnite they're going to play, especially during this major. Pewterbot, Cold, Ritual. They're able to get that mountaintop just south of their actual POI. They're 1,100 damage above the surge, and they're looking toward the back. That player is in zone. They get the knock, the tick, and that was a player that already got rebooted in this game. Down again he goes.
PeterBot с най-много damage.
Before by himself. Seems like he just couldn't catch a break. Those are some important points right there. And look at that, he's just gonna go for the material. So Peterbot opting to jump down. Big upgrades here as well, potentially. All in all, a pretty great elimination for him.
Yeah, and they knew it was relatively safe because they traveled from that side of the zone where it was closed. Nobody was really there without sacrificing damage. One other team might have been Mud's Rise and Yapco on the other side, but a little bit of a far pull for them. But since they're so high up, they could look down at teams like Booga, Rapid, and Threats, figure out where they're rotating, and either mirror that rotation or just simply use their builds against them. But they are going to beat off Booga, Rapid, and Threats. Yep, they're cutting them off down the side of that mountain. So not only are they going to get position inside of the zone, they're going to get priority over every other team.
Yeah, one thing we're noticing, it's almost like Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual now are playing as if every team they're encountering is Clix's trio. They're trying to put themselves in position to directly gatekeep out all the northern teams. They are looking for the fight right now.
I want to say same thing could be said for Kanata, Bolts, and Sphinx, but they're fighting all weekend long. The most distance traveled in the tournament, and they're 137 above the threshold. One of these zones coming towards the south. They got a little bit of priority position. They got to be careful from the left side where they're kind of blocked off. But other than that, they're able to kind of take advantage. A lot of these teams stuck below inside Canyons Crossing. There's a huge elevation differential, and they have to climb that mountain in order to get in the safe zone.
Let's take a look at 98 above here for both Sphinx and Kanata, so not out of the woods just yet. They need to stay active right here, find one of these teams.
Ivcho commenting. Включва се.
Fight. Looking at things from the wide.
Вей, кликс бело. Как така 16 бело. 4 кила са те. По-рано се забиха с Питърбот. Но ето, че им трябва да сърч в момента. Ей, кликс е много добър лейзър на този тим. 95 абъв. Гри такс. Обаче им пулва тука през планината Макс Пулбара. Какъв ротейшън ще направят, не знам. Тия два рибока нямат да съсят Батман Буга. Нищо, ще им трябват и сърч и направо. Питърбот май бяха много добре, защото бяха на планина. Обаче всъщност то не беше тук зоната, така че сега не знам къде се намират. Пой виждаме, че е плявал и Питърбот. Питърбот не го видях къде, не успях да го зърна. 7 си на бъл за Пойо. 3 кила са те. Не е добре за тези зони. Ето, че тук се тагват при ротейшън. Че даже почти го убиха плънчето. Обаче и те ги бият. Кликс се отетят от планата надолу. Обаче Хикс е на малко отбива нокнат. Йомзо е на лайт и той 230 абъв. Това изглежда много добър уин за Питърбот. Това не е уина ми, просто да има от повече точки от тях. Кликс не си взима фол демидж някакси. И тук е Пушин. Найс. Не мога да видим дали са ин или не. Питърбот все още не ги виждам къде са. Обаче е добре да седят този сайт тук, не да продължават напред, защото ако пълне случайно назад, после няма как да се качат. И мъсе на хайграунд от Питърбот е под тях. Нека видим дали ще пълне на планината отново. Ако пълне на планината, доста от тези тимове ще умрат и това ще е преплейсмент, но не плува на планината, плува вдясно на нея. Канда може да пълне нагоре всъщност, не съм много сигурен това дали там е надиганка или не. Но Мъз да вземе хайграунд тук е интересно, мисля, че ден едно само един път беше на хай и не знам какво направиха, нали бяха сплитнали или не. Но ето, че не, тук щях да кажа, че ги сплитват, но не. Питърбот спрява под тях тима с 7 кила са right now. Дали ще слезат надолу, слизат надолу и Питърбот бива хит на 2 пъти в гръб. Все пак Мъз не спират. Питърбот може да еде тук добри механики и добър реакшн тайм. Пада най-долу взима тази стена, което е добре. Ще забави за малко хората, но не за дълго. Дали ще оцелее все пак? Оцелява, да. 16 дървени билда обаче само. Хиликс обаче е голс даун. И Йомзо и той е на малко. Това изглежда добре за Питърбот, обаче докъде ще кошнат те? Къде ще кушнат те? Йомзо като соло. Питър Бот ноква човек. Питър Бот взимат рефреш. Another kills за тях. 10 kills on the lead. On the board. 10 има, остава и пулва, ето че пулва на планата, това може да изглежда в един уин за мъс, но дали за Питър Бос ще клошнат колкото се може повече. Ивчо добре се качи на тази плана, Питър Бос след него, кол след него, добре се качват. И Омзо кампи, 0 билда, 0 хилс. 10 има, никой не умира. А пулва на Маунтин. Дата Райс коннеква тук мъс, мид, Джапо най-отзаре. И Омзо голс даун от топ ден. Което значи, че Питър Бот ще има доста голям лид след тази игра. След тази игра остават още 3. Дали ще брикнат рекорда от 1000 точки след тези игри. Всичко или нищо ще направят. Добре. Медалона как го спази тук Питър Бот обавят. Не, колто умира топ 9. Всъщност те няма да са изобщо по-напред от тях. Ще са около 9 точки, може би 15 над тях. За жалост не кошнаха толкова много, че да са повече от Питър Бот. Този мъс успя да спре Питър Бот. Истинският демон. Не само един път го е спирал мъс. Ето че дропа. Много добри килчета взима тук. Взима и Мац, взима Сайфън. Играе Сторм. 15 билда за него. Би трябвало да има easy win. Има едно соло или дуота 2. Нека видим. Добри килове тук. Рид изненадващо, което не съм очаквал от него. Топ 3 в момента. Топ 5 overall, мисля, че. И има в момента още една добра игра, което изобщо не е зле. 3 в 3. Кой ще спечели? И Ябко с бухалка плей може би ще направи. Изчаква точния момент. Никой не пикна за жалост. 3 в 3 напечено. Найс. Тук no way. Бухалката. Мъс е на едно. Мъс ще успее ли да кошне? Мъс успява да убие тук. Не, едно в едно. Райс, едно в едно. Райс къде се намира? Райс и тук успява да вземе някакъв мац, но дали ще успее да уине? Добър кон, тук има обаче 50 билда. 50 билда обаче слиза надолу. Може би не трябва и ето че го пъмпа за макс. Рид печелят гейм номер 3. И се изправят много напред в лидерборда след тази игра, а Питър Бот и Кликс първо и второ място still untouchable, но не успяха да клъчнат твърде много точки след тази игра и лидерборда няма да е толкова раздалечен, а ще е отново close, както сега 3 точки, сега ще е около 20 може би и всъщност почти 30 точки, но пак Рид се приближават. 566 точки ще видим Рид, може би на лен евент, ако успеят да продължат с това матч история, което е просто уникално матч история, както и на Питър Бот. Винаги всяка игра е под топ 10, което е уникално за 9 игри. Остават още 3, кой ще спечели FNCS Grand Finals, кой ще се пребере хоум с 60 бона, кой ще отиде на глава с топ 3. Леле. Кликс няма опит.
Big one. Wait, 3 games to go. I thought this is game 10. We still got 3 games to go. Yeah, that's big for Curly too. As an up-and-coming player, like very little Grand Z experience to show up and like.
682 точки. Дали ще успеят 1000 точки? Кажете вие. Първият FNCS, когато имаше double points и не успяха. А сега дали ще могат? Дали ще могат?
Muzz on a read.
Yo, that was crazy. Kelly, you should be doing a Zeke right now because Reed.
Няма да играем в едно.
Well, you were just talking about that moment, and it was Muzz versus Reet, where Muzz jumped down and got the elimination onto Reet. But obviously, there's only so much you can do when it keeps coming down to these 1v1s.
I'll call you by there. Thank you for entering, guys.
That it's not just these 3v3s now. We're almost getting this kind of like masterclass of 1v1s.
Controller win. That is a controller win. We finally got a controller win.
Reet, Cooper,
Let's
and
go.
Curly grabbing another
King Reet, baby.
Roy out.
King Peace.
I love to see them
That's my boy.
jumping up
That's one of
the
my
leaderboard
sons.
Finally, actually, I'm excited to look at our leaderboard because they have been one of the only
My two sons
teams
were
in our
fighting in
top
the end
10
there.
to
Actually, I just
not
realized
get
it was
into
Reed
Royale.
versus Muzz.
So finally,
My
to
boys.
see them come all together, controlling the low ground, especially when you have other low ground teams like
W,
Clix's
Kelly.
trio or
W.
Muzz's trio, who was on high ground. When they're
Don't
everywhere
reswitch
else, you
KBM.
can
Nah, he
kind
switched
of,
back, bro.
navigate the story.
I said them, boys.
Brings me back on show for like 4 weeks.
Boys and girls. I said some.
Spawn back up the mountain. This is easy win. I'm not even gonna watch. Hold up, Curly did what? In that end game, did Curly find a llama, by the way? Because we tuned into his POV and he had 60 bills. I mean, Rise has got to be like punching his desk right now. He's like,
Cheyenne?
how
Polo?
does this guy still have bills? He's still
Casto,
no
Raven,
chance
Slip,
in that
Colt,
1v1 'cause it felt
Nitros,
like
Talent,
Curly had like infinite
Jaunty,
materials,
Agros,
could keep blocking him up, kept
Zeke,
building
Justin,
up, kept coning him off.
Rodlin, Blitz,
And at the
Hughes,
end of it, when
Allen,
Curly finally
Christian,
hit that final shot, he
Stompin',
still had,
Quack,
40
Turtle.
bills
Nice
to
subs,
work with. I
chat.
don't
This is
know where
insane, man.
Curly
This is
ended up
insane.
finding so much
Between
wood
YouTube
from,
and Twitch,
that
we're actually
definitely
pushing my
helped him in
all-time view
that
record, so
1v1.
thank you,
What
chat.
an incredible game from Reet, Cooper, and Curly. Like
What'd you
I
drink? I'm
mentioned,
having
I kinda
water.
chalked
It looks
that
like a
game
big
up
pot,
to a
so it's
must
tastier.
win hours ago, right? It looked like it was so clear as day. I don't know how they managed to rotate up the mountain, keep themselves in a healthy position to actually go ahead and win that one. What a game from that trio.
We are just being fed some of the best Fortnite ever right now, and obviously the first two trios who are out in the lead
Beacon?
went down early. More on that in a moment, because first we go to a break. When we return,
You
we'll
Femmel?
let you know what happened. We'll see you real
Femi,
soon.
Beacon? These guys? Oh my god, leaderboard time chat. How much? I think Pete's ahead, but I don't know by how much. How much is Pete ahead by? Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Very, very doable. Not even 30 points. Oh, shit. All right. Pete pulls ahead a little bit, but still very, very close. Very, very doable with 3 games to go. And then Reet, Cooper, and Curly with that win in 3rd place. 100 points down. Less than 100 points down, but still good. But that's why Muzz needed a bro. Right now, there's only 3 land spots. And Muzz's team not in the running for one of them. They can get it, but we're about 60 points behind. So Muzz really needed that win. But hey, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe Visual starts to struggle. Muzz starts popping off. Maybe Reet falls off. But right now, I think Clix is in land. Surely Clix is in land at this point. We'd have to, I mean, shit, if they start fighting hard enough, I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. I'm not going to say anything. You never know. You never know. With the way this season's going, you never fucking know, man. We had Malabuka lose his 120-point lead when another team started dropping on him, so. Is 4 land spots? No, it's 3. 3 land spots, man. Think you Dree with the prime? Watch Pete pull a Veno? I don't think so. Like I said, so Pete had the chance to start dropping Lone Wolf. He did one night of off-spawn practice at Lone Wolf. Hated not having his mythic shotgun and having spawn like just shitty gun RNG. And then decided not to go there. So if they fight, it's going to be Pete's going to get the train. They're going to get crime and they're going to instant rush. What happened to Higgs? What do you mean, man? Oh, yeah. Did Higgs die to the fucking van? Do we have a clip of that? Did Higgs die to the truck? He fresh to the Prime 21? Do we have a clip of that? Did he die to the van? The Alpha with the gift in? It said storm in the feed. Pred? I called the Pred and reran it. Yeah, which is tough, chat. You want to get your land spot on NA right now. So if you guys have been following Globals in the past, there used to be way more land spots for Major 3. Now, most land spots are in Major 2. So, for example, there's 3 spots for NA this season, but only 2 next season, which is going to be tough. Trying to get one of the last 2 spots.
I'm just blown away. I'm just blown
Hey,
away.
Luke with the Prime?
Halfway through day number 2. And this is just getting crazier. I know, Kelly. It is flown by because we are just getting some unbelievable moments here in major number 2.
He tased the.
So obviously,
he tased the Prime.
Curly, congratulations on your VR engagement.
Why would they do that? I think it's to sort visas quicker, man.
Standings. We still see 2 Titans at the top fighting back and forth. One to reclaim his title, to take back his first place. Another to get their first win.
What's up, Drive
as a champion. And it is so unbelievably close. I mean, guys, to see Peterbot and Clicks be fighting this out. In that last game, Clicks fell 10th. Peterbot fell 9th. The difference between the two of them, 5 eliminations. This is a nail-biter, Kelly.
And what's even crazier is this discussion kind of started early on in the game. We saw Peterbot once again go to Lone Wolf and go on to Clix' trio. Fortunately, though, it wasn't the wipe that could have potentially happened. Clix was able to kind of hold themselves down. Peterbot's trio kind of backed off. And for a long time there, I mean, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual looked like they had this low ground to themselves. But so much chaos, especially when it's this mountain zone. There's only so much you can do to control the lobby when it's pulling this way. Even when you're Peterbot, there's only so much you can do, Vivid.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go ahead and take the opportunity here to also shout out Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo because, you know, like Kelly mentioned, there was a little bit of tension happening, right? Of course, the leaderboard is telling the story as well, but in game, these trios are meeting early on.
Yeah, that little scuffle was good.
I like to highlight moments where these type of games impress me because Clicks, Iamzo, and Higgs still break into the top 10. They have yet to place outside of the top 10, but this was, or no, sorry, that wasn't true. They placed outside, or they got 10th.
He clicks with the Prime for 5. Thank you, bro.
This was one of those games where it was like, I chalked it up early because after they got done with that engagement with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, I was like, oh, they got like 20 builds, and then they went ahead and fought like 3v3, and then, you know, Clicks had to get rebooted. They were late rotated into the zone. I'm like,
King,
this is the game,
plays.
right? This is the game where Peterbot actually establishes a leader.
Lindell?
But no, somehow they still put up a decent game, get 10th place, 6 eliminations, and then with Peterbot kind of going down in the same area, it still stays competitive on the leaderboard. Gotta tip my hat to Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo, because even in games where they don't seemingly have everything go perfect for them, right? The game plan doesn't work out, they're still able to adapt and put up decent points.
Dude, just when we pulled up those standings, I mean, again, we're just trying, when we pull up the standings, just look at that number on the left, right? And just see which way it's going up and down, okay? The fact that Muzz, Yapko, and Rise are now starting to push out.
They jump into top 5. Let's go.
Acorn and Pollo. Pollo has already qualified. If he jumps up into that top 3, now we're looking to move further down the standings. Peterbot's already qualified.
He scored the NyQuil. Wild, these guys.
Head-to-heads happening across this lobby right now. I am just in awe of the community, of the players, how they are performing.
Hey, Cone?
Guys,
Kanada's not moved today? Yeah, it's brutal, man.
I'm in awe with Muzz going for that kind of mountainous zone height early on and then using that to kind of control high ground all the way until zone 12. We were talking about at the start of the show just how difficult that is, but when you're Muzz, Rise, and Yapko, it's not too difficult for you. However, what is difficult is that once that zone does slowly start rolling down the mountain,
I mean, kids been impression farming for the last week about Connie and Clicks chat, so we'll see. If it happens, it happens. I'm waiting until it happens to say anything, chat.
1v1 of Curly versus Rise. There's just so much storytelling there, but still, they are just barely within that contention of making into the global championships. These teams cannot be resting on their laurels yet. 3 more games to go.
What are laurels, by the way?
So much that
I only ever hear that phrase, resting on their laurels, but why do we never use laurels not in that phrase?
We
What
hope
does
that you
laurels
guys
mean?
are all enjoying what you're watching.
What are
and
laurels?
Just a shout out, there's a bunch of watch parties happening right now. Aussie Antics, Courage JD, Stable, Ronaldo,
hello,
Faxity. I mean, there's Legends Landing is going crazy. We are all
as
one community coming
It's a
together
show,
right
baby.
now to watch this.
We all here for the show, baby.
With 3 games
That's us.
left to go. Let's jump
It's like a
back
Reed's
on that
crown.
battle
Oh.
bus. MDF,
Oh my
take
god,
it
we
off.
got mentioned. We got mentioned, chat.
I cannot tell you enough, Monster, how
It's an
close
old-timey
this
crown.
actually is. And it always
Thank
makes
you,
wonder
chat.
how
Why does so
nervous,
many
how
of you know
anxious
that?
are our competitors, because it has me
W
at
knowledge,
the edge of
chat.
my seat going into these last 3 games.
Oh my god. That's us, chat. That's us. They're talking about us. We're watching.
He has had the shakes in certain scenarios. At least coming into game 9, he was really feeling feeling the pressure. And you got to think about
Like
it.
Tops?
This is the first time he's had this much.
No, I know what it
pressure.
means. I've just
He
never
hasn't
actually
had
heard like what
a
laurels are.
second-place lead almost
You calling us dumb? No, I'm impressed.
Here we have it. Let's
Come on,
jump in
is
for
Clicks
another
conned?
game.
Now, Clicks got a longer delay than the broadcast, so we'll see. Is Clicks conned?
Game 10 of the major 2
Come on.
finals is here. One thing's for certain, we do not know how these rounds are gonna play out. Who's gonna, let alone take the victory royale come the end game. These games have been absolutely nail biters.
Come
and
on.
you could
Come on.
tell
Oh, I didn't see the map long
tension
enough.
is in the air between Peterbot versus Clicks, because Peterbot's team has been the most dynamic team we've ever seen in the history of Fortnite, changing their strategy round after round and just trying to be
Are they showing it?
Rio.
I don't think he's con chat. Like I said, you guys have got to like. I think everyone's figuring out because Click said it, which is fair. If no, we're fucking conned. Oh fuck no.
Well, but what is this? Another
Bruh.
contested fight. And I was gonna say something though for a moment, Monster.
I cannot speak chat. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. All I'm gonna say, chat. All I'm gonna say. I've been here before.
And this exact thing happened. They started to get
We all know how where I
game
stand
after
on this
game.
one.
Their loot stolen away game after game, and already it looked like it might have been just a momentary thing. Jutrez said, you know what? We might have just went on to Clix's house. Let's just leave before security catches us.
Now, you do have
Why
to
is it a
keep in
2v3?
mind,
Why are they a duo? I'm so
Nitro and
confused.
Jutras
Oh, they've
are
left now.
the current
What? Okay.
33rd place team. So them just spawning here and taking a little bit of loot is still extremely significant to Clicks, Higgs, and Ivcho's pacing in their entire game, right? Look at how different they have to play now. They're slower. They're looking around. They don't want to overcommit.
La 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 la.
These things are going to affect their performance. So if it isn't one thing, it's another now that they have to keep an eye out for.
See how we go. Kind of weird. At least, like, I don't think it's affected Clicks too much. Hopefully, I'm guessing. Could have taken a bunch of their minis, though. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Right out of the gate, so they're not going straight for that storm surge strategy. So even though we know that full team has already disengaged and left,
No, chat, I'm doing my own
they're going to get
lose.
that information, and now they're behind their curve a little bit when it comes to.
Wait, did one of them drop on Pete?
It's something that you've
Wait,
been talking about all
one of them
long.
dropped
It's
on Pete and
literally the
2
little
dropped on
things.
Clicks. Like, what are we doing, man? What the fuck are we doing? What's happening?
What? Going business as usual. Teams at Foxy Floodgates peeking on over.
You see that?
But should we watch all?
Prime City. You see just a
Or
little
go sleep?
It might just be that solo.
Is that Jutras? Oh yeah. Oh, they're just showing up. That is the team. That's Nitro.
Thank you, Flo. Thank you, Bayo. Killer, Tops.
They say, hey, you know what? We
Go
wanna get
wild,
something about
Scott.
our broadcast. We're gonna land on both first place and second place. We'll keep it interesting for the calm, you know?
For Cole to think it's fully uncontested because he snuck his way in here, I believe, through the porta potty. So this is going to be one of those interesting situations.
He might actually get away with an elimination right now. I'm not even gonna lie. Nah, not on cold, right? No way.
You know, this is literally a movie today because, you know, in those situations in the movie, the horror flicks where it's just like, no, don't go in there. The monster's in there. Right now, Cold sees him. Now it's a chance as you see every single green arrow on the outside. Both Ritual and Peterbot have turned around. And this is where it's going to get dangerous for Noob Nitro as a solo because now the entire wolf pack is going to converge.
Wait, but you got to think about it. The same story applies here for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. If they're getting, again, pushed off of their usual strategy, this is time lost on farming damage. Now, Nitro did throw the bag. He had a chance to take down Cold, but he got caught in the street, and now he's off to the races, and he just gets folded over. 190 damage opener here by Cold. Cold's probably going to flex him on with a pickaxe. I wouldn't doubt it. Nope, he doesn't want to put the risk out.
Now, it almost makes you feel like in the back of their mind, they found one. They obviously don't know that his duo is just nowhere in sight. Well, speak of them, Fallen and Jutras, this is them almost on the other side of the world, north of Crime City, and another 1v3 situation. And that's Cap that just gets the elimination onto Fallen. Jutras now by himself, and it just almost looks like that strat to split up to surprise first and second place. Might not work out for them, but he's not going down without a fight up until then, where they get wiped off that. And now, one less game for them to play.
Everybody gets their shine in the sun here today on the broadcast. Lore's amplifying Shiny, though. going toe-to-toe now against what looked to be Ivcho, Rise. Kind of sneaking on in here from the side, trying to get a little bit of a piece of the action, hearing the shots going down here.
Дъхваше, бе. Как 200 пък им промах.
Like this slow play this time around. Aviv, Skittles, and Chimp jumping on over towards Outlaw's Oasis. And they are actually able to get this armored vehicle this time around, so it's not just the overabundance of loot. It's exactly this situation with the zone pulling further and further towards the east. That's going to allow them to safely or relatively safely rotate with that armored vehicle straight into zone much faster than some of these other teams that might have to use some of their resources to make that same rotation.
By the way, was I tripping out last game? Did I see an armored vehicle come flying off the hill? Like I couldn't tell. Still thinking about how Higgs went down. Like I'm pretty sure Booga had an armored vehicle somehow. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Higgs Ivcho clicks though, moved out of the lone wolf lair. They're not looking to sit around. They're trying to keep their strategy moving along. Notice every game, I would say the last 9 games basically, they kind of stood there stay right at the draw spot. Last game they were forced almost into the zone because Peterbot's trio rotating in, so now they're looking to play for a little bit more key positioning, take a fight inside the storm. This is all new for them right now.
Yeah, just interesting, from yesterday, staying at Lone Wolf, game 1, being able to access that black market. I thought it was going to be a trend that changes in that favor, but now it looks like they're just kind of hunting. And this could be partially because of storm surge, but on the other end, one of the key ways I feel like in order to take down a trio like Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual is keeping up with eliminations. And remember, to close the day out yesterday, they didn't get any eliminations. They went down early, almost a 0-point game, so now you're looking at them. How do you close the gap against the team that is so consistent and so aggressive? Well, this is one of those ways that I'm looking at.
Well, Clix has got the information downloaded. He sees what this team's up to, tracking them almost perfectly as they start to build their fortress here. They're looking to set up the ambush right now, likely waiting for just one little edit reset to come through so they can go ahead and take advantage of the weak wall, and they find it. The weak wall is a little bit of wood, and they box him up. But his player manages to barely skate away, but not for long. Here comes the pressure. This is where Click shines best, obviously. Box fight type scenarios. Swinging his way around, catches JXY from the side. A great little angle going on here. But look, there's another team pushing in extremely fast as the fight's breaking out right now. You have to wrap this up quickly.
It might be Josh, Magma, and Causers trying to float their way in, and they're already there, right on top of all this action. Up above, trying to sneak away some shots, even with elimination in down. They're not able to clean it up just yet. It's gotten a little bit more risky on the other side. It's a 2v1 situation. Click showing no fear, just putting a good amount of damage onto both of those players, knowing that he does have the backup. Higgs, Ivcho have now entered the fray, but both of those eliminations get stolen away, and it's not just the loot, it's the points.
They lost the points as well, and then the body must have been picked up. That is so unfortunate. And then look at who's here. Taki, Ivchou, and Ver, and that's a good trio. We saw how they managed to really fend off Clicks just in the last game. All of a sudden coming through, little ambush opener onto Ivcho. Ivcho too fast on the draw there, ends up kind of escaping. So Higgs, Ivcho, Clicks have another chance now to find a fresh set of eliminations, but they're not really happy with the way this is all unfolding. So that's 12 points that just slipped through their fingertips.
And then you add in the amount of builds they expended, the resources that they've used, and they weren't really able to get any of that back. And now they're almost stuck in this position. One team on one side, another one on the other. But they're still doing a good job of making sure that nobody can advance their position. Nobody can start to build confidence. But there's another one off the side of the mountain, Curve, Shadow, and Tyler, that they might have to worry about soon, especially if they disengage into that direction.
Look, they ended up finding Polis there. Magma's trio. Now Higgs, Ivcho, Clicks kind of get the situation. They say, okay. Kind of break out this side angle here. Not too sure whose builds these are. Higgs not trusting it at all. He's trying to see if there's still that one left. Where's that?
И аз повечето стримери, където гледам, не пиша.
Ooh, another cheeky play. Throwing the thermites on the walls. Let it do the damage for you. That way, if anybody is sneaking or hiding around, it might take some time, but their position will be revealed. But that team already disengaged towards the north side. Back over towards Brutal Boxcars as we tune into Peterbot going down. Ritual once again looking like he's going to save the day. And they're just outside of Crime City. Cold is converging on that location as well. So even with Peterbot going down, it's not going to be too many worries for them because he's going to get right back on up.
Това мога го направиш като цял, брат. Сеш се. Папенце, пейте мога да направиш. Ама къде е по-добре? Да гледаш две пиловита в едно или едно пилови.
Just loses an exchange against Aiden through the wall there. That's how he ended up getting folded over. A little setback on damage, but not over just yet.
Oof, it's a momentary setback for someone like Peterbot. Most damage in the game by far. Let's tune into Cooper and Curly. No read. He's already down. Zone pulling on over towards the eastern side overall. And this is with those splashes, they're just going to try to disengage on out. They know Flooded Frog's uncontested, especially with the zone moving in the opposite direction. As long as they have that reboot card, it's going to be no worries for them to go ahead and try to get Reap back up. But there is a full trio behind him, chasing him down. Creon, Noisy, Tony. They don't want to let those two eliminations go for free because assuming they already got the one on Reap, they know they have the advantage here.
I was gonna say, I feel like we were due for a little bit of a scrappy game from some of our top performers, but I wouldn't have thought all three of our top three teams were gonna be having a bit of a hard time here come game 10. This is a halfway mark of day 2. Traditionally, the big teams start to break away here with a, overwhelmingly consistent. But Hooper, Curly, Reed find themselves on the back foot right now. Pressure coming in from Creon as they look to advance forward. Big tags coming in, but the pressure starting to mount here. Cooper jumps to low ground. More tags from another trio. This is Hound's trio now looking inwards. All things are not looking good right now for Cooper and Curly, who just came off the last game victory.
Така, може и ти да станеш някой ден.
All the way forced into a worse position and they get finished. Collapsed on by the hands of Creon, Tony and Noisy while
Не да умра топ 27, бе. От толкова beautiful match history умира да човек.
So terrible for Reed, Cooper, and Curly. And you look down that leaderboard, visuals, braids, and diminish. They're already in the conversation with the global championship.
Предния FNZ Grand Finals мисля, че не успя да е плавна и сега като успя да е плавна се доказа много добре и после толкова после то всичко е добре, но накрая 27 има още 2 игри. Те пак имат шанс да гола спокове тема.
So there's still a long road ahead of some of those teams looking to get inside of the bubble. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo rotating late out of their lone wolf lair. This time around, just like in game number 1, they're going to backtrack on over to that black market. They're assuming and hoping all of these teams have already rotated away out of this spot so they can have ease of access to the black market.
Yeah, their timing perfect too. The team is just moving out of it as they are showing up. Braids visuals and diminish. Kind of mixing it up here, taking a little bit more of a scenic route. Not in any kind of worry or, overly dangerous position, whereas last game they found themselves, as one of the few kind of playing deep in the storm there, pushed by different trios and whatnot.
Надръмга бъки, къде пара тогава?
Where teams find themselves in a race, right, for like a top prestigious podium finish for the first time in their careers. And sometimes, again, that pressure, you just don't know how you're going to react when you're in those moments. And this is their time now.
I kind of like the way you said that because you can practice in scrims. You can kind of practice, depending on how you look at the divisional cups, open style tournaments, but there's almost no practice you can actually get for what it feels like to be in an FNCS major finals lobby with some of the best players in the region. Some strategies, some plays that you thought was easy that can take you from one round to the next may not necessarily work out here or be much harder to pull off. As it does look like the zone is pulling further and further over towards Seaport being a focal point of the actual zone, so that makes it a little bit easier for Threats, Bugha, and Rapid, not only to get their surge, but position well as they have multiple bases around this side of the map.
Да битне едно биче като почне Endgame, мерси.
Yeah, just think about it. Imagine queuing into the game is just thinking about what's on the line, right? $100,000 global championship spot. It's not easy. You're gonna be feeling the nerves undoubtedly, regardless of how good you are. Ooh, good tags here for Threats as he kind of sets things up. Seems to be pretty content with the situation he's got going on. He's gonna double back here now.
Yeah, with the zone closing up, pulling over, they're probably just trying to converge in one spot, one building. Make it a little bit less risky for any team to get a knock and push over for the elimination. But still fighting deep in the zone, north side of the map. Taki, Ivcho, Vert versus Noah, Kaz's, and Chaos Gaming. And Taki has a huge chunk of shields missing, and that's where they're going to converge, drop the water sprite, the gold splash, get the HP and shield back on up. And now they have that swing speed has increased, and they're just trying to break their way down, get as much control as possible. Noah and Chaos looking like they're playing a little bit defensive here for my liking. Crouching down, trying to hide sneak a play or a big shot on a Taki, Ivcho.
No ads, man.
Need this fight. You see they're 268 below the damage threshold.
I respect Taki just taking a little minute to farm up some mats. They're just desperate here. The fight's starting to go the distance, but they lose Ivcho. They just don't have time. They don't have time to let this zone close right now. They really need to end this fight as soon as possible, but punishment starting to come in here. Still, they've yet to find the tag that they're looking for. The slow play, the defensive play from Kaz's. Noah plays in Chaos Gaming starting to rack up here now.
Funny enough about this situation, if you look at like all the HP on that full trio down below, it still might not be enough to deal with the storm surge that they're going through now, especially in the next zone where the threshold will increase. So they're definitely on the clock, something that you mentioned. And that time is ticking very, very fast. 259.
Не знае кой е блока и се хванал за главата, брат.
Леле, още горе, пама! He's trying to drop down, get the builds, whatever heals that he can, but it was not
Taki
his,
обаче
не
умря.
So Taki, Ivcho, and Vert will go down.
Но Hellplace някак си направи някакви килове тук. Даже и аз не повярвах на това, което виждам.
Yeah, you saw the points being lost there due to the surge, but jumping in with
Peterbot с 3 кила вече 4 on their hands. On their body hands, man. Декстър Морган, Декстър Молзари и Хари, бате, са събрали с това трио. You feel me, gang? Ебах си стрелото маняк. И Хари, знаете ли кой е отремат? Ричо, бе. Ричо.
Just as they're only 594 above, they're recognizing, hey, we're not out of the woods just yet. A little more work to do here.
And they're not in any realistic rush because
От телефона от Бокър не съм чул да има митци в първи век, брат. Сега ще ти кажа какво се случва тук.
Just trying to get as much information, the awareness of where these players are at, what type of sacrifices you're going to have to make if it is going to be
Значи приложението е Free AdBlocker браузър, мане. Не знам дали си чувал. Free AdBlocker браузър, мане.
Above the threshold, they're in a much more stacked side of the zone where Peterbot would eventually have to rotate into if they did continue to go straight. And you're seeing the lay of the land. A lot of these teams and players on top of mountains, the edges, so that way they can have as much elevation as possible without investing too many materials.
Ooh. Clicks Higgs and Yamzo finds a team up on the island here. The zone is going to end up pulling that way. They have a couple of options to go for right now.
Закосил телефон, второ. Има от телефон, трето. Има от компа.
Good opportunity to farm some damage here and now. You know what? They're going to be able to sit here for a while if they wanted to and just farm every team for damage, really set back these trios. Meanwhile, Visuals, Braids, and Aminish get dropped down on by Muzz and Japco from the high ground there, and they get the finish and they slide on out, content with the refarm. Leftover material there. They pick up what they can, but Visuals and Braids are going to have to play this one out as a duo now. So that third place spot, that comfort, starting to slip away here. Even though last game was a 5th place second, Recooper and Curly's win catapulted them up and over them by 40 points. And now it's going to be all the more difficult here as Ruz, Japco, and Rise, our 5th place team, are starting to again creep up on them. So this is direct competition here.
Yeah, just under about 60 or so points is the differential, and they're the ones that take him down and left him as a duo. It's Aegis Poyo in a very
similar
spot. No IGL this time around, but at least Acorn can still lend a helping hand. Even while watching on the sidelines, 445 damage above the threshold. You're seeing it around the lobby, some faring much better than others. It's Cold, Ritual, Peterbot. And they're a team, no matter above or below, they don't really let them affect their nerves at all or really dictate the game plan unless they really have no choice. And they get a clean rotation towards the side, just under the island as well.
They're based up right next to Clix's trio. Little do they know, as they kind of swung around the side here. And notice, this was not a good rotate for them. They were at all max cap material. They're about halfway through their reserves right now because they went early. And it's likely because Clix's trio was focusing them first, given that they were one of the few teams. Look, they all pulled a zone now, but hold up. Pause that story really quickly as Poyo, Acorn, Majors are
Poyo вече се борят за парите, не за първо място. Кликс са живи ли са, къде са? Май ги видях него отдясно. Нищо не съм видял.
Yeah, this is a nightmare. It's going to be tough. Good thing he does have the materials. He does have the gold splashes and a kneecapper, so he can close the distance in the blink of an eye. But a max pull, never easy for anyone.
На Айланда е мафията, брат. Мафията е на Айланд.
Into the distance from the top of the Shogun's island. And they're down below Surge. 52. There's a lot of opportunity here with this next couple players trying to rotate in, but this is one of those positions where I see you'd think
По-юстила лайф, ама 44 билда като цяло, колко дълго ще може.
A lot harder than it looks. Poyo, 562 above, thinking if he needs to fight his way through this one. Opts not to. Player there on the rotate though is going to slow him down.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
Pieces him before he even realizes what happens, but the trio's there to back him up. He still has a couple splashes to work with. Siphon keeping him alive, but no attack in the distance. He has to chug it out, but it's only 10 in the chug. It's not enough. And Poyo's going to fall prematurely here.
Кликс изглеждат добре, изглеждат добре.
Only have a single elimination. So once again, they have a lot of ground to make up for. But first, they have to get to the zone.
Кликс обаче няма нищо за ротейшън, а той Кликс няма. И Йонзо може би той.
They're met with Kanada's resistance on the other side of the wall here.
Yeah, they need to do exactly that. Be a little bit more proactive in getting those eliminations because there's 6 eliminations on the other side.
6 лима за Питърбот, изобщо не е зле. 550 бъв 33 билда. Тук на Айланд даже се сбили, даже нямам думи как Хикс човек е отишъл на Айланд. Или той всъщност е умрял от Сърч. Не, май просто са умрели там на Айланд. О, виждал добър демидж на Би за съдба. Питърбот им влизат на прери, добър едит от Питърбот, добър демидж набива. Пира ги. Да. Така правят прерита. О, най-много оставя. Кликс докато 12 билда на лоу. Джапко мъс дета райс отново на хайграунд. Лелелеле. Ябко кракат го за жалост тук. Питърбот пробва се за хая. Даже с 10 билда отново го иска това хайграунд. Краква мъс. Ричуал взима преднал преди. 34, обаче пак се хилнаха доста. Нямат билдове. Може би ще умрат и Кликс, ще вземат доста поинтове. топ 8 в момента. Мъст се чури дали да паднат на някой. О, джабко обаче отзаре. Holy fuck. О май гот, взимат хайграунда. Питър Ботон хайграунд. 7 кил в момента. Кликс умира на лоуграунд. Хикс и Йомзо на едно, обаче убива някой. 3 кила за тях. Не е колкото Кликс, а не е колкото Питър Бот. Найс, така добър кил на Буга. Продължават напред. Хикс умира. Йомзо трябва да кошне доста плесмите, защото Питър Бот в момента е на хайграунд. Ако искат да направи нещо. Питър Бот умира от Джоджи. Йомзо до 200 помпа на Колт. О май гот, Колт умира, брат. Обаче няма да са повече точки според мен, защото имат повече килове. Докато Йомзо ни направи уникален клъч. 2 дулта, или едно соло и едно дул всъщност. Кърв е в зоната, явно са 2 солота. Ако успее да убие и Кърв, ще са мега близо. Даже може да ги овъртейкне. Maybe. Ще видим какво ще се случи. Кърв минава вдясно на него. О май гот, взима топ 2. Взима топ 2. Йонзо с да без скоч, нека им клик се реакшн.
Nice! Oh my god. Good mats. Top 4. Solo behind you. Nice! Top 3. Duo trio. Wait. Get top 2 here, brother. Three builds. Solo's in zone, I just heard him build. Nice! Good shit, Zo! Good shit, Zo! Good fucking shit! You're fucking insane! You're such a fucking go, Zo! Good shit, bro! You're so fucking good, bro! We're fucking insane! Oh my god, Zo! Holy shit!
Good shit, bro.
My bad, I couldn't see him behind me, bro. I got triple pumped. Oh my god, bro.
Кликс.
And he's not even talking.
Кликс дали ще има първия си FNCS win. Нека видим лидерборда как седи. И топ 1 в момента е Питър Бот again. Вау! Отново Питър Бот са умрели 5 с 9 кила. Кликс втори с 8. Приближават се. Но не е достатъчно. Елен спота поне им е 100%. Но Кликс не иска това. Кликс иска шибано first place, че. Дали ще успее Кликс? Ще видим.
Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
Go to the bathroom, bro. Fucking go.
На кое място си? Няма на сбегетата, няма ги никакви. In my opinion, Питър трябва да се предаде. На Кликс това му е без перформанс на FNCS някога до сега, и заслужава да го уине. Ще видим дали ще го уине. Без перформанс, защото падат на локацията, която е много OP, плюс това всяка зона им пулва, защото заради Fortnite Live event и заради това пулват на Норд. Ако зоните ни пулваха при тях, нямаше да са толкова точки и Питър Бот ще да е много повече. Има преди Питър Бот ще е много над тях. А Кликс нямаше да е толкова точки.
Yo, last place. Yo, chat, I'm not even joking. Last place, 33rd. Their whole game plan now is griefing us so we don't win. One kid fed Zoe, or one kid fed Peterbot a kill. Other two landed on us to try to steal our loot and run away. Every single person, report every single one of them so we could get them banned as fast as possible. And Epic, I texted y'all last night. I texted y'all at 11 p.m. last night and told you that this wasn't happening in the same exact kids, and y'all did nothing about it. This is fucking the biggest tournament of my life, and we're letting last place grief us. So now I'm just here hoping that all the fucking clicksters report them so that you somehow get mass report
Това се е по правилата като цяло.
I'm not gonna name their names.
Това се е по правилата, брат.
Fucking patties at Burger King, but you get the point.
Това се е по правилата. Имат право да го правят това.
So you're so good, bro.
Сега и аз ако бях секънд през 12 точки за тях, ще съм мега мат, ама това е по правилата.
Dude, I'm so mad this is a full trio. I was like, fuck. But y'all played this so good, bro. Oh god, you're so good, bro.
Като цяло това, че фи идват Питърбот, също не може да бъде доказано. Нали сега членува един. Да, ама ще видим. Клик си майкон скин, има 60 000 човека. Сигурно 10 импулита го гледат. Тече.
Their whole game plan now is griefing us so we don't
Oh yeah,
win.
this. Yeah.
One kid fed Zoe, or one kid fed Peterbot a kill. Other two landed on us to try to steal our loot and run away.
Yeah, it's weird as fuck.
Every single person, report every single one of them so we can get them banned as fast as possible. And Epic, I texted y'all last night. I texted y'all at 11 p.m. last night and told you that this wasn't happening in the same exact kids, and y'all did nothing about it. This is fucking the biggest tournament of my life, and we're letting last place grief us.
Okay, fair. Probably crash
So
out.
now I'm just here hoping that all the fucking clicksters report them so that you somehow get mass report banned. Last place, I'm not gonna name their names, but they flipped my fucking patties at Burger King. But you get the point.
Fair. Okay, fair chat. Sorry, my bad. 100%. I will apologize. My bad. Definitely valid crash out worth listening to. Well, I mean, yeah.
The points are too close. The points
Може и не изрази мнение, не знам дали е съгласен с това или не. Я да видим кой е Dead Last. Олен, Нитро, Ютрас.
Wow, third place is 570, second place is 742. It's just us and Peter, brother. Oh man. Just gonna go to the last game, fellas. That's good. That's good. So that's good. So it's sad, but it's a blessing in disguise.
Я да видим. Ко те са узнали от вас, че не завърти? Те са узнали в рандоми от вас, че между другото. Тук можеше да уне Оливър, OG, Дей. Можеше да уне Блейк, можеше.
Oh, fucking Zora, bro. Oh, hell no.
Bro,
Fucking dirty little goat. Oh, man.
Бърто, ернингсите му са само от Викторио Реал Капо. А е с 33к пиар. 31 ара. Глобал колко има? 500. Брато е пиар фармер.
Successful that can be when you play it right. But another thing we noticed is that they had no builds when they were pressuring high. Staying onto the second high ground could have been an opportunity for them to kind of take some shots on the low ground, hopefully get a refresh, but still going on the aggressive. It obviously wasn't a...
Той тук има една команда Комс. Някой написал ли е командата?
Let's go, bro. I actually never thought I would be this good with Red Eye. I'm not even joking.
Някой не е написал нищо.
Oh, I was AFK for yeah, dude. I fucking rolled that kid.
То пише написа, ма не изгледа нищо.
Yeah, listen, bro. I'm gonna be real. Like, we're already fucking guaranteed qual land. We're almost guaranteed second. All that matters is
Six
fucking money,
teammates
bro.
are
So if
muted
you're
on
gonna do a
stream to
play,
avoid
game on the
leaking
play, and it doesn't
strats.
work, it doesn't
Clicks
fucking
can
matter,
still
go for
hear
it.
them.
If you want to fucking jump in a fucking box, jump in this fucking box. It don't matter.
Абе, то нали... какви стратове, бе, брат? Нали ги виждаме какво правят? Чак па толкова дип. Плюс това е с 5 минути дилей. Ама разбираемо.
Vacation's on me, brother. Wait, guys. What up? Yep. 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 Yeah, no, we've been doing other shit. It's been working.
Робите ме. Няма да ги донитваме, тези са специални добита.
This is the most fun grants I've ever played. Fuck it. Drop cup. I'll let you know in a second. $99. Got me to mark? No, it's straight off. Focus. Breathe. God bless. They might not know how to drop. They bit the cheese. Yep. Mark on.
Това е малко крейзи, между другото, никой да не пада върху тях.
Yeah.
They all kind of converge back. They leave the train to go elsewhere because they want to make sure they all stay alive.
Като цяло Питър Бот е разбираемо да не падат, защото те са на по-добър спот от тях. Имат си Антон Влак, което е по-добре от техния спот, защото взимат митик и след това могат да ги кинат, защото са по-добри файтери. Обаче някой друг тим, обаче пък Ivcho всъщност има трима.
Yeah, you can see just no sweat, right? They're like, oh, don't worry about it. We got this team on lock. We're good right here. Take your time, get your loot together. Ivcho comes back to just play a little bit of support, but I think they're gonna wait for their, I was just gonna say, to get themselves super situated and then likely collapse on this trio. Peterbot just getting straight to looking to fish for tags. Nothing available as of right now, so the team that's left inside of Crime City might be the first that they jump on.
Yeah, and that's going to be a chance now. Footsteps are there. Cold once again landing a huge shot onto Fallen. New Nitro's there as well. 2v2 situation that's quickly going to become a 3v2 as soon as Peterbot makes his way on over, and he is there. Welcome into the fight because now he's on attack mode. Cold, couple missed edits, so that's not going to slow him down, especially with the flank coming in from Fallen. Ritual is there to alleviate some of that pressure. Now it's a 3v1. And I might not be the best at math, but 3 is definitely better than 1, especially when they know exactly where New Nitro is at. Ritual this time is going to be one leading the charge.
That's right, and think about it. These are 8 points they're securing right now, so pivotal moment right now for Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual as far as the overall tournament race is concerned.
Коментатор даже се засмява. Това вика какво прави. Коментаторът чупи всеки даже. На. Колко е това, бе, брат? Това защо за първ път го виждам? Какво става, бе, човек? Колко пръсе, бе, какво се случва?
And it's small eliminations like that in a race this close that could prove to be the difference makers. Curve, Shadow, Tyler pushing up on towards the fight. Backside of Demon's Dojo on top of that hill. There is a full team position up there. I think Taki, Ivchou, and Vert. And right now they do have a little bit of advantage in terms of elevation, but that one's quickly going out the window, and now they're just getting chased down. They have the pressure. They chop Vert down back into his teammate's box. And now they're continuing to put down pressure with his elevation advantage. Shadows pushing up. And expect him to try to steal away some of those pieces as he inches closer.
Little exchange here. Shadow, Tyler, and Curve looking for a lead before they set up the collapse here. You know, Taki, Ivchou, and Vert, I was just going to say, this is no pushover trio. I think they're recognizing that, hey, wait a second, this team might be above average for what it's worth.
Брат, това е предпоследна игра, да. Те тайм още една.
Overall, they've been relatively competitive. Last game, they finished 3rd with 9th place. I know we put so much focus in on some of the other trios, obviously, but today has been a great day for Shadow, Curve, and Tyler, as they are in a race right now for a global championship spot. They're one of the few trios in that conversation. Back on over to Flooded Frogs. This is a pretty significant setup happening right now. Reek, Cooper, and Curly have to be on edge here. Little do they know, they've gotten into a lot of fights here at the Flooded Frogs, but never against Iamzo, Clicks, and Higgs, who have actually initiated the fight.
This is kind of dangerous for both of these teams. Clicks, Iamzo, Higgs. If they go down here, you can almost guarantee they're not going to be able to get that first place spot, barring any miracles. But Reed, Cooper, and Curly on the other side, if they go down here, that means their global championship spot is on the line in their last and final game of the day. I believe it was only about a 45-point difference between Muzz and that 3rd spot on the qualification spot. Only 64 points between Muzz and Reed, Cooper, and Curly.
Oh, Cooper stepping up right now. Clicks, Iamzo, and Higgs backing off after the ambush was unsuccessful. And I wonder if Cooper, Reed, and Curly are going to kind of pick up the fact that this is Clicks' trio. Remember, they've gotten into a lot of fights here, right? Against teams not as notable. So their confidence could be misreading the situation since Curly did end up surviving. But it seems like they're not going to take it personal. They're going to be content with the back and forth and kind of call it off for now. But a very close call as they rotate into another team. Wait a second. That could be bad for Clicks' trio now.
Yeah, especially since they took damage on the way out as well, so they're already weak. Just like you said, rotating into another team as we jump on board Braids, Visuals, and a minished 4th place when it comes to the overall leaderboard, which means they would grab that 3rd spot for the global championship. But 2 games left, they still need to close it out, and already you see 4 eliminations. And I was watching the feed. There's one way to get that mythic drum gun. There's one team you have to go through, which
win with one person, but then had 2 people actually trying to fight on clicks. So I'm getting the impression the team doesn't want clicks to win and wants P to win. And the very lack of fight they just put up this game would support that.
Already back in the lobby.
Yeah, tough position to be in.
Would be my take on the situation, man.
They've been kind of middling in the competition. They've had a few moments to break away, but nothing significant just yet. Clicks, Iamzo and Higgs, though. Here's the full update. Back to Lone Wolf Lair they go. Team hot on their heels here. As Dozier and his trio were the one that kind of caught them off guard there for a moment. But this is a full-on reset angle for this team right now. Don't blame them at all. Thinking about visuals.
Have you ever seen anything like this? Not as blatant. I mean, OC sees every single season. Alex had a chance to win FNCS last time OC and got double dropped on by 2 teams. But in NA and EU, no, not really.
Or fighting for that position as well.
Thinking Pinocchio with a Brian for 26.
Is on the line.
Yeah, Alan?
Do keep in mind this major is going to be the largest as far as the qualification spots to globals are concerned. There are 3 spots in the air here for NA Central.
And this team is just outside of that bubble. I believe 57 points down from entering into that top 4, which Peter Bot called the virtual would mean a spot.
Hey, Callum with a tier 1.
And that's the thing. They were playing so well yesterday, so consistent. Talk about
Chad, yeah. It looks like it appears that there's now DM circulating the person getting paid to land on Pete. So whether that's true or not, but
special. And then today is where they find themselves a little bit of trouble.
I think unfortunately it's some young kids being very stupid in a very big situation with very long-term repercussions. So we'll see.
Damn.
Humor with 1,000 biddies?
Ако Питър Бот им плаща, ще е малко тъпо.
Not paid by Pete, Chad knows. Other people being weird. Chad's fucking, I might as well show them. Chad's just DMs like this.
Not too much ammunition
Just
here
stuff like
on
this.
Cooper's side.
Just
A lot to be desired.
go compete. You're not beating King Clicks. $50 DoorDash if you kill Pete. Let me know BBG. We can work something out and then win this lane. So it's like, again, this could be inspect element or this could be fake, but
mid-game to come.
there's gonna be a lot of shit like that circulating around now.
They're trying to see if there's any stragglers, any last-minute.
Apparently, there's
here,
multiple pictures of people
not a
DMing
player
themselves.
in sight. So much different kind of dynamic happening here.
Yeah, we were talking about throughout the day, you know, a team pushing over to another team or even changing their drop
Long-term
spot, what that does
consequences
across the
higher.
game. Now,
I
what
mean,
does that do with
Epic will probably
Clicks?
permaban them if
Iamzo
that's what
Higgs
they're
pushing
doing.
on over, not allowing them to get the surge for the teams that
Think
did
Lurvy
have to
with the Prime
rotate
before, think he
by
did.
from that northwest corner of the map. So that's a lost opportunity there for them. Let's see how they're going to be able to pick up the pace with the zone moving over in this direction. Agers, Acorn, Pollo, uncontested throughout the day. And they did pull off a victory royale, monster.
You know, actually, I'll explain.
They did
Anxiety.
show that
It's
they
not
have
where
the
they land,
potential
bro. It's
to
how
pop
they play.
off, but
When they
even
landed
leading
on
up
Clicks, they were
to
trying to
this
kill him.
major,
When they
there
landed
were
on Pete,
phases. You saw a
they
couple
hardly
of
shot their
struggles, and I
guns.
thought things would have
I'm
been
not
figured
saying.
out by then.
If you
Only
understand
2 games
Fortnite, you get
left.
it. If you don't understand Fortnite, you're not
Still
going to
has a
get it.
good
But
chance to
just
make
either
a
take my
good
word for it or
amount of
don't.
money.
I don't really care.
Wouldn't say it's like life-changing for a team that's already won a major, but it's definitely going to allow them to take a good vacation.
Yep, and again, always pad this.
Yeah,
up,
luck.
right?
This is
But
an unfortunate consequence of not having any money for last
history
place.
looking tight.
Bottom 8 not making money is not a good idea.
Either way. Looking at
Не е добра идея изобщо, да.
very reminiscent of
Изобщо
the
не е добра.
entire kind of weekend.
Затова се случват такива неща.
Just taking it one step further on the other
Oh,
side.
okay.
now
They're
just
tweeting
a
about themselves?
ramp
Okay,
up,
now I'll
curved
stop
it
giving
to the
attention,
side.
Chad. I'll just dodge it.
Making sure they get as many lines of sights as possible. We know no one's over there for now, but Pollo just waiting, making sure that nobody's going to pop off and get a position behind them in zone as they go to rotate in.
Гайс, има ли някой в чата, бе?
Peterbot Cold Ritual still
Или
with those
не.
eliminations from the early game, looting up what's
Или
left
вече
over
няма никой
from
буган.
the black market. Just trying to grab some extra heals, some extra loot to take them farther.
Hey, Jada, thanks for Prime for 33, man.
Their shotgun
EXT,
is
XFNG,
definitely going to hit
and
harder.
Е тук.
Huge difference there.
Oh, here we go.
Иваню.
Click's taking the fight. Oh, on a Muzz, maybe. Yeah, why is Click's team pushing all the good teams, man?
Rotating into
Why are we pushing all the good teams?
Muzz and Rise right now, who, by the way, have had extremely key positioning this entire day 2 tournament. Not a single time we've seen them out of position. This is the first time they're kind of not at a super prime location, but they have a several.
Oh, Clicks versus Muzz. No. Thank you, Free.
Сами
Appreciate it,
Иваню
man.
сега ще видим. Е, сега с този файт къде се случва, може да не видим. Особено
And was
Мъз.
forced to slow pay things at the edge of that mountain.
Тръгват се.
But they realize the team is up there, even with trading shots back and forth. They're just going to continue to move towards the north side, figure out a way in from there.
They find a solo? I think Clix' team might have just found a solo as they move to the north there. Someone kind of lurking about here.
Oh, he's in
it's
the bush.
Chaos Gaming in the bush. Okay, it makes sense as to why they were kind of looking around.
They're all rotating through there too. Chaos is probably like nervous. No, don't see me. Don't be suspicious. Don't be
He made the prime mix, man.
He's not even moving to make sure that they ran past him far enough. He's just going to wait until his audio visuals go away, cross his fingers.
Ah, this is first versus second right now, Mace.
How many heals does he have in his inventory? Because, you know, he has almost no choice but to go back into zone, maybe towards Lone Wolf Lair to try to get those reboots, if he even has the cards.
The Ivcho, Clix, and Higgs, though, just trying to rotate right now. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Richo, and Cole met with a lot of resistance here on the outer edge of zone. Where's the white heals, though? I'm asking myself here.
О, Пит няма whites, да.
They have to double back right now. And they're in a race against the clock.
О, Хикс. По-скоро Йон си някакво.
Nice. Let's go, baby.
A moment here to find a elimination and some extra material to go the distance here for the mid game.
And that Sentinel Pup upgrade for Higgs. He was walking around with an Infiltrator, which, yeah, can do some damage from far away. But you know, way a team like this fights, you want to go ahead and get the Sentinel Pump. Any variation at this point, what's really going to be in their minds. Water Sprite going down, the last of the heals. And this is where they got to be careful. With that elimination, they now have the option and flexibility to kind of bypass the black market altogether. It is just outside of zone, and you see 2 teams nearby as well. So they really have just a few options thanks to that early game aggression and being able to pick up that one elimination. But Peterbot on the other side, from fight to fight, they got that first elimination, and now
Please side forward. I appreciate it, bro.
He's going to get knocked down. And that's going to be a full-on cleanup. And you see in the distance,
bongo?
just on one of those mountains.
Cabin, you have a day? On a normal day, just like a coffee, man.
Was the solo player. He has to watch
Magic
his
Master
teammate
Zone, let's
down and
go!
figure out how is he going to get him back into the game safely.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, it was looking super dicey for a moment there, but they just had enough time to bounce back and then live off the siphons. Way to keep it close. Well, as Japco and Rise had 2 elims right now, but how did they pick them up? You might be wondering. There is.
Really just catching some solos, separated from each other, already weak, already hurt, with really nothing left to heal up. It's those little points. Now it's going to help them a little bit with their damage from Surge. Not much, because you know those players were weak. But you already see the split up right now. Rise is on the north side of Brutal Boxcars, trying to look, find some players on the whole north side of the map. Down below on the south side is going to be Muzz and Yapco. They have that mountain rage to look after, so it's not going to be easy damage for them.
They're doing well, though. Click sees the Omzo. Like I said, if they win this now, man, it's going to be even more crazy.
Invert that trio right there. The scanner comes out. Who else do we have here? Vive and
Oh, Chim gets beamed. Is that by Vert or by
Не,
Clicks?
ако 3 чима им легна с Барт на Кликс, няма какво да направят Кликс.
Yeah, I don't think that was Clicks.
Те така ще са 9 в 3, а не 3 в 3 в 3. Еми на Питърбот пак също, брат. Пак като е 9 в 3, няма какво да направят.
Oh, come on, Omzo. This is again a hard team to fight, though. Just a duo at least, though.
No team around to chop them down either. I was a little concerned that Verstro might take advantage of it, but hell, they're already gone.
You Mogsy with the prime for 10, think you did?
Yeah, they went east and just really haven't looked back. They know how far some of these
Nice, let's go.
They're trying to take advantage of that as Chip tries to break his way in. He immediately gets
What
taken
the
out.
fuck?
Ако беше кошъл на 3 в едно
Nice,
такова.
alright, 2 kills, nice, 900 buff, let's go!
Against them, Clicks, Ivcho, and Higgs pick up their 4th elimination of the game, almost 900 damage above the threshold, and another pile of loot to claim as their own.
Now this just sets them up even once again with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual for anyone keeping count of the elims there. Reed Cooper and Curly, after that close call, have now officially moved into kind of the pump power territory, but look at the zone popping once again down to the mountains.
Okay, they subbed dude.
Някакви 20 точки има, да.
Today, these mountains are just getting all types of love right now.
Here's the comeback, come on, it's gonna make it even crazier.
They were rotating to the east, thinking it was going to pull.
Man, we also got to pay attention to the land spots, chat. Who gets land is also really big. Maybe Ayla, maybe, man. I mean, to be fair, I'm not rooting against Pete anymore now, but like, Click's got that underdog storyline now, man. Odds against him.
Gotta be quick to move here. Looks like Reed's Curly and Cooper's timing here was perfect, though.
I know, it's been such a good Grands, too. I hope this is, I mean, it will put a sour note on it. We'll see how we go.
The trio set up there. Braids ammunition visuals for Elim still riding the momentum.
Ами и двете игри са решаващи. Ако умрете ако едните умрат по-рано, или ще направят като Win да леднат на Хикс локацията спрямо кой, или просто ще са кинат early game.
And coming into today, it just seems like their strategy is not quite connecting, but they are in the higher ground, so do keep that in mind. Clicks, Ivcho, Higgs in another fight, though. What is happening here? Why did this one break out?
Clicks gets another one.
Това не е ли 5 тигла, бе? Те какво правят само? А, не, тутик е.
Some kind of cheeky storm rotate, but caught out here. Ivcho, Higgs, and Clicks nearly sent back to the lobby, forced to use one of those very prestigious methods. Now think about it.
Okay, so you dead?
These up early, then they can't use them to play frontside
zone. Oh, we got the Clicks AR now as well.
So this
Where's
is
Pete? Where's Pete?
An important moment. No surprise, this is exactly where they last left Chaos Gaming, by the way. In this river bend around these bushes. So he must have just been moving. And look who's in the distance there, Jacob. It's Peterbot's trio on the edge. Just now starting to rotate.
I just heard
the
entire lobby right now as the zone pulled over towards Brutal Boxcars. Luckily this time around, like I believe one of our zones
Pete's looking good too, though.
A lot of open space down the edge on the north side of the mountain overall, where teams
Pete's looking good. Pete looking good. This is gonna be another good finish of a game. Another Brutal Boxcar zone though.
О, да, къде плуват зоните?
They both got a lot of fighting power here with the collaterals too.
Real elevation, but they're a team that, you know, whether if it's the 7th zone, 8th zone, 9th zone, if they want high ground, they're going to take it.
I'm loving this confidence from Clicks take the mid-game fights though.
That's what last game proved us.
You theorize?
And with everybody kind of stacking this western side of the zone and the south side of the zone, they do have a little bit of priority and comfort knowing that there's not too many teams that can challenge them on this edge.
But here's the thing, it's zones like this that if it pulls the wrong way, starts costing you all of your material. Sets you up for a bad end game. Peterbot, the only one that's still capped on this trio, so they're not too far behind here. And look at how Peterbot hunting for those weakened fresh builds.
I don't think so, Jays. Nah, too many moving parts now. But also, I predicted I don't think Clicks would be able to do like the Grief reboot play onto Pete because they're at the PY next to each other. It needed to be like Acorn and Magic Mosses, man.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
The only thing this might push is the fact this might push Clicks to drop on Pete in the second last or last game because, you know, if they're already worried about teams, you know, dropping on them at their POI. And in the chaos of another trio dropping at Crime City, it could help even more. It just depends.
Going around the entirety of the lobby, or at least not safe ones, forcing some teams probably to go box to box and try to fight their way in. Time has run out for this zone. Let's see where this next one is going to pull towards the south.
Пулва на двата тима.
Yeah, not too bad. There is some of the mountain range in there, but most of the lobby.
Oh, sorry. Well, last game. Sorry, last game. Sorry, last game. No, I said last 2 games. Sorry, last game. Yeah, next game. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. It's gonna be a fucking spicy finish either way, man. We'll see. Bro, every time Pete and Clicks both get to endgame healthy, they both pop off. So we'll see. If one of them stumbles here, that honestly might be the difference.
5 eliminations from when we last left
О, Прит е добре играл.
Keeps alive, clicks alive, Chad. They're just showing Curly and Muzz a bunch and Booger a bunch because they're all fighting for a land spot too.
They're one of the few teams leading the front side here. They're sitting right above Peterbot's team. Take a look at
King Peace, baby, King Peace. Read to land, read to land. Bro, Reed back on controller, getting a last-minute trio and calling land is going to be big. That's going to be so sick.
Getting tick 25 damage every second, 7 seconds. So really no choice but to fight.
Доста биг ще е, обаче и двамата ги кръкнаха, но
Okay, I
все
do want to
пак
see
са
Pete
хилт.
clicks a little bit more though. I'm loving the land storyline as well, but
A lot of shields missing. And that means they're going to be in a tough situation here, especially with so many teams nearby. Muzz, Rise, Yapco, they're above the damage threshold as well. But again, missing shields, missing resources, but they're making sure to stay elevated away from everybody else because they know the chaos is what's ensuing down below. It's like quicksand. As soon as you step 1 foot in, you start to sink.
Буга на high ground.
One of the few teams that have played for high ground. Booga, Rapid, and
oh,
Threats have
Booger on the
also
high ground
played
trying to take his land spot. Let's go.
over the course of the weekend when the opportunity has presented itself, and to no surprise here, zone 8, zone 9, early high ground take, but they're committed.
And it goes up the side of the mountain, so in theory...
Oh, clicks on the ulti low. There's Pete in front of
Той е
him.
5 бе low.
Again, they're both looking healthy, man. Not the best builds for clicks though.
Мисля бе low.
9 players
С
have to go down
5,
for
с
Surge
6
too.
кила.
They're below. They're below Surge. 8 players have to go down.
8 човек.
Come on, boys. Come on. They're lacking this low ground. Where's Pete?
Правят приедица. Няма брат, страдал бях. Тук изобщо не е добре. Хикс умира, брат. Това не е добре за Хикс, за Кликс. Това е добре за Питърбот, обаче не е за Кликс. 73 бъв, сигурно ще паднат тебело след малко. Пробват се тук на някакви останки да отидат. По някакви тарпове 25 бивете със сигурност само дърво. И метал има 106, което е добре. Питърбот взимат нок. И рефреш.
Very healthy. He's got exotic chug. It's only 150, but 6 elims. They're both 6 elims though. Maybe the god duo clutch from Clicks and Zo. Come on.
Точно с 20 и малко точки се водят в момента. Обаче Кликс отново взима нок, обаче. Не Ябко. Найс. И са бъв вече. Питърбот отново гледа за хайграунд. Не сме виждали Кликс клъч. Виждали сме само на Батман Буга и на Йомзо. Дали ще успее в момента. Дропват се чъгове тук. Питърбот ще успее ли да вземе хайграунда? Топ 12. 30 човека. Канада. Дясно видяхме.
Peterbot claiming a lot of space. Click's still going though. Click hasn't gone down. Zo takes down Sphinx. Nice.
7 кила. Оу.
Refresh. Oh my god, they're doing it. 8 elims.
8 елима обаче.
Come on, Yomzo. Come on.
Кликс. Не знам дали ще успее. Кликс е жив. Йомзо е фронтсайд даже. Ма няма шилдове. Ало, набаряха го. Кликс топ 9. Трябва да кошне доста сега. Кликс коче в момента. Зоната ще го глътне, брат. Трябва да избяга. Питърбот, ако не е взел хайграунда. Ето тук сега. Ето тук сега. Не, топ 7, брат. И Питърбот живеят. О, Питърбот обаче. Питърбот умира от зоната. И Ричуал и Колт остават. Колт взима кил. Топ 5. Ричуал е жив все още. Ричуал взима кил и той. Топ 5 е стил, има билдове. Бе, Ричуал. Една работа имаше топ 4. Пак е клоус. Ама пак имат 50 точки лид, мисля, че в момента. 50 точки лид, мисля, че имат в момента. Рид. 12 кила. Буга на този хайграунд.
Can they get a second? The win's gonna be tough. Can they get a second? Reed goes down. Rapid goes down though. Wait, Booga needs this too. It's Booga up above. Wait, it's Booga. I thought it was Acorn's full team. Booga needs the land spot too. 2v1. Booga wins it, baby. Booga.
Само с 4 кила обаче,
Damn, bro,
ама...
the land is gonna be so close. Oh my lordy. Well, game 12 is gonna be cinema, that's for sure. For the land and for the win. Holy. Alright, shall we make the V-Bug giveaway? Booga. B-U-G-H-A.
Абе, for the win, ама... Абе, не е много close, сега ще видим всъщност. Тридесет и 5 точки всъщност. Не е много. Не е много 35 точки. Зелен евента 6 на 19. В момента. Булга има шанс да клъчне. Рид, докато почти е секюрнал Елен евента. С тази игра 312 кила, но Кликс дали ще успее, Кликс дали ще успее. Ми е интересно.
I also think I might have. I think the stair hit his head, so he couldn't get out.
Седо.
Yeah, not Higgs' fault. Let me see. It's 100 and they're 666. We're 807. 100 and no. It's updated. It's updated in 666. Fourth place is 619. They got third that game. No, 142. 10 kill. No. It's more than that, brother. 10 kill win is 105. 10 kill win is 105. They need they need 18. So what do they need? You're right. Okay, I'm going to the bathroom then. Go to the bathroom. I'm back. I just got back, so repeat. Yep. Higgs, what happened? Yeah, I'm not. I know, bro. I'm not. Yeah, I mean. How many points does we need? How many is that? Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm about to fucking play like the best one I've ever played. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Brother, you don't gotta tell me. It's like, brother. Yep. Higgs, you heard? Higgs, did I scare you off? Yeah. I'm doing this. I have to. Like I said before, I'm not gonna, you know. No. I know. I'm what I said before. Hold up. Yep. No, I love that. I fucking love that. Not. always best. Nice.
On counter.
Go. Warm our fucking shit up. Yeah, me too.
Them flexibility through the early and mid portions of the game, so we don't have to certainly make it too much of a focal point. And that actually isn't diminished. He's going to go ahead and back up. Go ahead and loot that server room, something that they fought for and conditioned this team that if you're going to fight us for it, it is going to be a risk for both of us. And now on the north side of the map, Flooded Frogs, Reet, Cooper, and Curly. They just need to close out, Monster.
They have to stay consistent. They're 60 points ahead right now. However, they need to earn at least an end game. They gotta touch those placement points. And we all know that just even last game, right? Teams can mix up their strategy. Clicks and his trio decided to kind of ambush Reet, Cooper, and Curly, almost catching them off guard there for a brief moment, but they got away with it. This is a team that can't get comfortable by any means.
I don't think anybody can truly get comfortable as Booga. Just quickly looting one of those buildings. Just chop it down. It's going to be the easiest way to get everything that you need and more, especially since most of their surge pages are outside of Seaport overall. Just got to go ahead and loot up here in the early game. You talk about like the placements, how they're being separated.
Да сплифа сградите за лут.
575 points just under Visuals, Braids, and Aminish, who are inside of that bubble in terms of qualifying for the Global Championship at 619 points. Everybody, I think, from third place down, one mistake will ruin your entire FNCS.
Rapid, Batman, Booga, or sorry, Booga and Threats are the only other team to pick up an extra victory out here on the day. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamza being the first to go ahead and do so. That's impressive overall, and even more so impressive is that they're fighting for the global championship spot right now. They're on the bubble conversation. And you got to give credit to any team that is willing to be a high ground team, which is what Rapid, Booga, and Threats have managed to do here on the day.
Okay, learned something new. Didn't get him very far, but it's little tricks as Rapid starts his surge tower to the sky. Looking on over towards the south side of the zone. Pollo, Acorn, Agers, uncontested. Mass Meadows. Pollo's the one that's going to be having a lot of that gold in his inventory. So if he goes down early before being able to access the black market, those are something you got to be looking at. But they're really going to be relying on him to position himself over on that side of the map, buy a lot of those extra heals, bring him on top of his base, and begin to start accumulating those numbers.
Got to start adding them up. Noisy and Tony, though, sitting outside, possibly in a bush watching the black market here at the Magic Mosses. Flick's just getting his kind of loadout together, interior, the entire team. Oh, they are waiting.
Oh,
yeah, it is them though, Tony, Nosy, and Creon, that they land at Pump Power. And with the changes over there, there's gold, there's dill bits, and they were the ones coming over to this black market more times than Clicks, Yamto, and Higgs have even had the opportunity to look in this direction. And they've been the ones taking the loot. Now they hear the noise, another team is in there. It does look like they're just going to let them disengage, though. They probably don't want this early game fight because they, too, want to try to access the black market. But at the last second, they do land some good damage onto Clicks. But instead of following up, trying to chase him down, they just go take what is left over.
Another trio on the outskirts as well, kind of looking in, noticing that Clicks' team just boxes up here in the center. And now they have an opportunity either farm for tags in the distance or jump in and take advantage of the
трети има тук се завърдяха около Clicks.
It's Taki, Ivcho, and Vert. Managed to clash multiple times here today. Muzz, Japco, Rise on the move right now. No strangers to playing early center, but Clicks, Siam's own Higgs getting into a full-on fight right now. Clicks tagged up once again here. Backed off to heal. Using those prestigious splashes. A fight breaking off on the other side. And their opportunity here now to find a bunch of elims is definitely starting to open up. They already have one here. But no, they want to move. This is the pressure starting to set in here. The pressure of winning this major finals. The reality is kicking in here. And instead of sticking around to fight it, they decide that they want to back out. Jacob, what's your thoughts on that?
I think it's just in general, a lot of our top teams on that leaderboard are moving around this map and this game a lot quicker than the 11 games we've seen before. Reed getting an elimination. Peterbot thinking where they're contested, they're quickly moving around. Clicks making a beeline to the black market to get the loot that they practiced all season leading up into this major, and then just elimination sprinkled around the map. I think this one might move at a little bit quicker pace up until a certain point where Storm Surge starts to appear, but I even think that Storm Surge might appear just a zone later than some of these previous games.
I wouldn't doubt it. 4 teams already eliminated. Reek, Cooper find themselves 2 elims here on the outskirts of the Whiffy. Not bad at all, given that this is a team that just has to inch their way up to the next threshold. They're so close, yet so far. Re easily one of the community's favorites. We've seen him kind of grow up. We've seen him mature and really find his footing. Rise up from the ash. Just take a look at the highlights here.
Ама Питър Бот вече е клонал, така че до топ 4 гледаме кой е топ 4.
What's crazy is
with the early rotate here, Jacob.
What I was about to say is Reed was one of those players along with Epic Whale when West got announced. He was like, yo, I'm going to play with a few players, enact, coughs, just try to take a West championship. But there's only one spot that actually qualifies in Major 1. That was Baka, Pars, and Pump. He goes back on over to Central, doesn't make Major 1. And then now look at him, Monster. He's in a position to go to the Global Championships as Muzz, Rise, Yapko also getting aggressive. And just one thing I know for certain in this game, without what the leaderboard is, it might come down to
те са до Питър Бот. Holy fuck. Дали ще ги пушнат? Искат победата.
We knew this was going to be a potential option. We called it at the start of the show. Could it be that Clixion
3-3. Първо и второ място.
And have them on the run, and they're doing just that right now. But Cold is so smart. He's going for that natural high ground right now, playing towards the market. They understand that they have the advantage on this side. That positioning is going to be key here. Yamzo, Higgs, and Clicks nearly catch them off guard there, but you know they're not going to let this one slide.
It's a dangerous game they're playing here, boys. The top 2 teams going at it, and rightfully so. If Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo were to go down right now at this point in the game with 0 eliminations, which they have 1, they're still going to lock in their second place, so they have almost nothing to lose and everything to gain in this situation by trying to hunt down Peterbot. And it's just kind of crazy how the tables turned because the hunted have now become the hunted. Said that wrong,
don't count it out. Peterbot knows what's going on. He knows he's got nothing to lose. He knows that if he takes him down, this is where it all is coming down to. So Peterbot, Ritual, Cold looking to kick this off. Peterbot going for the side angle, Cold going for the right, and this is where they play best, being aggressive, but they set him out for a second there. They have a little bit of high ground. Here comes the Cold splash set up. Pay attention. Clicks is moving to the outskirts as well. They have to play for angles. This is extremely high-level Fortnite at the works here.
О, Ямузо обаче е много назаде. Клик се на малко.
A lot of damage onto Clicks. And this is where the tables might turn around just a little bit because they have a little bit of elevation. They have a team cowering underneath, playing defensively. And you talked about how
А плюс това Питърбот имат адванtage с точките. Даже до умрат Кликс не са знае дали ще направят 31 точки.
Momentarily though, because this is something that we saw to end the day yesterday, and it was zone after zone after zone. They chased him down not once but multiple times, eliminated throughout the game.
Here's a problem. If you allow Peterbot and their team to kind of gather their bearings, get their material counts back up to a strong position, it's just going to be disastrous for Yamzo, Clicks, and Higgs. So they have to make a move here. They can't sit idle for too much longer. And like we said, Peterbot plays best when he is the one pushing. Notice how when they're getting pushed, right, and they're playing on the heels, they're playing on the back foot, he doesn't look as good. They don't look as good getting pushed back.
It's one of the first times we've really seen them on the back foot. It was only for a quick moment there in that situation, but it almost even seems like Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, they're not necessarily just running as you saw them go back onto the mountain of Crime City.
Нямат много неща Кликс. Не изглежда добре за тях. Нито мац, нито килове Кликс. Питърбот все пак имат всичко стил.
And I think that's why they're making the smart decision, because while all this is going down, different strategies for both of these teams, no surge bases, which means in theory they could be below the surge threshold or more further down than they would hope to be.
Oh, for sure. But look at the player count, right? This game, we knew undoubtedly was going to move a little faster, so they do get to have a little bit of a moment, right, to kind of situate themselves. However, once we start getting into that mid game and the next thresholds begin to appear, it's going to become more and more apparent, right, that this is a team that will have to work for it. Put Tiggs and Yamzo double back to the market here, though. A little bit of leftover goods from teams prior from Peter Bot, Cooper, Reed, and Curly, though. Just getting active, another elimination, stepping themselves one more giant leap towards the global championship stage here. Very impressive overall. You got to give tons of respect and credit to this team that just, again, formulated out of nowhere, picking up Curly here. A great
Питър Бот е до тях обаче. Лили Питър Бот скача като соло.
Peter Bot got his eyes on him.
I'm almost getting that feeling of deja vu, because it was in Group 1. We were watching them kind of dismantle the lobbies, particularly in games 4 and 5, and I was thinking to myself, oh man, how many FNCSs did they just ruin by bulldozing these teams? That was possible. Another one of those chances if they were to take down Reek, Cooper, and Curly. They can only sit by and wait and hope that their points stand. As Clixy, Yamzo, and Higgs pick up their second elimination of the game, something that's needed because they're staggering farther back, which means they haven't been able to get the damage. And then the heals on top of that, they need to make sure that they're healthy when they exit the zone, and that's how they pick it up. 3v1, all angles secured.
Game 12, FNCS Finals Major 2, has been nothing short of exceptional. And it doesn't matter who you're rooting for. It doesn't matter who you are a fan of. The way that these trios have managed to play today, the willingness to push one another and kind of test the skills, test the boundaries of each other is what has made this an absolutely incredible FNCS, and it is still ongoing here. Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo do have 2 eliminations. Keep in mind, Peter Bot's trio doesn't have any, so that point gap is starting to close. Mudjack on Rise, end up losing one. This is not looking good right now. It's a full on from Broken and Liam here on the low ground. But the edit from Muzz is nice. Not a big enough tag to give him a huge advantage here. Liam now pushing a wall. Muzz super quick with the layer changes here, Jacob.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of keeping them guessing while still attacking from different angles, but he finally backtrack, reunites with Yapko. Down goes the Water Sprite. And the longer this fight goes, both of these trios are going to have to start thinking, is it going to be worth it? Do we disengage out? Especially the one that is going to be on the high ground. They have the overall say, and down goes the Thermite. Even though it's not big damage, they at least kind of get a feel of where Yapko's positioned at along with Muzz as they continue to fire and keep pushing pressure down as Yapko's shields go out the window. Muzz is feeling the pressure, forced to converge onto the low ground, build some extra space. And there's isolated right now. Oh
Curly's down. Third place might be on a lifeline right now. Muzz, Japco, and Rise just have to kind of hold in. There might be 2 spots opening up for the global championship here. Japco's hurt. Muzz has to hold it down now, but they've been on the retreat this entire time. The pressure from Broken.
Това не е добре за Мъз. Може да не отива на Globals.
Muzz looking for an escape plan. Down they go, out to the side. No mats to really work with, though. This is all but dangerous. A very risky play to fully disengage here, but they do it. They get inside of the facility here and now, and the team up top kind of eases off. What is going on here? Game 12 really is kind of tossed in the air right now.
Yeah, and it kind of makes me wonder, because while all this was going down, well, this is how it started. Rise was the one caught off guard, not even in a bush, just on the side of a mountain. But while all that was going down, you said Reet had went down. I noticed in the feed Cooper had went down as well. So just like the game that they won, it's really going to be in Curly's hands to try to get the team back up, so that way they can hold on to their spot. Rich was 16 below. We talked about the changes to start the game, them getting pushed by Clixy, Yamzo, and Higgs. Now look what is done to them. No elimination, 16 below the damage threshold, and forced to make their way to fight another team.
And we got that official update there. Third place is down and out.
36 below.
Fully eliminated at 682. That's going to be the cutoff. Ivcho clicks his
100 below, 60 above за Peterbot. Двата тима пак са гъс да гъс.
Showing up to the scene here. They're going to be one of the few teams that have to jump into a box fight as well. So don't be surprised if all of these teams reinitiate as the shots are breaking out. The attention is starting to build here. 11 seconds, 10 seconds, 120 below, clicks, Higgs, Ivcho. Clock is ticking, son. You gotta make a move here.
Oh, clicks.
It's all or nothing. The bats are out.
Clicks умира. Ивcho. Ивcho умира. Хикс е единственият.
Tournament on the line for them. Shot still breaking through, but he's able to get the elimination. No siphon. Wasn't his down. Splashes on
Ще успее ли да ресне?
Get them back into the game, but Dash, he heard a lot of the noise. He knows some knocks are there. On the other side, one wall separated, but Higgs
успя да го ресне бокса има. Мале, Ивcho го убива. Не! Защо не го сплашна? О, мага, брат, защо не го сплашна? Защо не го сплашна, брат? Peterbot уинват 100%, те са просто искат да ги изкемпят.
The players we are likely looking for, and you know what they're trying to do? They're trying to find the right skins. They're 22 below now. They end up swinging around. They end up going more past.
Не знам защо не го довърши. Чай да видим кога станал, брат. Че сигурно клик се е развикал найс и не е казал да сплашен, не знам.
You guys need to get me up. You guys need to get me up now. Get me up. Get me up. Get me up. Get me up. Tug me. Tug me. Tug me. Tug me. Tug me. Guys.
О, мага, брат. О, Ивcho. Ивcho бива Peterbot. Holy fuck, Ивcho с 6 кила. Интернета ми свърши. Ама прямо коментатора и Peterbot спечели, брат. Peterbot спечели ефенсив. И двамата...
One chug. I don't... Higgs doesn't make it. I don't think Higgs makes it. Take a chug. Take the chug. Oh man. Wow, y'all literally killed them too.
Няма какво да стане, брат. Клик секунд.
That's insane way to fucking end that. Bro, if we just chugged my body, dog.
Не го чъгнаха, да.
Yep.
Батман бога изпи бик вместо да го чъгне.
Did we all bat in right there? We did? Yeah, that's just unfortunate. Well, why? Yeah, I hit 2-120 and then I got batted back and died. Wow, y'all literally killed them too, bro. What a fucking brand, man. That's so frustrating.
Те щяха да вземат достатъчно плейсменти между другото, защото другото умира бързо, ама... Няма какво да се случи, брат. Клик second place. Peterbot уйва.
Starting this game at 8th place, and we saw Muzz, Yapko, and Rise above them on the leaderboard already get eliminated out of this lobby.
That is true. Third place, Reed Cooper and Curly, remember, fell at 682. This means that any of the teams in the top 10 can
Peterbot умряха, ама няма значение, те бяха 4 точки отгоре. Peterbot спечелиха ефенсис. Кликс ги убиха, ама ако бяха буквално идентични точки, щяха да спечелят, ама не са идентични точки.
perspective, every ounce counts. We may not get another surge warning, but we are still going to get a race to the finish here.
You know, when I said to start this game off, it's going to be kind of a speed run through the lobby. Everybody's getting eliminations. There are 35 players alive in the 8 zone. Only 12 teams remaining. And a lot of those teams are in the hunt for the spot. Some just trying to hold on to it. And that's what makes that elimination from Visuals that much more important. It wasn't the damage for Surge because he had just a sliver of HP, but it's the points for the leaderboard. No Poyo in sight. And they're already looking at the high ground right now, seeing where it pulls. They are at the edge of the zone, but it is pulling in their favor as well.
Ager's eyeing it up. Acorn looking up to the top. Aviv is there set up. They're going to go for the chop down, looking to break this metal structure here. Curve, Tyler, catch wind of what's going on. They seem to jump into the action here. And they're thinking about capitalizing here as well. Sphinx bolts and Kanata see that there's something kind of taking form up top here too. Here they come. Skittles couldn't quite hit the edit there. Out of material. Sent back to low ground. Acorn. Poyo now have control. Just a single elimination, but high ground is theirs. Plenty of material to work with here. They get to the front side of zone now. And this is perfectly executed here for our Major 1 champions.
Down below though, even without threats, Rapid Booga 499 damage above the threshold, quickly moving to the front side of the zone, taking space. You're seeing expending a lot of materials with 3 more zones to bounce in and out of. And this is where they might need an elimination here. And you see Rapid looking through the builds, trying to find Booga as well, trying to assess the situation, figure out where everybody's positioned at. And they see a team open up the doors, and Rapid takes that first shot. Not a big one, but now they know they can put down the pressure, knowing that team has to come to them or around into zone, sacrificing HP.
Trading shot for shot here, blow for blow. Almost pieces him up there. Rapid looking for the catch, but couldn't quite find it. Meanwhile, Booga kind of trying to figure this one out. Booga's getting tagged here. Stuck on the mid-ground. Braids visuals.
Бяха сплашнали, брат. Ако бяха сплашнали, може би ще е различно.
But it's Poyo, Angers, and Acorn who still have the high ground, who are looking down right now with full control of the lobby, trying to get the last minute rotate here so they don't burn material count, waiting for the zone to force them off the height. Down they come. Visual Braids and Minutes looking up. They see what's going on here. They chop out high
Да, той им каза и Батман Буга по-паше бик. Вместо да сплашне.
Visuals gets paid back by Poyo. Might be the only player left alive on that team. Everybody down below scrambling to try to make something happen, but they're safe as can be. Poyo's trying to break in. He was the one that got the knock, but the double revive is too quick for him to get the elimination. Now they approach onto Vert and take him on that position to go overtake the front side of the zone. An absolute necessity, but Rapid is trying to keep their hopes and dreams alive. They're so close to the global spot, they can taste it.
Top 7 now. Rapid has to stay in the game in order to send his team to globals, but he's gonna need Elims as well. He falls to the hands of Kanata, who has been cooking up here on day 2, but diminished in visuals. Get a chance to break away as well. They're playing Mesmes in the storm. They're just waiting this one out here. They're fully capped off. Can they get a little bit more points here? Gmall starting outside the wall. Team breaks out.
Visual 2 нока.
Finds one. Can he get the second? He finds Osid as well. He's waiting for the siphon now to kind of kick in here. His teammates down there.
Double siphon
he is fully healthy. He's got the mats to work with. Top 3 now here, Jacob.
Now he's ready to play the Thorn in the side. The extra placement points are just the cherry on top because I think he's done enough to secure his spot, but he goes down just at the last second. Zone, nobody gets the points for eliminations, and a good old 3v3. Acorn, Agers, and Poyo versus Kanata, Sphinx, and Bolts down below. Former teammates.
Дали ще вине вас Game of Guns.
He gets a good shot yet again, but no knocks. Poyo cannot get
обаче да, спечелиха.
It's not going to be enough.
11 кила за канала, обаче няма да е. За жалост. И нека видим. Топ 1 отива при Питърбот. 842 точки. Second place Clicks с Damn. 831 точки, брат. Толкова клоу са били. Трето място отива при Рид. Отиват на Globals. Четвърто място Visuals. С топ 3 успя да кучне. И пето място Agent. Демек, още един спот. Шесто място е при Rapid Bullet Threads. Успяват да кучнат. Канада! Канада не. Канада толкова близо да кучнат до Globals, брат. No way. Мъс са умрели много върли. Канада бил толкова близо, а Мъс, ако не беше умрял, може би и те имаха шанс да го направят. Буга 7 с 1 кил успява да кушнат Глобус. Нали така? Или? 1, 2, 3. Не. Всъщност. Чакай се. Значи те вече са ин. 1, 2, 3. Не. Глобус е 679 точки. Значи Буга не отива никъде.
Tweet, baby, come on. Reed is back, baby.
Yo, facts.
Bro. No fucking trio, bro.
Facts. Wait, click some Peter just drag. Wait. Facts, you need to get on that, bro. Go.
What?
Go down a call, go down a call.
Yo, good fucking shit, right? Proud of you, bro.
Let's fucking go, bro. I appreciate it, Aussie.
Good fucking
Сега,
shit, dude. Hell yeah,
ако
man.
Питър Бот пусне стрим,
Back, but you did. You fucking told me, man. I'm back,
ще
baby.
пестуча ги
Good
на
shit.
Bro, literally no trio for the last 2 seasons. Shit's ridiculous.
Oh, fucking hell. They're going. Everyone's in that bottom one. Do I fucking jump down there, bro? I don't want to fuck shit up.
Yeah.
There you go.
Grands we've actually ever watched in the longest ever fucking time, bro. That shit was a fucking cinema on my life.
I do think that was the best Grands ever
I'll
watched.
call the giveaway now. I'll call the giveaway now. I'll call the giveaway
From
now.
a viewer experience, 100% you guys had us on our feet every fucking game, bro. Genuinely, bro.
How many points were we? Were 300 points above there? What the fuck? I don't even know what
Yeah,
was
it's
that big.
literally just y'all two going at it. The whole fucking
I wanted
group.
to DM you so bad that you finally lost, man. Oh my fucking god.
Dude.
Yeah, bro. Not to be honest,
I wanted to DM you so
I wanted
bad,
to talk
bro.
so much fucking shit to Peter. I can't even lie.
Питър Бот го взема, да.
Tweets on socials too, like that's so funny, bro.
Fucking 11 points. Like,
dude, it's
Oh,
actually
man.
insane, bro.
Wait, Clicks, did you guys land on him, Prescott?
No, we beat him.
They tried
We beat him
keying
the
him
whole
though.
time.
Bro, I thought I didn't see him gliding into Lone Wolf. I was like, oh wow. This is
Bro, you have to watch it back, bro. I'm telling you, they were keying them. They reversed the fucking key, reverse it back. Like
I just seen the
it was,
end, bro. That was
it was
bad.
fucking
I was like, wow.
disgusting, bro.
No chance.
Movie, bro. Holy shit. You can't even be upset, bro. Second, you beat your placement again. Hopefully next season you get your first
you guys
win
look
type
crazy.
shit. You guys are fucking crazy, bro. On God, all of you, bro. Good shit. Holy fuck, bro. Oh my god.
Do you guys think they'd do anything to the team in last?
Yeah, because I have 40 screenshots of them taking money to land on different people, so they're getting fucking perm banned. I should have said that now. That team last place, I'm getting them all perm banned. Suck my dick.
Actually,
Yeah,
for real.
they're all cheap, bro. You know they took money to land on Pete. They took money to land on me that game. Every single game, they were getting money to do either or.
I